I will not allow my Dragonflight to be corrupted again. Neltharion's and Onyxia's remains must be destroyed. Recover their scales once it is done. Those, at least, will aid us in protecting Azeroth. This is more than a mere cloak, champion. It is all that remains of my once proud Dragonflight. Corrupted by N'Zoth in life, they will shield you from his influence in death. Now, let us brave his vision once more.
Live from the seat of the Aspects. How are we feeling today, Sam?
Aren't we from like the bottom of the seat of Aspects?
Oh no, sorry, God. Live from...
We're in hell.
We're in hell.
Not Diablo kind of hell, we're in actual hell at the moment.
Actual hell.
We are here with the guys, and people may be saying, oh, did you get your raiding done? Yes, we have got our Xerica kill all done, all sorted. We're ready to enter the next step of this magical mystery tour of a quest experience, and we're somewhat prepared to wrap it up, aren't we, Sil?
Yes, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to see this final chapter. I'm ready to see the grand conclusion that will tie all of this together emotionally, spiritually, narratively.
Let's not get our hopes that high.
Do we want to spend some time talking about the raid really briefly before we get into this?
About the raid. Okay, so pretty good. And I'll say that we were paying attention to essentially what a lot of devs were saying before the raid came out. And the devs were like, there's a very strong narrative story in this raid. Well, first of all, that was a lie. There is some story. I wouldn't call it a strong narrative story, but it's a decent one. And I think our general overall feeling of the raid was, yeah, that was pretty good. Nothing to write home about. This was no Ulduar experience. This was no Throne of Thunder experience, It was good over the course of that entire raid. I'd say that probably between both Sibelian and Wrathion, each one of them probably had about 15 lines apiece, discarding the introductory sequence. Both of the brothers then joining up to the last 3 bosses, where Neltharion encouraged them, I know where Seriketh is. This is a trap. It was a trap. Oh no. They did seem to feel there was a bit of a dearth of lines a lot of the time. I think one of the ones that really stood out to both you and Misa was after Neltharion insulted Wrathion and said, well, maybe the process used to create you weakened your resolve/spirit.
I was afraid of this. The process used to create you weakened your spirit. An issue I doubt I'll have with my true-born heir.
Oh yeah, I really like that one a lot.
That's a good line. But Wrathion just stood there and took it.
He said nothing.
An issue I doubt I'll have with my true-born heir.
Like stunned silence, I guess, is how we're supposed to interpret that. Yeah, that was a little weird to have such a hard-hitting line and then just have him saying nothing, just no reaction to that. Oh man.
Sibelian probably was a bit more excited to see Neltharion. Wrathion has been scared of Neltharion for a very long time. He hasn't had any sort of reverence for Neltharion.
Right, he's been very wary of him.
Yeah, and we may consider, for example, the parts in Mr. Pandaria where the Celestials made Wrathion fight against them.
You must defend the Black Prince while he faces his inner turmoil.
And they tormented, they knew that Wrathion's greatest terror was being in the present / having any sort of connection to Neltharion / Deathwing.
You are filled with doubts and fears, young prince.
And it's made it pretty clear, the raid and the lead up to this raid, that this isn't nice Neltharion. This isn't a Neltharion that could be the uncorrupted version of Neltharion.
This is a very manipulative, sinister Neltharion.
This is the Neltharion who has already been subject to the Whispers.
Touch of the Void.
Yeah, Touch of the Void, and he's already corrupted. And it doesn't really try and hide that fact. If there was a lot more ambiguity in the story leading up to this part, having Wrathion and Sibelian have the chance to meet an uncorrupted Neltharion and then being kind of almost eager to find out more about him and learn about him, that would make sense. This is an evil laboratory at the bottom of a cavern, and we've already seen experiments, and we've found research, and Neltharion said, my research against the void.
Within these halls I forged wonders that would shape the world.
Palpatine. Yes, yeah. You don't really look at this place and be like, wow, this looks like a place of beauty and regal elegance.
This all seems questionable.
This is clearly a place of research and higher learning. Like,
Even the Obsidian Citadel above ground has a lot more reverence. Like, yeah, oh yeah, it's spooky, you know, scary volcanic waterfall behind it, but it does look very imposing, but ooh, cool. This looks evil. I mean, not to quote John Wolfe in our video here, but red means scary. No, green means scary. This ominous, sickly green, underground, hidden, you know, like, we know this. This isn't good.
you have creatures in jars, creatures who have been driven mad by experimentation. You have lingering remnants of like old researchers who are still kind of trying to carry on their experiments. It's evil. It screams evil laboratory.
The test tubes are outside of this building too.
The test tubes are outside the building. That was definitely one of the first things I noticed, was like, oh, I guess this is the place.
The lumps in them. You don't go, this seems like a very nice put together man with his frigging golems growing inside of his test tubes here. His homunculi. Jesus Christ.
This all seems...
Aberrus is not subtle for sure.
This isn't something that Wrathion and Sibelian would come up to and be like, damn, I wonder if we'll find a nice Neltharion or a record of a nice Neltharion in it. It's evil. It's evil.
It's very evil. It reeks evil. It is just teeming with it.
Yeah, exactly. In the raid, the best line in it is when the Shadow Neltharion, the Neltharion's Echo, says to Wrathion, always a smart one, Wrathion.
You were never leading us to Sarkareth.
Always the clever one, Wrathion.
Oh, that was my favorite line. That was, I think, the best moment in the raid by far. I got ridiculously excited when that happened. To be fair, I was very sick and I was kind of high on the cold medicine I'd been chugging for like 4 days. I was so happy when that dropped. I was like, oh, snap.
A shining gem in the writing, let me just say.
Always the clever one, Wrathion.
Someone remembered that Wrathion is supposed to be intelligent. Oh my god.
And he'd see this coming from a mile away. Thank you. He would.
That's what I like about this raid just in general, is that I feel like on paper, Wrathion and Sibelian's lines could have been read at the same level, like both of them kind of being enthralled or entranced by what the Shade of Neltharion had to offer. But someone somewhere at whatever level, like however this happened, the decision was made to have Wrathion sound suspicious and cautious.
Do you see now the secrets that Shadowflame holds?
There is no denying its strength, but it seems too dangerous to truly control.
You, Wrathion, must succeed where they failed and carry on my vision.
Of course, Father.
Wrathion, I am beginning to question the wisdom of all of this.
As am I, but we must stop Sarkareth. Be on your guard.
What do you mean? Where is Sarkareth?
You were never leading us to Sarkareth.
And that made 100% of the difference for me, at least. Just the fact that he is very wary and untrusting, and he's clearly kind of trying to like humor the Shade. You feel like he's almost trying to like suss out more information as he's kind of going along with it. 10 out of 10. Love that. Really appreciate that. Absolutely amazing. That was my favorite part of this raid. And I love Sibelian's journey too. I really like that he is clearly a little more drawn in by the Shade. He clearly misses his father and who Neltharion used to be, and he's a little more drawn in, but he doesn't seem like stupidly drawn in to me, at least. It's a very like humanizing arc for him as he kind of goes through realizing just how horrific, you know, this is like the horrific Neltharion.
It served as effective fuel for the Crucible for millennia.
You were training this Jarden for your experiments?
Perhaps there are fresh Jarden outside that you can harvest.
You expect me to... I will not.
I like that contrast. I feel like it was done very well. It made me very happy. 10 out of 10. Really well done. I think I said something like, oh, I don't expect there to be any kind of emotional revelation during boss fights.
I was also a product of experimentation. One that your previous incarnation attempted to destroy.
You are of my blood. The fact you had the strength to survive proves it.
I was incorrect. This raid was good. It had some good emotional moments for me. I was along for the journey. So I'm really sad that it was like buried in the raid, but I'm glad that it happened.
Yeah, this is the thing. It was so short and it was buried in the raid. And that's, I think, the major trouble there.
Yeah, and it was very, very short. I agree with you that their lines were like very sparse. I wanted much more out of them.
For example, when Neltharion insulted Wrathion, there wasn't even a from Wrathion, even acknowledgement. It feels a little bit odd. It just dangles in the air. And like you said, so if we really read into it and be like, Wrathion is just humoring the Shade and he knows that he's trying to get him riled up, with them saying, oh, the whispers are making me acting out of character, Wrathion wouldn't have acted like that. He would have immediately started arguing with the Shade and Neltharion. And you can see how the raid's writing, ironically, compounds how poorly the characterization was in the earlier quest.
Sibelian, something dark saps my strength within these halls. Can you feel it?
I do. It is nearly overwhelming.
We cannot let that zealot take control of the lab.
What are you looking at me for? Let's go!
Because both Sibelian and Wrathion actually act quite tempered within the raid. They're cautious. Yes, they do follow out some of the plans of the Echo of Neltharion because he's saying, I'll take you to Sarakath. And I'm like, right, okay, let's see if he does. And like you said, there's a little bit of eagerness with Sibelian, a little bit of standoffishness with Wrathion. But again, it sort of misses that point of Wrathion is terrified of Neltharion. Even in that bits in Mr. Pandaria where the Celestials summon the image, just the image of Deathwing.
Face your inner demons.
What? Wait. Father?
Wrathion took 300% more damage. That was the debuff that he received. He was petrified.
Please, don't make me do this.
And the thing is that them playing him as a young teen in Mr. Pandaria, he'd tell the terror in him.
Enough! Make it stop.
Of course, now, as an adult, he's grown up now, Wrathion, I still feel that that would be a point of fear about him. He would still be fearful of Deathwing.
Yeah, because Deathwing tried to murder him when he was a baby. That was one of his first experiences after having to like go through the knowledge of his mother being tortured and his siblings being ripped apart.
So that actual terror in Wrathion isn't touched on, which is sad.
I do think that the voice actor does put a little fear into his voice during that line where he says, I was an experiment. I forget what he said exactly, but he was directly like, oh yeah, you tried to kill me.
I was also a product of experimentation. One that your previous incarnation attempted to destroy.
And he does sound like a little, like you can, I don't know, his voice actor does like a great job.
Hey, that's the thing though. The freaking voice actors, again, thank you voice actors for lifting so well.
That was one thing I wanted to say in general. You know how we were joking about how like, oh, Aberrus and like the final chapter are really going to have to do a lot of lifting.
What are you? I am the whisper in the dark.
The raid lifted, okay, I will admit. I will go out on that limb. I'm already wearing my clown mask. I can't embarrass myself any further. The raid lifted. Unlike Farak, the raid did not skip arm day. It is pumping iron. It did a great job. I'm very happy with it.
You're very happy. I'm more middling on the raid. I feel like it was still lacking a lot, but that's my regular win. You're like, I need a win, Sam. Please let me have just this.
Always the clever one, Wrathion.
It's something, at least. It's something, at least. So, one good thing.
I was going to go off on like a tiny tangent.
Go on.
So there's this short story by Kurt Vonnegut, which is set in this dystopian version of the US where it's illegal to be extraordinary at anything. So if you're particularly athletic or strong, you'll be mandated to wear weights or something like that to weigh you down. And if you're particularly intelligent, you'll have this implant put around your head that will zap you to like interrupt your thoughts so that you can't be too smart. And I feel like metaphorically, that's what the writing has been doing to Wrathion. They've just got him strapped down. He's not allowed to be too smart or too charming. And I feel like with this raid, they've suddenly unburdened him and he is allowed to be smart and like calculating and not goofy. So they've released him from whatever shackles. They've allowed him to like come out of whatever dungeon they've been keeping him in the writing, because I'm just like, oh my my god, where has this character been? It's like frustrating, but I'm glad it happened. This is kind of what I've been wanting, so.
I will say this, how Wrathion acts in this raid is a lot more in line with the BFA raid and like how he comments and stuff in the BFA raid. One thing about it, which always makes me laugh about the BFA raid, he did give some zingers back to N'Zoth, when N'Zoth's like, you'll break just like your father, and Wrathion's like, I don't fucking think so. Middle finger. So at least he has a little bit more fight to him. And the place that we left video number 2, where it was let's go into the fucking raid.
Let's go!
As to the initial preamble of the raid,
Can you feel it?
I read a comment the other day about, and I don't mean to draw comparisons between Final Fantasy and World of Warcraft here, but Final Fantasy XIV's main director, Yoshi P, when something is finished, he sits down and he plays through something from start to finish. Right? And I say finished, the early stage is finished, so things are working, quests are implemented, objectives are implemented, mechanics, raids, dungeons, trials, and he plays through the main story and he experiences that experience as a whole, the whole entirety of it in one sort of sitting. I think that WoW would genuinely blossom from something like that. They need someone to go through the entire story as a whole and experience it as a whole. They need someone who's good at story and knows how the story should read, because going from Wrathion and Sibelian's little interaction in that cutscene out here, then going into Aberrus, with the weight of what Aberrus is, was like getting into a car crash at 100 kilometers an hour and getting the worst whiplash in my fucking life.
What are you looking at me for? Sibelian, something dark saps my strength within these halls.
So that kind of like ties into the thing that I really don't like about the raid is Abyssian and Emberthal's absence. I honestly did not realize that Abyssian was not going to be part of the raid until we were like right outside of it. I honestly thought he was going to have his own wing and then it was going to end with him. I kind of blacked out like halfway through that cutscene. I think you know why.
Let's go!
So I had to go back and like rewatch it again to kind of absorb what happened in the story, and I was so surprised that that was how they decided to end the storyline. So the Black Dragonflight storyline has all been about Emberthal and Abyssian, right?
Our family does not have to live in his shadow.
Family.
The Drakthir and their struggles, and Wrathion and Sibelian's inaction.
While you two bicker like petulant whelps, she did what was right for her people.
And Abyssian's action, that is the core of this narrative.
Will you help me, Abyssian?
We will help each other.
So the decision to have that calm, like the build up and having Abyssian get Wrathion and Sibelian to come together to help Emberthal.
Now that we are all here, we can begin.
And then to have Abyssian and Emberthal at the end just be like, oh, we're not going to sully our hands with Aberrus. We're going to leave the dirty work up to Wrathion and Sibelian leaves such a bad taste in my mouth. Abyssian's comment, oh, they're going to need to face this trial without me.
Those two must face this without me.
Abyssian, like, what are you talking about? How do you know? Like, what gives you the foresight to even make that kind of statement? I just don't understand. I thought the whole point of this was to get Sarkrath under control.
He will face justice for what he has done.
And, you know, to have both of them just be like, oh, we're going to go off and we're going to use our time, which will be better spent collecting the other Drakthir who haven't succumbed to the Whispers.
Then let us find the Drakthir, who have not yet succumbed to that fate.
While Sibelian and Wrathion take care of that nasty business inside that awful laboratory.
You will not pursue him.
I know he will face justice, and I grow weary of fighting my own kin.
I was just like, are you kidding me? Like, come on. That is the thing that I really don't like about this raid is Abyssian's absence. I feel like he should be spearheading this. This should be his moment to kind of step up as a leader, to kind of lead this raid, lead this charge.
Lead the way.
Do this thing. It feels so awful to me that after all of that,
Your flight needs you here and now.
Wrathion and Sibelian are stuck doing the work, and that's somehow like a negative for them. The fact that they're quote unquote obsessed with this laboratory.
It is no secret that you seek to unravel the legacy of the Earth Warder hidden within Aberrus.
So you did find something.
You had no right.
What has she done?
We cannot let that zealot take control of the lab.
Let's go!
I hope pursuit, they will finally see that Neltharion's legacy is death and nothing more.
I really don't like the distance that they put between Abyssian and Neltharion in this. Now that Abyssian is supposed to be the aspect, that is something that kind of bothers me in general. That's my one caveat about this raid, is Abyssian should have been part of it. He should have been spearheading this. I just feel like it's really dumb to just leave this up to Wrathion and Sibelian and not have Emberthal involved at all.
This means more to me than I can say. Thank you for coming to my aid.
You will not pursue him.
Oh, they can't put aside all the differences, so they're just going to ruin everything. Actually, it makes me laugh that they made Neltharion's Lairs one of the mythics for this season in the dungeons. And at that end boss, Abyssian's like, I'll leave this to you, heroes.
I am sorry, heroes. I must leave you now. I am sure you will not fail High Mountain in this final hour.
And then when you defeat the boss, he's there.
The hammer never chose you, Dargrul.
It's like, where the fuck did you go? Yeah, exactly the same here.
Those two must face this without me. If only Sarkareth had taken...
I know, that was really funny. And it's also kind of jarring because you see how Abyssian acted, and he's acting like very different. He's speaking more normally, you know, he doesn't have that burdened cadence, that slow cadence to his voice. He's talking about Neltharion bluntly in a matter of fact to me. He's like, oh yeah, my father's bones, they're creepy. Don't mess with them.
The Underking uses slaves to dig at the bones of my father?
And he's just like bluntly saying it. And here he's just like, oh, I am Abyssian, son of Neltharion.
My name is Abyssian, son of Neltharion and the Black Dragonflight.
He just like doesn't want to talk about it all of a sudden.
The Abyssian that was in BFA knew he was Neltharion's son, but it didn't seem to rattle him.
My father's ancient lair. There is still power within these rocks that should not be disturbed.
It was like, yes, I am his son, but whatever. The Abyssian writing in Dragonflight is like, I am burdened with the knowledge that I am Neltharion's son. It's like, what? We've already covered this.
Yeah, he's like ashamed of it.
Because I too am Neltharion's offspring. And it brought me only shame.
Yeah, no one's expecting you to be happy that Neltharion was your dad.
Son of Neltharion.
If they wanted to change Abyssian's personality up a lot or build onto it, is what I gotta say, because I don't think there was enough personality in BFA. There was the starting parts of it and a good inkling that, you know, he'd get closer to Wrathion, and he took good care of the Torn under his guard.
Yeah, he was a good advisor to Mila and her ancestors.
And his dedication to Horn, almost seeing Horn as a father as well, Horn High Mountain. I feel that if they would have just made Abyssian just less preachy.
Soldiers who, like you, were conditioned to claim victory at any cost. Is that truly the matter at hand? They will finally see that Neltharion's legacy is death. Who is the rightful heir to a legacy of deceit, control, and fear? Do you not see that your fates are bound? Your flight needs you here and now. Those two must face this without me.
This is the trouble. I think everyone was holding the idiot ball.
What treasures have you brought me?
All except one chapter earlier to this. If you would have just shown me the raid before I even knew about those other stories, I would have been like, this seems pretty good. This is cool. I would have enjoyed it a lot more, I think. It wouldn't have made me go, oh boy, what the fuck is going on with the writing?
Yeah, no, the raid was fine. The characterization was great. Sibelian was great. Wrathion was great. I feel like they both had their character moments.
Neltharion's voice actor, oh my god.
These halls are your birthright, and the outsiders must not be allowed to take them from you.
Oh, he killed it. Love Neltharion's voice actor. So good to see Dad, evil Dad.
And the other thing is, it just has a sort of like a dearth coming in from those quests, but actually feeling a bit annoyed after playing them all and then coming into the raid. Obviously, the raid needs to be repeatable, so the raid needs to be a lot more tolerable in their characterizations than the actual stories. And I think that's what may have made the writers really consider carefully what they were going to write these characters as in the raid, because how they were writing them outside of the raid was kind of intolerable.
Is this the leadership you offer our people? Perhaps the others will see reason now.
It's like, I'm not enjoying these characters. These characters are irritating me.
I cannot tell you how relieved I am that there wasn't any snippy dialogue between Wrathion and Sibelian.
Finally.
I think that just would have really grated on my nerves.
Seriously, we're both here like, no more, no more.
This is getting ridiculous.
This is lame. My God, my guys. With how the Blue Flight was treated, there was like, we want to tell this story. We want to tell about the pain that the Blue Dragonflight suffered. We want to have a good resolution despite all the pain that Sindragosa suffered. We want to have that familial connection and like stories within the family. And you can feel the care.
They really needed to dial it back a lot with Wrathion.
Why? Are you walking away from me? What treasures have you brought me? What are you looking at me for? I'll have you know, I am quite the outdoorsman. I am an incalculable advantage. I wasn't even involved in that incident in the caldera. Two can play at that game. What has she done? What have you all done? If you need me, champion, seek me over there. Make them reevaluate their life choices. Let's go!
I think that is my biggest complaint with his character. I was trying to sit down and think about it because I was like, okay, I'm starting to really nitpick and dig at individual lines here.
Agreed.
It's like, okay, let's step back and what is my real problem with this character?
Don't you two pin this on me.
I do think that that is kind of my core problem, is that there's this running thread of insincerity and not taking him seriously.
I just expected more after listening to you boast about how you slew N'Zoth single-handedly.
It was a team effort.
Kind of using him for like jokes.
Just a note of black sweat underneath.
Because you can have him say funny things and have like a dry sense of humor without him being the butt of a joke. I was going through the editing for the last video and I was really harping on that muck on my boots line.
I've got muck in my boots.
And it's like, okay, my problem isn't really that I think that Wrathion wouldn't be a little fussy about his appearance. It's just more like you can have him make some kind of dry comment or something like that without him going literally, ew, I've got gunk on my shoes. You know what I mean? So that's, I think, my core problem is just like,
disgusting.
Yeah, and I totally get where you're coming from there. So, and you know what? I feel like they're like, oh my God, he's so arrogant. And oh my God, so fussy about his appearance. He's sassy, but they don't really care about Wrathion as a character. It's that moderation of one's own flanderization of a character, which then creates that love for a character. And unfortunately, we've sort of felt with those quests beforehand, except I keep on giving the disclaimer for chapter 3, which actually had some very, very good build for Sibelian and Abyssium. Just have a look at what you've written in the past, see why people who are keen on that character came to love that character and engage those points in his character. Flattening him out to be a 2D character for the sense of like pushing a plot but also doing disservice to his character doesn't win you any fans, and it only proves to the people who are like, Wrathion, he's a shithead and he's so arrogant and he's like a useless character. It only proves to them like, oh, see, we were right all along about this character. Like we were discussing the other time, we really don't know who Wrathion was wrote for in those quests. They just want these quests over and done with. And I know that sounds a little bit odd, but that's how I feel like the writing worked in this. They just wanted this over and done with, and they just wanted to do some snappy quips for Wrathion and then done. And they're like, there, the fans will love that, won't they? Fans of Wrathion don't love him because he's sassy. That's one tiny part of it.
I am a black dragon. I won't need any help.
But we like the other parts of the character too.
Tell me, son of the Earth Warder, what is the nature of hope?
Hope is a belief in a better tomorrow.
You speak, but doubt your own words.
Great Crane, you have not seen what I have seen. The fires that once burned the sky will return. It is inevitable. The Burning Legion will find Azeroth. Seas of blood, cities in ruin. Who are we? One divided world to stand against a legion. You speak of hope. Believe me,
the thinnest sliver of belief that we might somehow survive the coming devastation is all that sustains me.
Rise, son of Deathwing. I will give you my blessing, for you need it more than any I have ever met.
The heart was missed in this character, and like that's why the blue Dragonflight flourished. And this is the other thing too, I'm not calling these writers bad or anything like that. I'm not even saying like there's any sort of dislike towards these characters. It's just a complete non-care. They have the most general opinion about the characters, the most nebulous idea about them, and they don't really want to study that any further. And you majorly missed out. This was a chance to tell it. You had the main story for 10.1 and you did not do that. If anything, you made people say, yeah, I fucking hated all these characters during the story. That's not great. I'd consider that a loss. Unless you wanted us to dislike these characters, are you going to whip out the black dragonflight turns evil again? They're not going to do that.
I would cry. I would literally cry if that happened.
Yeah, that was not an enjoyable experience. It's because there was no heart in it like the blue dragonflight quest. There was no care to attention like the centaur quest. There was no good callbacks like the orc heritage quest line. There was none of that.
I haven't played through the blue Dragonflight quest yet because I've been saving that for a different weekend when I have time. The thing that I've seen, just the fact that they have this bit where they go to this grave and they have this memorial to like all the blue dragons who have passed, that alone just makes me feel so heartbroken because the black Dragonflight has suffered so much. Why is their pain not also a core point of their quest line? Why are they not erecting a memorial to the black dragons, especially from Sibelian's point of view, because he was around, I think, before the black Dragonflight became completely corrupted.
When he was very, very young. Yeah, I think it is implied when he was very young.
He was very young, right? But regardless, he had his flight on Outland and they were able to kind of carry on their culture apart from Azeroth and apart from the corruption and stuff like that. Just the fact that that is not a core part of the storyline, that Abyssian is held up as this exemplary black dragon because he distances himself from Neltharion and everything. It makes me so sad. That's like the opposite of what I wanted from this expansion, because this was the time to revisit the black Dragonflight, you know, before Cataclysm, to create a narrative for them that was fresh and explored who they were like before the corruption, and to have them kind of rediscover the good parts of the black Dragonflight and maybe who Neltharion was before the corruption took hold of him. But we're just kind of like in this story again where it's like, okay, yeah, Neltharion turned evil. Okay, we know that.
He's evil. Whispers again.
Like, Aberrus is cool. I'm as much of a fan of a corrupted evil laboratory kind of thing as the next person, but we've tread that ground with this Dragonflight many times before. Now is the time to do something different, and they were just like, nah, we're just gonna do the same thing.
Yeah. After we finish this quest line, I'm gonna do a basic breakdown of what probably a better starting point for this story could have been. I think we both had several comments on what would be a stronger foundational point for a story like this, and it would have created a lot smoother narrative leading up to Aberrus. We'll save that till then though. Do you think we should get started on these quests though? You know what, we'll just conclude this with, I thought the raid was pretty good. You really enjoyed the raid?
Always the clever one, Wrathion.
I really enjoyed it, loved it.
So yeah, positive opinions from both of us there, I'd say. Very positive. And now we're going to do these quests and they're sort of going to lead into the raid. So talking to Abyssian.
Before we do that, I just want to mention that I really love Wrathion's dialogue here where you talk to him. He says, "Oh, champion, my apologies. I was preoccupied. Was there something you needed?" I just really like that. It's thoughtful. He's clearly like distracted and consumed by his thoughts, but he's still like, "Oh, was there something you needed from me?" And then he talks to Sibelian, he's just like, "What is it?" I love that. I love both of them.
It's like, fine. Okay.
Emberthal has nothing to say. Hey, we killed Sarkareth for you.
So I haven't seen nothing.
Just like, whatever.
Now we'll just say this, I don't think Sarkareth was a good villain. I'm sorry, he was not. Big apologies there.
I wish he had been threaded more into the storyline. I feel like there was a missed opportunity there with his descent sent into madness.
I feel like, you know what would have hit a lot harder? If a lot more closeness would have been detailed between him and Emberthor, if they were a lot closer. So it's very personal. At the time of doing all those quests, it never really felt very personal to Emberthor. It was like, oh, we are Drakthir together. If it would have been very, very personal to Emberthor, either like he was actually her twin, you know, in the test tube babies that they are, or she had a relationship with him, or who knows, like they'd saved each other before on the battlefield, or Neltharion picked both of them specifically and believed that both of them were going to be the main Drakthir that you'd ever trust in. Have something with Emberthor that really ties her to Sarkareth. Even in the Drakthir starting zone, I think there should have been a lot more with Sarkareth actually being kind of a guy with really good opinions, and like he doesn't want to be controlled anymore, and it's all these weirdos, these dragons just coming in, me looking at Abyssian and Wrathion, all these weirdos, and these dragons coming in and immediately telling them, you know, what to do and what not to do.
Yeah, have him be fearful of Abyssian and Wrathion, like, oh, these are Neltharion's children, can we trust them, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and then like really engage Abyssian and Wrathion in the original 10.0 in regards to Sarkareth. Actually have some clashes between them and Sarkareth, and there's a lot of times that you think that Sarkareth's kind of in the right. He's like, we shouldn't be beholden to dragons. Parts where he's like, can't you just leave the Drakthir alone? The one chance that we have at not being thrown into war or chaos or something like that, we have that chance now, and you're trying to ruin it. You're trying to involve us with the Primalist. And then the show Sarkareth slowly becoming more and more aggressive, as in you could have done the more gradual incline to the Whispers, and for both Abyssian and Wrathion and Sibelian, and also Sarkareth. They could have done it, but again, it was like the pacing was just, who knows what was that pacing.
Abyssian should have been in 10.0. I don't know why he wasn't, why they didn't have anything planned for him, but he should have been there. He should have been present.
I feel like, now hear me out, Wrathion and Sibelian should have had some part in.
They should have been involved with the Drakthir storyline. It makes no sense to have Wrathion showed no interest in them. Maybe Sibelian, I think it would kind of make sense for him to kind of treat them like the Slither Drakes. I think that would have made sense for his character arc, but I feel like even he is very distant from them. Like they don't have him involved much in whatever is going on with them, even to degrade them.
It felt very disjointed. It does feel like about 4 people are writing different narrative arcs for this thing, and then they try to all hammer it together at the end, and it created some sort of strange dissonance, I think.
That is one thing that I agree on. I was trying to look at this narrative as a whole, and that was one thing that I came to was I think the Wrathion and the Sibelian stuff is clearly running parallel to the Abyssian and Emberthal stuff, to the point where it feels like there's a noticeable clash, like a dissonance between those two. That moment where she destroys the power glove and they're like upset at it, I feel like that's the first point where they kind of intersect with the Drakthir story. The two storylines feel very disjointed.
Overall, I think that is the biggest, most glaring, most unfixable issue about 10.0 and 10.1 for these, all of these character stories. It's just disjointed. And I think that's why the Blue Dragonflight quest works so well. It's very self-contained, and you can feel like there was one narrative writer directing the whole part of it, and then a whole lot of people contributed to it. And it was like became richer for the contributions guided under one hand. While this feels like 2 or 3 different people wrote it. And like I said, I actually feel like there's 4. There's like the Preamble Drakthir quest, 10.0's quest was written by a different person, 10.07's was written by a different person, and then all of this sort of Zaralek Cavern, Aberrus, the direction of the plot, and this was written by another person. There's 4 different people with those 4 different arcs in the story, and none of them talk to each other.
I can't speculate on like who wrote what. I have no idea what their team structure must be like, but just from like sitting here playing this game, it definitely feels like the decision to have the entire Black Dragonflight storyline revolve around Emberthal just does not feel like everyone was on the same page about that, given the Wrathion Spelling stuff that was in 10.0, Wrathion's involvement in the Drakthir starting zone quests, and then that just being like dropped completely, not having Abyssian involved in the, or Emberthal involved in the raid. It just feels like there are gaps. It feels very weird.
Yeah, and then we break it down, and I know this is no tell of the story that's going to be in game, but let's just take the art book with the high definition Wrathion in it, right? And Wrathion being like the main pages. Not Abyssian, not Sibelian, not Neltharion. It was Wrathion. And who knows? There may be more Wrathion story later. But the thing is that this was the Black Dragonflight quest here. This was for the Black Dragonflight. And I'd say that out of all of these characters, all these 4 characters, Wrathion is the most minor role. So what was the intention behind that?
He definitely feels like he has the most backseat to like everything that's going on. He, out of all of the brothers, just feels like he had the least chance of being Aspect.
I wasn't even involved in that incident in the caldera.
I'd say from the start of Dragonflight, it was like, okay, cool, Wrathion's here. Oh, he's acting a little bit more different than usual.
I think the first that I ran into was in 10.0 when you reach the Obsidian Bulwark, I think it is, and you're kind of like looking out and you're getting your first view of the Obsidian Citadel, and Wrathion is standing there and he says something like, there it is, my legacy, and the voice actor's delivery just sounds so sinister. It's almost like a villain speech.
Years of searching, and there it stands. My legacy.
I was just kind of like standing there, like looking at that, my character, and I was just like, I think this is gonna turn out very different than I expected.
Like I said, we can't speculate, but I genuinely feel from that concept art that Wrathion's initial story for Dragonflight was very different. I actually do think that.
I have no idea. It's hard to tell. I don't know what the game dev process is like at all, but it definitely does baffle me that he was like, he had so much good concept art. He was listed in the aspect section in the art book.
The pin,
he's sitting with the other aspects on the loading screen. Even that first cutscene where they're kind of discussing Razagath after he has that encounter with her.
She let me live with a message. They are coming to cleanse the world of the Titan's stain.
You know, Caligos's flashback, he's kind of standing there with him. That kind of felt like he was kind of the newcomer to their group.
Alexstrasza, who is she? What is she?
If they were so dangerous, why were they not destroyed?
Incarnates?
But he still felt like a part of them.
4 dangerous adherents of the elemental forces. Our flights embraced the Titan's gifts. They did not.
I hadn't the heart to do it. We were once as clutch mates.
So, yeah, it definitely feels like there was a shift at some point.
Somewhere. May have been very, very early on.
And it comes up so often in the Vow Eternal. Like, he's constantly talking about, like what I need to do to be seen as an aspect. If I'm going to be a future aspect, I need to act in this way. The short story ends with him having this big, that's why the story is called The Vow Eternal, is because he's making an eternal vow to guide and lead his Dragonflight into the future, similar to Lorthamar and Thelris's wedding vows. That was like the entire theme of the short story.
What I'm gonna say is, since Wrathion can't make a vow to be aspect anymore, he's gonna have to become a trophy wife, and we all know who that is.
He is. He's gonna have to make a different vow.
Clearly a totally different vow to someone else. Someone who's out of the picture at the moment, we may say. I'm huffing that copium still. Anyway, as a little bit of a fun extra thing at the end of this video, I'm gonna talk about my rewrite of Dragonflight. I've told you many a times.
Yes, you have.
I'm actually going to talk about how I would have changed these initial parts to create a more cohesive story. Rather having feet of sand, creating a much more solid base for the start of Dragonflight, so it would create a lot more narrative. If you wanted to change up the narrative for certain patches, this would allow you to. But either way, should we actually get on with these quests? Abyssian and Emberthal have been staring at us here like, what do these guys want?
Yeah, let's do this. Let's wrap this up. I'm ready to go.
Okay, so we're talking to Abyssian, a flame extinguished. So the flame was Zaraketh. I was thinking that someone may have been dying, but no. That's good. I don't like... Well, the thing is that sometimes characters do need to die, but I'd say it's actually rare when I can think of a time in World of Warcraft when a character has died appropriately. For example, I will still be one of the people who say, and I'm not even a huge fan of Varian. I like Varian's character, especially like with Mr. Pandaren and stuff. Him dying on the Broken Shore, I still think that's dumb. Controversial opinion, that was dumb.
He left us too soon.
Vol'jin's death, Dumb.
Vol'jin's death was terrible. He definitely went too soon. He should have been war chief for a lot longer.
Yeah, Vol'jin's was the worst. Too fucking soon.
As excited as I was initially to have Sylvanas as war chief, we all know how that ended up. But initially, I was very pumped to have her as a war chief. But yeah, he was war chief for like a second, and he deserved to be there longer.
The less we talk about poor old Sylvanas' story, the better, I think. Oh,
Yeah,
that is a story for another day. Anyway, Abyssian, what you got to say? Saraketh is no more. His hubris left him vulnerable to the dark influences that have assaulted our flight for millennia, just as Neltharion before him. I believe Emberthal seeks more answers about what Wrathion and Sibelian are able to.
You know, Emberthal, maybe if you had been in the raid with us, you would have a few more answers right now.
I know he will face justice.
But we won't bring that up.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, she's like, I believe Emberthal seeks more answers than what Wrathion and Sibelian are able to give. She may need some assistance. Well, just chuck her into the black hole then. Maybe that'll fucking teach her. Sorry, Emberthal, I did not mean that. I was angry for a moment. I was cruel. I like they always push Saraketh as the friend. I feel like if they would have had a much more deeper personal connection, it would have hit a lot harder and followed that up in quest. They had more romance. The Warcraft seems afraid of romance when it's like ends badly. Like make it like they were in love with each other and like Neltharion kind of found out, you know, and separated them or something.
Sarkareth, I am sorry for the friend you lost.
As you said, he chose his path. And yet, though he was deeply misguided, Sarkareth deserves a farewell that befits the Drakthir he once was.
Of course. I will go with you to the place he fell.
There are still dangers remaining in Aberrus. We should not let them travel alone.
Agreed. Champion, will you join us? This is a path best walked together.
Wait, come back, you two. I need to pick one of you.
All right, so she wants to see where he fell. Okay, I'm still like very annoyed that they were not in the raid with us. All right, so now you guys are not above entering Aberrus.
We'll both pick Wrathion. No, I'll pick Sibelian.
Sorry, Sibelian, I love you, but
And I'm going to put my foot down to anyone listening. I love Sibelian. I really do. I don't think they should have given him that cruel line from last time.
Yes, that is precisely what you are.
Or just the vine boom.
Oh, that was terrible. I'm probably going to go off on a rant on that later.
I did spoil myself and I knew they were going to follow up on it. I don't think that was an appropriate time. There's too much length. They needed to follow up with it within that chapter. Following up with it here, right? And then just being like, oh, sorry, the smiley cat face.
Oh, is that what he's like? He's like, oh, sorry, I called you an animal back there.
The thing is that if you're writing Wrathion as gay, remember, queer people never forgive and we never forget.
Right, that is very important. He needs to hold grudges.
We will never forgive. But the thing is that like that is a really cruel line. And then just saying, oh, you'll see it, so, and then you can give your opinion on it. It should have been dealt with there and then, or the quest after. If you want to deliver a vine boom, you need to record people's reactions immediately, so then if you do want to follow up on a later quest, you already know the impetuous, like sort of like the feelings of those characters in the moment. Like Wrathion just saying you're wrong and then walking off.
You are wrong.
Didn't tell me anything because he was fine in the next quest.
I suppose Abyssian roped you into this hero's charge as well?
What the fuck are we supposed to think about that? Anyway, we're ready to enter. Black Talon's pushed to our advantage, but the conflict rages inside. I'm doing my part, I say, crushing all the fucking Draconoids.
You stand before the Black Prince.
Oh, oops, I accidentally triggered the cutscene again.
I'll see the cutscene again too.
Your loyal soldier, father.
The 30-second...
Did I
the cutscenes add so much to it.
All your legacy.
I do kind of like this one.
Oh, come on.
I know, I'm...
Empty
No, I'm not going to pick. Tell us why you like it. I want to know.
I'm just a sucker for him being like, oh, father, did I not serve you well? I'm searching for emotion. I'm like latching onto it like a leech.
Anything, please. I will say this. Who is stealing my Wrathion eyelash length? I am the Wrathion eyelash giver. Look at me. I am the Wrathion eyelash giver.
Props to whatever animator just allowed his eyelashes to look fabulous in that. Thank you.
Give them to Sibelian too. I'm not having these men without eyelashes here. Real shit. Nothing more attractive on a man than long eyelashes. Big doe eyes. Come here. You telling me these two don't have big old doe eyes? Fucking ridiculous.
They both do. I'm a lesbian and I can agree with that.
A bisexual ass looking at these men. They better have fucking doe eyes immediately. Anyway, okay. So, Flame Extinguish. Here we are with Hilda. That's my dwarf. Anyone's forgotten. Admit that the Black Dragonflight's legacy is rife with moments that many would deem disreputable, vicious, or even vile. So understand the weight of my words when I say the contents of this evidence may be the worst of it. I mean, his consorts, my guys, he like pulled out organs of other dragons and put them into other ones. We don't really see that here. This is actually like baby scientific experiments. We don't even have any dragons hanging on hooks by the flesh or anything in here. It's mostly just test tubes and stuff. There's no sadness, I feel like, which would have been a really good point, that like actual sorrow from any of the black dragons here, which is such a good bit that they could have picked up on. Anyway, but yeah, so finishing off that one, so we're picking up 2 quests now. Remnants. Some call me a miracle, you know. Wrathion, when is this happening? Some call me a miracle. So post the video. Post the video where they're insulting Wrathion. Post it now.
While I am loath to mention him, cobbled together out of pieces of corpses, creeps me out. A bad influence. Never remove the reek of what he is. Suspicious and untrustworthy. That's what he says. He calls Wrathion a son of a bitch. Who's calling him a miracle? But okay, that's kind of sweet. Okay.
Wait, who is actually? Who did say this?
Who is? But okay.
Who is it? So I can shake their hand. Who is it?
That is still an annoyance with me that they bring up the fact that he's an experiment so often, but they don't get into the relationship between the red dragonflight and the black dragonflight at all. It's like, okay, who made him?
I'm gonna drop my incredibly bonkers theory. Everyone listening to this video, you ready for it? You ready for it? There's an albino drake in game. That means that melanistic, I'm saying melanism, but that is not the correct term for it. Melanistic occurrences can occur obviously in people too. Wrathion is a red dragon, a half red dragon who's just a melanistic dragon. There we go, there's my bonkers tinfoil hat. That's why he couldn't be Earthwater, because he's half red dragon. That's right. Everyone's gasping listening to this video.
It's a good theory.
It's a theory with absolutely no water cell. And you're just enabling my absolutely bonkers ideas.
I am.
Yeah.
This is good quest text, though. Some may call me a miracle, you know, yep, my birth was anything but natural. I was crafted, much as the creatures in here were crafted. Many died painful, tragic deaths so that I could live. This callousness towards the living is something I wish to eradicate. Take this and use it to destroy any intact specimen tanks we encounter. Nothing deserves a suffer like this. I like that Wrathion would want to put anything still suffering in here out of its misery. That's good.
Yeah.
Credit where credit is due.
That is very different from the Wrathion that we've had in all the previous quests to this.
It's like I said, they've released him from his shackles and he's like suddenly allowed to be thoughtful and considerate.
I knew of Deathwing's corruption when I was still in the shell. But I had no idea how deeply it ran.
Father pursued his goals with relentless conviction. He was never fond of half measures.
A trait you admired?
In some ways, yes. But now, seeing what it can lead to, I am less certain.
Okay, that was good.
Again, no shit, Sebastian. I can't believe Neltharion turned evil. Who has seen Deathwing? You know who Deathwing is. Come on, man. But good. Better lines, better.
Oh, Kavia is here. Talon Stalker Kavia. I love this character.
Sirs.
Your report?
Loyalists remain in the experiments wing, and the laboratories are still infested with warped beasts.
And the other wing?
We're holding against the Jarden, but it is still heavily contested.
Thank you, Kavia.
Oh, Kavia, he said her name. Oh my gosh, we have a pronunciation for her name. I love her.
Okay, good.
He said thank you to a Black Talon agent.
That's good too. Us going like this, thumbs up. Little lad sitting at the computer, thumbs up in here, like, yes, good.
Such twisted malevolence. The air is thick with it.
That ends today. This is the final culling.
Was it like this when you hatched? Were the others truly so far gone?
Worse. They weren't haunted echoes he'd left behind. They were devoted followers of the bleak future he'd led them to.
Thank you, actually, to someone actually picking up on that. Us, the dragons that Wrathion killed were actually really, really evil guys. Or Wrathion's actually evil for killing all those black dragons. We're like, all 4 of them that he killed, very evil. Just pointing that out there.
That was another thing that I was going to bring up whenever all this is over. But yeah, I'm glad they addressed that.
The Jordan are ruthless adversaries of our flight, but to be imprisoned and have their life siphoned away, it is too cruel a fate, even for our enemies.
How long have they been here?
Long enough.
Quest log is full. Oh my god, no one look at me.
Is your quest log really full? I'm
Shut
gonna...
up! Shut up! You don't know me! You don't know my life!
Sam!
Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, no one look at me. Oh, I can't get rid of my artifact weapon quest.
Why do you have an artifact weapon quest for what? Legion?
My paladin campaign quest, I can't get rid of that.
What was that, 5 years ago? Khadgar's head is just floating around you, and Wrathion and Sibelian are like, we're a little busy here.
Floating around behind me. Champion, the Legion is invaded. And I was like, what the fuck? That was 7 years ago.
Wrathion's like, yes, I warned you all of that when I was like 2.
Don't look at me. Oh my god. I love how Sibelian's just kneeling down and making Wrathion run around him. Wrathion's just dashing around him at high speeds. Oh no, Sibelian's off at a fucking high pace too. Good on you, lad. Come on, let's get your butt up and moving.
I gotta admit, this is good dialogue. They're both talking normally. They're not.
Yeah. Sibelian, you're on fire. I know you're a fire mage, but Jesus Louisa, it's just on fire.
Is he a fire mage or is he a warlock?
No, he isn't a warlock, unfortunately, which is really sad. He's a mage.
Oh, these pitiful creatures. Did Father truly hold so little regard for life?
He cared only about forging a future in which the Black Dragonflight would be dominant.
As I have done.
You are not him, Sibelian. You wish to see our kind thrive, not dominate. It is an admirable pursuit.
Thank you, Wrathion. But I must do better.
Again, like, this is good. I like those lines.
I'm literally gonna scream instead of both acting like normal. Oh my god.
Both acting fucking normal. Thank you. Anyway, however, though, it's a little bit like that. It's like, oh, you want to dominate, and Sibelian's like, I must do better. We haven't really seen that, though, from like...
Yeah, I don't feel like they've really established what is sinister or bad about Sibelian, especially to someone like me who just like has no idea about this character. This is my first introduction to him. I don't understand what he did that was so bad. I still don't. I've tried to like watch videos, Noble's videos, and like gone back and read his quest text, and I don't understand like what he did.
Your part in your father's twisted legacy has earned you no such privilege.
He like fought Gruul and he helped the orcs, but I don't know. I don't get it.
I feel there's a little bit of embellishment here. It's like, oh, I wanted to dominate. No, you didn't, and says Wrathion, like, you just wanted to, you know, thrive, not dominate. And then Sibelian's like, no, but I still have to do better. If like we had more time, like a quiet moment with Sibelian worrying about this earlier, maybe I'd be like, okay, yeah, so that is something that Sibelian's always worried about, making his people troops too much. For example, the line about adding Wrathion to his fighting forces.
Once we have dealt with this flame incarnate, I will be sure to find a place for you among my troops.
Your troops? Bring up that again, like, other than calling Wrathion a non-person, I also was like already sizing him up to be like a soldier or something like that.
I must admit, Wrathion, you acquitted yourself well in the fight.
Or have him, Sibelian, be really aggressive to like Alexstrasza or something, like be like, well, I don't care about the red flight, all I care about is the black dragonflight. I'm not picking up on that. You know what I mean? Also, so where are you? I've lost you.
Oh, sorry, I'm just hanging out back here. Oh, you've been busy in this room. Oh my god.
I've been murdering. I love murdering.
Sorry, they had some dialogue and I like stopped dead to kind of like listen to it.
Me just dragging every single enemy that I can together, like, I'm gonna kill you all at once. Yay! Give them the biz nasty, as one might say. I'm in the corridor over here, like up to the test tube baby boss. I've got stored in the test tube, baby boss. The Drakthir in the test tubes. And once again, this proves my theory that Drakthir can't reproduce and they have to be made in test tubes. So we're literally contributing to the extinction of a race here every time we kill a Drakthir. PvPers, keep that in mind.
Be gentle with me, PvPers. I'm an endangered species.
Drakthir are endangered species. We've got Wrathion, half red dragon tonight. We've got like freaking Drakthir endangered species. Oh, we're going off with our bonkers theories, so we're off on this. Wrathion does little fire blast. Also, more contributing to my idea that Wrathion is actually half red dragon and struggles using earth dragon abilities. He's never used an earth ability. He always uses fire abilities, and he also has cleansing fire.
Okay, I see you. I'm sad that you don't have a bargain bin Sibelian and Wrathion following you.
Yes!
I wanted to see what they would choose for Wrathion. We saw Peeled Sibelian earlier.
Peeled Sibelian, you know what? Peeled Sibelian has got a place in my heart. I thought he was actually quite charming, Peeled.
He does. Yeah, he really was.
Also, is that Black Rock Napalm? No, Black Talon Napalm. Did they not steal this one from Stormwind too? This is literally the only reason why I bet Shaw is annoyed when Wrathion turns up to Stormwind. It's not because like anything else. It's just that every time that Wrathion goes to Stormwind, he walks out and he's wearing a large coat and he looks like he's put on about 20 kilos or so. And Shaw's like, Wrathion's like, what? I just have lots of layers on today. It's all these bombs dropping out the bottom of his coat.
He's like, are you stealing all of our napalm?
Like, no. What? Anyway, okay, so turning in quest. Traitors due.
Speak your mind.
Finally, the suffering of these abominations has come to an end.
Oh, disgusting creatures. Unnatural aberrations.
They had no choice or agency in their creation. Neither did I.
Wrathion, I did not mean.
Do I disgust you as well?
We have not known each other long, but I can see that you are every bit the dragon I am. If I have ever made you feel otherwise, I am truly sorry.
Well, thank you, Sibelian.
Did you just hear that dialogue that I did where he was like, do I disgust you as well?
Yeah, that is good. I'm going to say mine because I'm going to make mine short. That is good, but I do feel like the initial impact having more of a point of it being upset, because you can tell Wrathion's upset there. So why not touch on it in the moment? It's been weeks. You have to wait weeks before you see that. This is what makes me mad. That is good writing, but is lessened by the issue of the wait time. Most people aren't going to get to that. They're just going to see that fucking Sibelian vine boom. You're just fodder too, Wrathion.
Yes, that is precisely what you are.
And then Wrathion saying, no, I'm not.
You are wrong.
And then that's it. And then Abyssian like, you guys stop fighting. Oh my God, why are you both right, but you're both wrong?
It is heartbreaking to see Wrathion and Sibelian fighting like this, unable to put their ambitions and differences aside for even a moment.
It totally undermines in the moment. Then you get a good bit like this and you're like, that's great, but the damage has already been done. If they would have touched on Wrathion being really upset and being like, do not fret about it, champion. It's just what I usually get, you know? I'm playing it off and then Wrathion seeming a little bit more sullen or upset in the quest directly later, which he is not in that quest line. Okay. However, on the flip side, this was a really good bit of writing. So you just pause and be like, yeah, okay, I'll give it to you. I like that.
That was perfect. What I was going to say was I've been thinking about that cutscene, and what I've been like going over in my head was I was like, okay, I think a better way to have done that Slither Drake cutscene was exactly like this. This is what I was thinking, you know, have Sibelian be like, oh, these Slither Drakes, they're, you know, have him say the same thing. He's like, oh, they're just cannon fodder. And then have Wrathion be like, oh, are they cannon fodder? I was created in the same way. Do you think I'm cannon fodder? And then have Sibelian be really taken back, like, oh, no, I didn't mean that, but he did because he said it. And then there's that awkward moment between them, something like that. No, and then I feel like Abyssian's response would have made a lot more sense.
He is your brother, and you are his.
Because it was gentler. When I was editing that last part that we did with Chapters 4 and 5, I know you kept saying Sibelian's calling him a non-person, he's calling him a non-person, and this isn't your fault. This is, I just wanted to like reach out and like grab you by the shoulders and shake you and be like, Sam, he called Wrathion an animal. Like that is what he said. Like, I get what you're saying, like, he's calling him a non-person, but like it's worse than that. He literally compared him to an animal. That is too clinical a phrase to use there. That is what Wrathion was asking him implicitly. It was goes, I was created the same way as these slither drakes. You see me as them, as an animal?
Or am I just fodder to you as well?
That's what he was asking implicitly. And then Sibelian just turned around and looked him dead in the eye and said, yes, you are an animal to me.
That is precisely what you are.
Yeah, you're totally right. And you know what? I was being too soft.
No. I'm not saying that. This is more me in my head. Just like, no, that being called an animal.
Yeah, that's a funny retrospective. Come back here too, by the way. Let's walk and talk. I'm losing you every time. Come on.
Sorry, I'm picking up another question from Wrathion. Oh, he's talking about the slither drakes. We have secured some slither drakes to take us down to the central platform.
Very polite.
Oh.
Sibelian's like, they're not allowed to say the Citadel. Wrathion sends him a text of the slither drake with its little arms crossed. And he's like, all right, they can stay because they seem very polite.
Oh, is he adopting the slither drakes?
A Wrathion, yeah.
Oh, I love that.
What sort of stray doesn't Wrathion? Any sort of like, I think about Wrathion adopting all these strays actually in game. I'm like, you know what? This has a grain of point.
That's such a popular fan canon for him, is that he just adopts every stray animal he comes across. He can't help himself.
Cannot help himself. But yes, I think that's our point there, is because of the timing of how video games are made, that should have either had more of an effect on Wrathion in that moment in the main quest, and then the follow-on effect to that, and then be resolved in here, or it should have resolved within that quest line outside of here. I think that's the issue. It's the pacing. Again, the pacing and the tone is all... This is what gets me so frustrated.
Yeah, I feel like if they were going to have Sibelian be that cruel to Wrathion and they were going to end up here, that should have happened way earlier. Having that happen so soon is just... This is giving me whiplash. And also what he said, if I have ever made you feel otherwise, if Sibelian, if... You mean that time he literally compared him to a creature, said that he was fodder to be used on the battlefield? Where is Bissine? He needs to come out here and explain to Sibelian how to deliver a proper apology.
Sibelian would truly be following that parent energy of being like, oh, if I did make you upset,
you are wrong.
I guess I'll apologize. Parent energy, not a real apology. I'm sorry if I may have made you upset about something. You know how you get really emotional about things, and Wrathion's like, you. Wrathion cried a little bit, all of his mascara just bleeding down his face. Anyway, that is good writing. We're not dismissing that. That was good writing. We like that.
That was great. That was beautiful. I love that.
However, the pacing, again, like I said, every single time, I feel like a broken record with Wales writing. The pacing, you need to either have a build-up, like this is going to be dealt with later because Wrathion isn't letting it go, or Sibelian immediately felt really horrible about saying it or something. But there was nothing. It was Vine boom, and then the cutscene was over. Then Bissian's like, oh, you guys need to start arguing. You're both right.
I can't even believe we're here right now. I'm just in total disbelief. I'm glad this is happening, but this build-up was not smooth, I guess, is all I can say.
Yeah, like I said, it's the pacing. Also, by the way, Sibelian got a slither drake just there. There's like this fucking worm between his legs. You might as well, oh, put that shit away, Sibelian.
Oh my god.
Sibelian, put that shit away. We don't need to see that between your legs. Wrathion's roughly the right size. These guys are too big for these slither drakes.
Oh my god, Sibelian's slither drake is so tiny.
Oh my god. Okay, so, oh, finally someone's cleaned up the bookcases. Also, the Neltharion fight in here was hilarious with those rock walls. Holy shit.
Oh, I love that. I thought that was so good. It was so claustrophobic.
Yeah, I love that fight. Fucking hell. Me just losing my shit thinking about it. Oh, it's nothing to do around here. I'm just having a look at the Black Talon. Black Talon invokers.
Yeah, I like that there's lots of Black Talon down here.
Yeah, I'm guessing these Draconoid are Sibelian's troops, though. Why would they be Black Talon too? Yeah, well, maybe that would just be the whole branch of the part of the Black Dragonflight coming up.
Why would Sibelian have Black Talon, though?
I'm guessing maybe this is a future, like, wink and a nudge that the Black Talon are going to be kind of not just Wrathion's troops, but also the Black Dragonflight's troops. Yeah, which is okay. That's fine.
Oh, there's that beautiful painting of Neltharion as Atlas.
Dick to bomb. The weight of it is upon me. Sorry, I ruined a tender moment. It's like, damn, you know, Atlas carrying the weight of the world is a punishment. It feels like it's a punishment, much like the Greek myth. And me, when my dick is too heavy. Oh, the burden of my big swanging dick. Just too man.
Neltharion had many burdens. This is known.
Me with my giant balls too.
His giant ball. That was exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, also, I'm mad. Just a random mad thing to be mad about. Look at these really nice candle.
Oh no! Oh shoot! Sorry, I thought that was that was like a glass platform.
I'm in the goop. I'm in the Ribena cell. That's a joke for all you Australians and British people out there. Or you Poms. I was talking about the candles. Oh, these are black candles down here. Ooh, the Gone to Dusk. Or another joke for all you Australians out there. The candles. These would be good assets to put in housing, like shelving and scrolls and candles. Winky, winky face. Also, where are we going? Oh, we have to go to the door. Also, I love how everyone's affected by the whispers down here. What whispers? We get to the end of these questions, everyone's like, what whispers?
I confess, this is the last place I wanted to revisit.
I could say the same for this entire facility.
Well then, let us get this over with.
I cannot tell you how relieved I am that Wrathion is behaving like a normal person now. I want to like cry.
Also, how the fuck did these two get here so fast?
Whatever. I can't even bring myself to care about that right now. Ryan's gone like a full 10 minutes without making like a sarcastic quip or going ew or doing a cartwheel.
I know. He's actually been like his normal self in these quests.
I'm like happy, but I'm also like very angry. Sir, where have you been all expansion? All right, I'm sorry, Emberthal. I know this is a very tender moment for you. I'm really sorry about Sakura.
Okay, so what are we doing, gang? Oh, Emberthal is in no mood to speak just yet. I'm sorry, Emberthal. He got into the Ribena and turned big and purple. Blue. Whatever colour.
May his name be ever remembered.
After what he has done, why treat him with such respect?
He was Drakthir, and his memory will be a lesson. Instead of helping our people heal, he led many to despair and ruin, chasing the illusion of Neltharion's power.
If only Sarkareth had taken Deathwing's tragedy to heart, and understood that his legacy was poisoned long ago.
It is time for the Drakthir to make our own path.
Where do you hope it will lead?
Far from the shadows of the past that have haunted us, and free to build a legacy of our own. To a future you inspired me to believe in, Abyssian.
Even the most painful moments have something to teach us.
Neltharion was my teacher, my father, and my commander. I aspired to lead the flight as he would have, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to acknowledge the true malignancy of his vision.
I never knew Neltharion. Only Deathwing, invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
I thought my destiny was to guide our flight to its future. And I shall, but simply as myself, not as an aspect.
Nor shall I seek that mantle.
It would seem your days of hiding are over for good.
LOL.
I am humbled.
Oh, is this really
May
how
your
it's
trust
happening?
and faith in me guide my every step. For today, we emerge from all the shadows that sought to sow doubt and shame within us. The Black Dragonflight's legacy is ours to create.
It just fucking doesn't match with anything in those quests. There was no lessons learned. Nothing that they said just then was covered in those quests. That was total fucking just lip service, may I just say. None of that weight was carried in any of those quests before this. I'm humbled. Fucking Abyssian. The fuck? If you know nothing about these characters, you'd watch that and be like, wow, that was really tender and moving. Like, holy shit. We know about these characters. That was weird. We really want Abyssian to become Aspect. What Sibelian and Wrathion are saying doesn't make sense. Wrathion's like, I'll lead the Black Dragonflight into a good future, but I'll lead them not as Aspect. Okay, but why though? I feel like after every single sentence in that cutscene, I want to say, but why though? I haven't seen that in the quest. I don't know how you came to this decision. Because in the raid, they knew that was all a setup. They knew that wasn't Neltharion. So what's this? They were setting it up, they really cared about Neltharion. And then the line in it from that bloody short story, bloody fucking Eternal Vow, or invading my dreams and stuff like that. Hyping that short story up just to have one fucking useless line. See, it was a good ending. I don't know what people are complaining about. Complaining about it because none of it fucking is even. No one played through it and was like, hey, I think the tonal dissonance between these early quests and what we're getting now doesn't add up. The Whispers have no impact on these characters. They're wildly mischaracterized in some parts, are perfectly on character in other parts, but then the parts that they're perfectly on character don't hold enough weight in regards to get a cutscene like that at the end. This fucking game's gonna give me fucking hernia. I looked in the mirror the other day and I found one white hair and I'm in my early 30s. That wasn't there before Dragonflight. It's affected my general happiness and enjoyment of life. Oh my goodness gracious. All these parts by themselves, I want to just preface this, are not bad, like TM bad, terrible, like, but together they certainly are. Together they do not work. They do not create a cohesive story. They don't create a satisfying story. They make a story which makes me say, when the fuck did this happen? We never covered this during the... Where is this coming from? These characters were sacrificed on the altar once again, are pushing the story forward. They didn't take time to spend with the characters, to find out their motivations, how they were feeling. Build up does not equal the payoff. Abyssian would be a perfectly good Aspect, and I don't know why they undermined any sort of possible characterization they could have given him, right? Fucking slaughtered Wrathion's character for most of those early quests. Sibelian, I think, had the most concurrent, like lots of people on Twitter and other places have said, Sibelian's had the most concurrent sort of like story arc, but I still feel it's about as strong as a fucking floppy taco, is all I gotta say. I bet money that no one sat through that entire story and was like, is this a satisfying story? Have we created a story that makes sense? The characters' motivations help push forward the story and push us towards this point and then create a satisfying resolution. And you know what the answer is? No. It does not, and it was not enjoyable. There was enjoyable parts, but as a whole, ironically enough, was an absolute dog's breakfast. My God. I'm just disappointed, I think is the thing. I'm just disappointed. So there's my rant. And that cutscene was just, I can see that they're trying to go for like a really tender, touching moment. The parts before this do not equal up to this. This was an undeserved cutscene. Abyss is like, I am humbled. No, you're fucking not. You've been lording it this entire fucking quest line. The weakness in the characterization mixed with the pacing, hiding this section behind a bloody raid tier, just a slew of bad decisions with this. As a Black Dragonflight fan, I'm severely disappointed. We'll be able to salvage some bits of this for our own enjoyment, but Jesus Christ, we didn't have to bear witness to that. Putting that all together, that was not a great experience. My goodness gracious. They could have created such a simple, effective story about how Wrathion and Sibelian feel torn between wanting to become Aspect and torn between other things that draw them away from the title role of Aspect, and then given Abyssian a story of like, for the first time ever, he's kind of stepping up and he finds it through his years of mediation and leading many parts of the Tauren. He has a good eye for leadership and he is able to become a good mediator without belittling Sibelian and Wrathion and uplifting them and uplifting their own talents and making them feel cohesive as a unit rather than just constantly berating them. Like, there's a way to create a good narrative within this. It was simple and effective. Wrathion is torn between his love of mortals and the idea of becoming an Aspect, being in a role where he serves Azeroth as an Aspect and almost a removed and uplifted role, and that makes him worried. Sibelian has spent so long fighting and struggling for survival in the Outlands, being Aspect in a role where he has to intentionally not resort to what he has just been put under for all these years, and he worries that he isn't able to fill that role. That could have been the simple and effective story that he could have told for these characters. You can add in more characters if you want. Wrathion has such tied to his black talon. Sibelian should have had more time with the other black dragons in his fight. And Abyssian could have been noted as a good leader because he doesn't have that bias immediately towards Sibelian's family and things like that. It could even touch on how he has been with the Tauren, but he's never felt like he's been a part of the Tauren, but he feels a love for them, a familiar love, and he is able to receive that familial love and also give that familial love by being integrated with a group of people that he doesn't quite know yet, that can grow and flourish through his advice. That could have been Abyssian with Sibelian's brood here. You know, at work when you get a really good boss and they are able to withdraw themselves from a situation but without being cruel, but able to see a perspective that you're like, you know what, that's fair. That could have been Abyssian. Abyssian's negative traits, he's like, I am a little bit overly judgmental because I've only been around Tauren, right? And their culture is quite different from the traumatic experiences that both Wrathion and Sibelian have experienced. And him noting that, he's like, am I being too fucking harsh here? There's no introspection from these characters except in that single one, chapter 3, a little bit. That's all we needed. Instead, we got a story that was like, you're young and you're rash and you're impudent and you're arrogant. That makes you unable to lead. Sibelian, you're just a grump and you say cruel things. That makes you unable to lead. Abyssian says that we should work together and that makes him good to lead. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, Abyssian, we should all work together except for when we get to the end raid and you and Emberthal just decide to go off and do something nobler than the dirty work that needs to be done, and now you get to be here for this emotional climax. All right, I see how it is. I was really irritated that Abyssian, to a lesser extent Emberthal, I think Abyssian is the more important person here considering he becomes Aspect, and this story is really all about him and his ascension. But now I am extremely irritated that he was not part of the raid at all. Now that we're here having this moment, this quiet moment of Emberthal mourning over Sarkareth's body. So that...
All right, I've done my piece. T-Rex Sarkareth repeatedly in front of Emberthal, and Emberthal's like, look. If they wanted this to be Abyssian's story, there was a very easy way to make both Wrathion and Sibelian uplifted by Abyssian's leadership. Instead, we had Abyssian undermining them at every fucking turn. If they wanted that, that's even a story, but it wouldn't make Abyssian a good leader. If they wanted to tell a story about Abyssian undermining Wrathion and Sibelian until they're both negged out becoming Aspect, that could be a story too. But you can't expect people to like Abyssian by the end of this. That is a perfectly okay story too to tell. Abyssian negs and demoralizes Wrathion and Sibelian and tells them that they're not working together correctly and then both not suited or fitting for Aspect, and Emberthal supporting Abyssian because she just doesn't like Wrathion or Sibelian. That is a story. Abyssian, because he's noble, well then he needed to uplift Wrathion and Sibelian. He needed to make sure that they knew their strengths and that they could overcome the traumatic instances. And he could explain via his own culture and heritage, because Abyssian's culture and heritage is Tauren. Let's actually give the Tauren a W in this story. Let's just talk about Tauren culture and like what we can learn from that and what Abyssian thinks. And then he's like, while my own culture in a sense of Black Dragonflight, I still need to learn that, but I know that I'm going in with a good foundation. The Black Dragonflight aren't inherently evil or corrupted. We're good people. And I'm mad because I'm raving and ranting in such an amazing looking arena here. I will say that the main issue here is it's just been so disjointed and so fragmented. Anyway, but yeah, undeserved cutscene, just finishing it there. What does fucking Abyssian got to say here?
Just hold on. So I still don't understand like what caused Wrathion and Sibelian to suddenly decide that they did not want to be Aspect.
I thought my destiny was to guide our flight to its future. And I shall, but simply as myself, not as an Aspect.
Nor shall I seek that mantle.
Because it wasn't like they said in this cutscene, like, oh, I am not fit to be Aspect. More importantly, what did Abyssian do that made him the candidate for Aspect?
It would seem your days of hiding are over for good.
I am humbled.
And by the way, come over to this quest and talk to Abyssian. Who's he talking about?
Grief is a painful burden to bear. Yes, Abyssian.
And Emberthor! It's Emberthor fucking again! My god, here's Sibelian and Wrathion over here with generational trauma. Like, help with drafting.
Wrathion reliving trauma from like how he was created. But yeah, no, we're very sorry for Emberthal. I feel so bad. I do like Emberthal. I think I said last time that I like really resented that. I'm not trying to say that her story is unimportant. I think she's a good character. I feel like there is a very compelling Stop desecrating Sakura. Season for enough. Stop it.
I promise not to teabag him anymore. I promise. I swear I'll be good.
I don't care if you do. I was just giving you a hard time. What was I saying? I feel like there is a compelling story somewhere to tell about the Black Dragonflight coming into contact with these remnants of Neltharion, these experiments that that have been traumatized by him and needing to kind of step up and take responsibility for the sins that their father have committed. But I don't feel like that's the story that they told here. You don't really have a connection between Emberthal and the Drakthir and Wrathion and Sibelian, at least not Wrathion past the Alliance Drakthir starting quest. It really cripples it by just having Abyssian be the only one to really care or interact with the Drakthir. And then this ending, not having him involved in the raid, him being like too good to go in after Sarkareth, that still rubs me the wrong way.
I feel like they didn't want to make us go against Abyssian in any sort of way, and then making him so passive had the alternate effect of making us,
Every time they mention legacy in this expansion, I just wince because I feel like it's a buzzword.
Legacy.
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 Legacy. Legacy. Legacy. Legacy.
Legacy.
Legacy. Legacy. Legacy.
My legacy.
It doesn't really mesh up with how it's been used, especially by Wrathion in BFA. Like, he mentions that repeatedly in his journals, but the legacy that he was referring to was what we are going to leave behind, our impression on the world that needs to be reforged anew.
He said something on which I ruminate even now. I can never change the actions of my past, he told me, but I can forge a new legacy to leave behind. A new legacy. Perhaps that is what I am truly after. A way to make amends for my father's failings, as well as my own. A legacy worthy of the Black Dragonflight's original sacred charge, the defense of Azeroth, the end of the old gods.
Here, it's kind of like an inheritance kind of thing.
Years of searching, and there it stands. My legacy. Oh, I believe you're mistaken. This throne, this legacy, is my birthright.
When it's like, I feel like it was already established that they needed to reforge a new legacy for the Black Dragonflight. And for some reason, both Sibelian and Wrathion are focused on inheriting a legacy that I thought we already established was corrupted.
What treasures have you brought me?
Ignore him. He has no claim to my father's possessions.
Wrathion especially, I feel like, knows and is aware of what Deathwing became.
Such madness.
And I don't understand why there wasn't a rediscovery of that legacy that Neltharion could have left behind before the corruption.
They will finally see that Neltharion's legacy is death and nothing more.
I really don't like that framing of the Black Dragonflight and Neltharion's legacy as being inherently corrupted, because he wasn't.
Neltharion the Earthwarder was once the protector of Azeroth. But N'Zoth turned a noble mind to madness, and now my father is only remembered as Deathwing.
Like, okay, until the game tells me otherwise, I am just going to assume that Neltharion was a noble and good and smart guy before he succumbed to the Whispers, and that he did not turn to them willingly. They did not make that clear, so I am not going to make that assumption. That's like what I'm going to go with.
This is why so many people go, oh my god, no, this and this. You have to make so many assumptions. You know, like when I was doing my Wrathion breakdown with 1,000 pieces of evidence, some people were still like, well, I think. I'm like, no, it isn't about what you think. It's about what we have evidence-wise in front of us here from the previous writing. But something like this, you have to make assumptions, or else Abyssian's role as aspect just does not make proper sense.
I get that he's been kind to the Drakthir and Emberthal, but it's literally just his rejection of Neltharion, I think, that makes him the best candidate for leader. But Wrathion had already rejected that.
And as I haven't the least desire to share that fate, I've been studying how to avoid it.
I had wished to become what he was meant to be. What he should have been.
So I don't know.
What treasures have you brought me? What has she done?
To be positive, I like Sibelian putting his hand on Wrathion's shoulder and calling him his brother.
Invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
I do not think we took a very good path to get there.
Fodder for the battlefield. That is precisely what you are.
But I'm glad that's where we wound up.
Yes, let's talk about some good things. Yes, I don't want to name names, and I'm not going to name names, but there was someone on a particular dev team who was like, oh, there's a secret from Vow Eternal that's going to be covered in this chapter. Well, that was a fucking lie.
What secret?
I don't know.
Could it still be coming up?
No, no, that's it. Keep this in mind, nose tap. What? It fucking exists. I don't know what your fucking point was here.
What? No, what's secret? Because I don't know. I didn't get...
I don't think they knew either, so...
There was a lot of mentions to Wrathion being an experiment, I guess. Was it Wrathion talking about his nightmare of,
I think that was it. I don't want to say too much in regards to that, because like I said, I don't want to be like bashing up on the team. They do need to stop doing shit like that and be like, oh no, you're just not seeing everything. There was nothing. There was no extra dimension to the brothers' relationship in the cutscene. There was no secret world-changing revelation in this chapter other than Abyssian becoming aspect. I do wish they would stop hyping things up like that.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna really have to literally erase Sibelian calling Wrathion an animal or like a non-person from my brain. Someone needed to like look at that and be like, okay, we've gone a little too far here. We need to dial it back. If they wanted to be that cruel with Sibelian, you know, that would have been like a really impactful moment, but they clearly, that was not the end game for him. They didn't want to have an abusive relationship between him and Wrathion, so I don't understand why they went that hard with that cutscene that late. If that had happened at the beginning of 10.0, maybe that would have been... This is something I've been thinking about a lot. If you're going to have a character do that, be like, I do not see you as human. You are nothing to me, to another person.
If you want to make that character likable again, you need to go through some major reparations.
Reparations, they need to suffer, preferably. Like, regret that for like a while. I mean, Sibelian getting to hear from there, like, okay, you can do that. I can, okay, I'm open to like a story like that, but that would take a lot of work, especially on Sibelian's part, and it would take time. I just feel like there definitely wasn't enough time between the Slither Drake cutscene and this to have him, because he was so stone cold about it in that cutscene. Now he seems like remorseful and like he just seems like a completely different character. I just don't know how to reconcile those two characters. I think that's all I have to say about that. I'm kind of rambling.
In a book, you could possibly do it, have a sudden, real, shocking change of a character saying something like that if it's explained in regards to the narrative of the story. That before, and I'm going to argue this, that before with Sibelian, they realized they wanted to have a Vine boom moment. You're nothing but fodder. Wrathion, you are wrong. But that's it. It's all just for show. It's all surface level without understanding the weight or the narrative that you could create around saying such a line in regards to that. It's all for the shock value, and it's cheap shock value. And I think that's what you're looking for. So is you're not being able to reconcile it because it is just cheap shock value. They follow it up here by Sibelian apologizing, by almost leading into the same thing again with Wrathion. However, at that time, like, Wrathion had no emotional response to it other than you were wrong, walks off. And then next question is like, fine.
And then he's immediately like kind of joking with him afterwards. Oh, I see Abyssian has roped you into this hero's charge as well.
Oh my god, let's go Sibelian. Let's fucking go.
He's not even particularly like sullen or like withdrawn afterwards. It clearly hasn't.
Imagine the hit maybe if Wrathion walks away and there's just a little quest with Wrathion where he's like, do you see me as nothing? It's always something I've worried about. The things that I've done to people. Am I a creature without feeling? You'll have to be like, no, Jesus Christ, Wrathion. And you can tell that he doesn't even believe you after you say it. That would hit a lot harder, you know? And then you have to go back to Sibelian and be like, what the fuck, man? What's your fucking problem? Why are you acting like this? That hits harder because it's in the a moment, if you let it just linger out, and then like this, if you can defeat Saraketh, which a lot of people cannot, there's a lot of people who cannot even do looking for raid. They will never get to this story in this expansion. It's just not good, and the pacing with that is not good, and I'm gonna stick to that. It's cheap shock value. They literally got up to that point and they're like, oh, we need to have something to make us dislike Sibelian. Oh, cheap shock factor, and that's all it was.
That was so cold for him.
I was really loving Sibelian. I was like, yes, and then that happened. I'm like, oh god.
I mean, I still love him because I can just erase that from my mind and pretend that didn't happen, but taking that into mind, I think that was way too harsh for him, especially at that point in the story, so late into their relationship. Definitely shock value, and it's like that wasn't the time that needed to happen very early in 10.0.
Much like the Whispers, they needed to be set up a lot earlier. This sort of shock and horrible things from Sibelian should have happened a lot earlier, and then we're like, oh Jesus, so they're not just arguing, they actually do hate each other. That'd be horrible.
Yeah, him being really cruel to Wrathion, if you were gonna have that needed to happen like at the beginning of 10.0 when their animosity was at the highest point.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hit you with something though. They couldn't do that though. This is where they've wrote themselves into a box. They couldn't do that anyway because this was never about Sibelian and Wrathion. It's about Abyssian.
I know that. This is really about Abyssian and Embers though. It was a sideshow.
If they would have created a really intense and like, oh shit, how are they going to resolve this clash dynamic between Wrathion and Sibelian? The story would have been about them instead. It would have been how they would have resolved those issues. It would literally have to be Wrathion and Sibelian in that chapter 3, resolving the differences against Farak.
Them going on like a journey together, and then maybe Sibelian getting hurt and Wrathion having to help him, literally like the same beats. Maybe they wouldn't have been as affectionate with each other, but you could have had like the same journey.
I'm just going to talk to Abyssy now, who can't stop talking about Emberthor.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that cutscene.
Oh, don't worry, there's another cutscene to go, Sil. Come on! Through the bottom, magical mistake time! No, you can't make me. I'm dragging you.
Oh my god. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, here we go.
Sibelian, oh my god, what are you looking at me for?
Hold on, I'm gonna see if they have anything to say.
Speak your mind.
No, they don't.
Oh no, he's still just saying my apologies. I was preoccupied. Was there something you needed?
Again, not enough actual dialogue text though.
Oh my god, the blue Dragonflight questline is still waiting for me, so Caligos has like the biggest exclamation point hanging over his head right now. It's like, here, champion, don't you want some emotional catharsis?
Caligos like, champion, my quest is well written, please. I'm like, I know you're Caligos, but I need to whinge. I must bitch and moan. I must.
Hang on, Caligos. We just need to get through this. Maritha's here.
Do they have any new text? No, it's exactly the same text again.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Can I trust you?
Okay, I'm talking to Abyssian.
Oh, Alex Charles is yelling at me in Dragonfall.
Welcome home, my friends. What news from Aberrus?
Neltharion's abominations have been eradicated. Sadly, not before Sarkareth succumbed to corruption and had to be struck down.
A heavy price to pay, but a reminder of the cost of seeking power.
That is a lesson each of us has had to learn.
Indeed, my brother. And by confronting the darkness of our flight's past, we have found its future.
As I had hoped you would. Tell me.
We believe Abyssian is the right choice to lead us.
His wisdom and compassion will pave a new path forward for us all.
I agree. And do you accept this charge, Abyssian?
I am honored to do so, but I will require my general and my diplomat at my side.
Then let it be so. Come, take your place among our council, Earth Warder. Citizens of Valdrakken, hear me! From this day forth, Abyssian shall serve his people as Earth Warder and aspect of the Black Dragonflight.
Oh, he's so great. He's so kind and compassionate and so good. Oh my god. Every leader should never want to lead because that means you're evil.
It's like, okay, like when has Wrathion not known the Black Dragonflight to be, what was it, confronting the evil of our past? I think he was pretty aware, but okay. That is a lesson each of us has had to learn. Yeah, Wrathion multiple times over. I have something to say about...
Hold on. Finish the quest first and then come look at Abyssian. Please, you gotta.
A new path, but one I accept gladly.
The winds guide you.
Oh, there he is. He's sitting. He's there.
He's tall. Look at him.
Oh, he's so tiny. Oh my god. He's like smaller than Marissa. Oh, he is baby. He is such a baby.
It'd be so funny if in the next expansion, Wrathion is like almost the size of Alexstrasza and Abyssian's still this size.
Oh my goodness, Abyssian.
Also, come check this out too. Come look at Wrathion.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, hi, buddy.
Yeah, but come behind him. Angle your camera. Big slappy. Picture of the scout from TF2. Big slappy. Bro, your ass is not even on the seat. Stop working out your glutes.
He clearly has not been skipping leg days.
He's becoming too powerful. He's like, you're gonna see some fucking thighs. You'll better watch out. Also, no new lines for them either. No new lines. Do you want to go see the cutscene? Come on, last cutscene. Oh my god, come over here. Look at Abyssian size next to Malygos. Always go to call Caligos. Malygos. Nostromo's huge. Bloody Caligos is huge. And then Abyssion's like,
oh, he's so bitty.
So teeny. So teeny weeny.
So teeny tiny.
Teeny tiny. Also, here we go. Champion. Abyssian, Sibelian, and Wrathion have come to an agreement about who should lead and present in a unified front. All three were quite eager to speak of your contributions and aid in Zaralek Cavern as well. It seems like they're also in agreement they could not have succeeded without you. Okay, cool. High praise indeed and well deserved. Please stay for a little longer. Other aspects have matters to discuss. You should be here as well. A secret dragon business? I don't think we should be hearing this.
My character's secretly a dragon, so it's her right.
Through great heroism and resilience, the threat of Aberrus
just in the background, you see Wrathion sitting awkwardly on the steps,
sought
working
to
out his
use our
glutes.
fallen brother's memory as a weapon to divide us, turn us against each other, and weaken our resolve. They failed. Confronting these shadows
Abyssian and Marissa are like, yeah, we've got
stronger.
models. We would like some layers.
Look upon us now. For the first time in an age, 5 aspects will take up our ancient charge once more and stand beside the mortal champions who have aided us at every turn. For soon, Azeroth will welcome from the dream, a symbol of hope, and together, we shall protect it.
I'm gonna eat the fucking world tree seed, and they're not gonna catch me. They'll be like, who's been eating the seeds? It was me. I've been eating them.
Oh, Alexstrasza has some text here. Long ago, Neltharion was a dear, dear friend. I regret that I was never able to reach him to help him break free of the corruption that blighted his entire flight. I should not linger on the past. It is far too late to make amends with him, I know, but perhaps there are others I can reach.
Marissa just always been in a mother's... Actually, when I talk about a better story for the dragons, I'm going to touch on that, by the way, Marissa. There's 2 different versions of a bad parent. There's one that's a horrible parent, i.e. Deathwing. But you know what? It still sucks to be in the shadow of a parent that you will never be able to surpass. That could have been Marissa's story, but it isn't going to be. It's going to be the seed, so whatever. Anyway, get lost, Caligos. And Nostromo has to be a right killjoy gang. He's like, oh, I would like to enjoy this victory, but I can't. I'm going to turn into Muzerond. I'm like, well, stop your bitching and hurry up there. I'm being mean to all the dragons. This is coming from a place of narrative anger. I'm sorry all. This is what happens when I read bad books.
Caligos is still like, would you like to do a very good quest line filled with emotional fulfillment?
Expands on our flight and the traumas our flight has faced and how we're moving forward.
All right, Caligos, wait. Just wait a minute. I'll get to you and your beautiful quest line.
No need to fucking rub it in.
No need to rub it in. Oh my god.
Fuck it hell. What does Wrathion say? Big slappy again.
Sibelian is still like, what is it? Doesn't have anything to say.
Wrathion's just like, I'm preoccupied.
Abyssian has some text. I do not expect Sibelian and Wrathion to become the best of friends, but I am pleased to see them work together. My fleet spent thousands of years consumed with corruption, paranoia, and chaos. We need unity now more than ever. Your aid has not gone unnoticed. There is hope for the future of the Black Dragonflight because of you. Thank you.
Okay.
I really didn't do much, dude, but I guess I did a little more than you because I helped kill Sarkareth.
Whoa! Abyssian like sort of covers his face and all the other aspects are looking at him.
I wasn't too above going into Aberrus, Abyssian.
I should have done more.
Wow, that man destroyed self. Also, hop on for 1 second. I'm going to tell you the thing that irritates me the most about everything, though. Behind the black dragonflight, there is a bronze dragonflight banner.
What is this doing here? I need to tear this down immediately. The disrespect.
The green dragonflight gets the green banner of the healing wings of the Drakthir. That makes sense. I know they're fucking here. It's the black dragonflight banner.
What is the Obsidian Envoy doing over here?
So, real shit though, who is going to be the 6th aspect? Is it going to be the Infinite, you think?
Is there going to be a 6th aspect?
I'm just making shit up.
Oh, in this empty space.
Who's going to be there?
I mean, maybe there will be a white dragonflight or something like that. A silver.
A bit of spoilers. We are getting Infinite Drake customizations for the next patch, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, for our dragons, which appeals to my taste personally because I love the fucking Infinite Dragon.
Oh, I know. They're so cool.
I do think that whoever is going to be here, though, is going to be some sort of shenanigans with the silver hand. And so, yes, that concludes these quests. But first of all, I'm just gonna... There's an extra quest talking about Tyr. Tyr's alive in this flashback, and you have to go through the time thingies, and Tyr's fighting against the old gods and stuff like that. And it's when he explodes everything in Eastern Kingdoms. You know that Tyr's Fall near Arathi? That's where Tyr supposedly had his great battle, and it was against old gods. And in this quest line that is either coming up or is out at the moment, I just can't find it. What it basically says is that Tyr's worried about each of the dragons being corrupted and turning them against him, and it shows, you know, like Deathwing. But it also shows Alexstrasza being corrupted. So the green dragons turn into the Nightmare, the Shade of Neltharion turns into Deathwing, Nostromo turns into Muzzerond, Malagos just turns balmy as a fruitcake. It also shows Alexstrasza. Alexstrasza has a strange shadowy glow to her.
Oh, like corruption or something like that?
Yeah, but it doesn't really show you how or when or if she is going to be corrupted.
They're not going to corrupt Alexstrasza. I doubt that'll happen.
I had more of a confidence going into this expansion that Muzzerond was going to be the final boss of the expansion, but actually I'm really doubting now. I'm like, I'm not really sure where this is going.
Oh really? Because that's still my guess, is that there's going to be like a shift and it's going to be focused on the Bronze Fleet, Nostromo's corruption.
It's mostly being handled next patch.
Oh, in a single patch? Oh, okay. All right, let's go.
I think it's going to take up a bit of 10.1.5 and 10.1.7, and then I think that 10.2 is going to be the World Tree. Alexstrasza being corrupted and threatening the World Tree could definitely be a possible plot point. I'm not too sure whether that'd be a good point, but it would certainly create a bit of drama and tension of, is Alexstrasza going to die? Other than Nostromo, she's the only surviving original member of the aspect.
I don't see them killing off Alexstrasza.
Yeah, she's pretty much a big name character, isn't she? So, we still have some comments to go. Also, well, Dragon just sitting there. He looks peaceful. He looks peaceful and relaxed, unlike my heart at this moment. I like those quests just then, but in the grander scale of things, I didn't enjoy them because it was so disjointed with all the other messages that were flying at us, and none of them really made sense together.
I'm gonna go out on a limb that's probably gonna like snap and break out from under me, considering how this patch has gone. I'm gonna say those were really, really good. I really like those quests between Sibelian and Wrathion. Really glad we got there.
You are not him, Sibelian. You wish to see our kind thrive, not dominate. It is an admirable pursuit.
We have not known each other long, but I can see that you are every bit the dragon I am. I am truly sorry.
It was very sudden, but I'm glad we had that at least. Really did genuinely enjoy that. Really love having Wrathion stick up for the Slither Drakes.
They are not creatures, Sibelian. They are our kin.
Easy, little one. We won't hurt you.
Really cute, really beautiful. Love that moment. Too harsh on Sibelian. That was way too much.
Sibelian did not need that. The line itself is okay, but it should have been a lot earlier, feeding tension in that story quest.
Yeah, if you wanted to start there, okay, you could have told that story.
A better point for that would have been maybe Sibelian talking out of line, but not in a way that makes you go, Jesus Christ, he doesn't see Wrathion as a dragon. Maybe just have a dig at Wrathion thinking that he was made for this role, but saying that you were severely mistaken. It seems like you were suited for no role in regards to this, because that would deeply affect Wrathion too. It's like, I've been made for this role to be an uncorrupted dragon, to lead the Black Dragonflight. And Sibelian being a bit jealous actually, and being like, you may have been made to like take this role, but you're severely unsuited for it. Something to really insult his ability to lead, but also it has a reflection on Sibelian, but also on Wrathion at the same time. Things that are the most egregious that I cannot forgive about Oath's Quest. The weird racism towards Wrathion. And I know people are like, no, isn't.
I actually made a list of dot points, and I had that in its own special category as number one. The racism.
Smells like spices and expensive oils, with just a note of flop sweat underneath.
Spices, oil, and flop sweat gets its own special nomination as the worst thing in this patch.
Bad fucking line. Yeah, the worst part of it, they should have removed that almost instantaneously, and I still am baffled that they haven't removed that. I suppose it's just like I'm still keeping in the Nazi jokes and stuff like that from Kata and stuff. If they want to lie in that bed, if they want to lie down with dogs and get fleas, go ahead, buddies. I'm gonna hold that over you though.
At worst, it's racist, and at best, it's really uncomfortable, harmful stereotypes.
Smells like spices.
Either way, all of them failed to understand the assignment. They were tasked with coming up with a scent for this character who is very popular with their LGBT and women fan base, and they landed on spices, oils, and sweat.
With just a note of flop sweat underneath.
All of you need to go back to the whiteboard. You've all failed. Take a walk of shame.
Notably, if I was any sort of group leader and someone came to me with that, I'd actually fucking tell them what is wrong with you. But like, that is me. So you often bring up the idea of a compliment sandwich, right? It's popular within American workplaces, I've realized. Australia has no such thing, by the way. That's why I'm always sort of like, oh, okay, if you came to me with that, I would not compliment sandwich you. No. I'd be like, what is wrong with you? Why?
Smells like spices with just a note of flop sweat underneath.
No, don't do that shit, please.
I don't even know what I would say. I would just be like, oh, well, I appreciate that Honeypelt seems to appreciate the smell of the spices, but I feel like you should really consider actually giving him like a cologne smell here and not say that he smells like oil and sweat. I don't know.
No, that you've done it right.
Spices.
Oh, God, it's so creepy.
This Midwestern mom.
Racist grandma.
Racist grandma. He just wants to eat him.
Smells like spices.
Champion!
And food. You can't compare people of color to food. This is another fucking thing. If someone is black, don't use food descriptors for them. I swear, like any person with a darker skin tone, don't use food descriptors for them. This is like basic 101.
Yeah, this is rule number one. Don't use food descriptors.
Smells like spices.
Avoid those.
White people and people with pale skin here, when describing our fellows with darker skin tones, don't use fucking food descriptors for them.
Just don't do it. There's so many other words you can use. Just do not use food.
Your friend spends a lot of time trying to smell nice, doesn't he?
Then moving on to the stuff that just pisses me off on a personal level is stuff like Wrathion going, let's go, what are you looking at me for? Let's go. Or, oh my God, mud on my boots. It's just enough with whatever you're doing with this character. I literally cannot understand. You know what was a time when Wrathion's fans absolutely loved this?
The Black Prince welcomes you to the battlegrounds.
Hearthstone, when they wrote his single lines for being a bartender.
Oh, the bartender lines were so good. I cannot praise those enough. They were funny and they were clever.
Soldiers for gold? How barbaric.
Yeah, simple, effective. got the job done.
Flawlessly executed.
Those were good. They set out to do what they intended them to do. They captured Wrathion's character correctly, and they got the job done.
I trust your discretion out there.
I wanted to praise the devs for that, because I was like, yes, that's really good. I actually really like those lines for Wrathion. It makes me feel good as a fan of Wrathion. I like these.
Next time, leave nothing to chance.
I think it captures his character well. It has humorous lines, it has funny lines, it has serious lines, it has bombastic lines, everything you would want from Wrathion.
Have you spoken to N?
You know, like, for something so simple, it covers it so well.
Our relationship is...
And then I get to something like this, and as a fan of Wrathion, I don't feel good while I'm playing this for a lot of that. Individual lines make me happy, like the ones in the actual raid, and some of the other little ones, some of the ones at the end just there in the last quest. But overall, my experience was not great. I was like, oh, I don't like this. That was my sort of response when I played it, and how I kind of felt by the end of it. I was like, I don't actually really like this all this much. It kind of makes me feel bad. I'm saying bad, but my experience was definitely not improved, I think. Because like I said, I'm quite a solid bugger. It isn't going to like upset me for long. Me already planning on how I can fix this. So
I'm already planning my next fanfic to kind of smooth a lot of this over.
Yeah, we are already fucking planning here. And actually that would lead us into my sort of like, okay then, smart ass, everyone may say to me, how would you rewrite this? And oh, am I going to tell you in this last little bit? Would you like me to get into that still, or would you like to have some comments of yourself?
No, you can go into that. I think I have like a couple more comments to make, but I can make those after. It's fine.
Yeah, you're like, I will ruminate upon this later. Okay, simple way of fixing Dragonflight. Let's just say we want to work with everything that we've already got here. That we want the Primalist, we want, you know, the same zones, we want everything basically here that we already have. How do we fix it though? Okay, simple change. The only thing that I would do a major sort of narrative change on is that after the initial Drakthir quest, right, Wrathion would be the one to engage with the Drakthir. Abyssian and Wrathion would both show up for the first patch, undeniably so. They are there for the first patch. Abyssian would be present for 10.0. The story of the Black Dragonfly is much the same. Abyssian and Wrathion set up to head out an assault on Obsidian Citadel. The run-in with Alexstrasza and Wrathion is a lot more tempered and a little bit longer than that very short cutscene. I'd have Alexstrasza explain that dragons still don't trust the Black Dragonfly enough to sacrifice their life for them. And it puts Wrathion in kind of a shock, and he says, can't you make them, like, at least for me, Alexstrasza, if you want to make amends with me for the things that the Red Dragonflight have done to me, can't you at least do that? And Alexstrasza's like, I can't change the minds of my flight. I can lead them, but I cannot change individual minds, right? So it sort of leaves on a note that no other Dragonflight is really still very keen on the Black Dragonflight. It creates that sort of tension. Like, the Dragonflights do not trust the Black Dragonflight yet. They do not. They just straight up do not. So Wrathion goes back to the Obsidian Citadel, and Abyssian's like, any luck, brother? Did you get Alexstrasza to come help us launch our attack? And Emberthor's there too, and Emberthor's like, yeah, Wrathion. And Wrathion's like, I fucked up. I saved Alexstrasza, but she isn't willing to make her troops come and help us. Not even one or two. She says it's because they don't trust us. And Abyssian's like, I know this upsets you, Wrathion, but she's right. The Black Dragonflight did a lot of things. I mean, we're not to blame for this. We were corrupted, and I'm not going to take that responsibility upon us. I don't expect to change people's hearts and minds instantaneously on this. And Wrathion's sort of like head hanging low, like, but I saved Alexstrasza though. I thought she would at least return some part of the favour, and especially the cruelty that she's done on me. Anyway, so you leave Wrathion, he's sort of rejected, and Abyssian's like, look, Wrathion's feeling pretty low. I feel like we have a decent attempt at making an attack on the Obsidian Citadel, but I'm worried. And Abyssian's like, look, we only have the Black Talon, me and Wrathion and Emberthor and a few Drakthir. That's all we have. So then the story plays out much like it is in game, right? So, and by the way, I'm not changing other parts of Dragonflight's story yet, not at all. So this is all still the initial bit. You've just arrived on the Dragon Isles, and this is how we're leading up. But Abyssian is there, and this is how our first interaction is. And Wrathion isn't so much like, oh, now you need to definitely give me a return favour, Alexstrasza, for saving you. It's more like Wrathion's like, so now a Black Dragonflight calls for help. We need some help, much like we helped protect the Red Dragonflight. And this is all done before, you know, like meeting up with Sibelium. But anyway, so it gets a bit where you have the attack on the Obsidian Citadel. And we get there and we launch the attack, and Abyssian's like, Emberthor's like, and Wrathion's like, come on guys, come on, we can do this. He's really trying to hype everyone up. Even the Black Talon are like boss, are you okay? Are you feeling okay? You know, they're kind of worried about Wrathion. Wrathion is showing signs that he's trying to be a good leader, but he's worried. And we have a silent moment. We have an extra little quest with Wrathion where we find Wrathion away from the Black Talon, away from Abyssian, away from Emberthor, and he's by himself on the side of a cliff somewhere. And we go up to him and he's like, I've often asked you, champion, do you trust me? But I have doubts in myself in regards to being able to lead us here. I want to become Aspect. I want to do the right thing about our flight, but I'm not too sure. The other Dragonflight's not trusting us. What are we supposed to do about this? We get there and we launch the attack on Obsidian Citadel. In comes Sibelian, just like us in game at the moment. And we have, you know, the funny interactions. Actually, it would be even funny with all three of them there being like, and who are you? Okay, so who are you? And Sibelian's like, who's this fucking Tauren? It's like a whole bunch of shenanigans and they all meet up for the first time. Anyway, so we launch a successful attack on the Obsidian Citadel and we get a foothold. The three dragons come together. They discuss things. You can tell that there's an immediate tension between Wrathion and Sibelian. Abyssian's trying to be like, Wrathion, but Wrathion's like, I know, I'm getting fucking riled up. And you can tell that Wrathion is still getting riled up. And this is the moment on the cliff where you can tell, and he admits on the little quest before all of this, Wrathion admits he isn't very much like a dragon. This is the driving point of Wrathion's story in this expansion. He's been around mortals so long, he worries about his own draconic heritage. It's not that he's going to be corrupted or twisted to become Neltharion. He's worried that for so long, he's been around mortals and every other dragon has denied him in his life. No other dragon has found a home with him except for Abyssian. And he notes in this quest that Abyssian is more like a Tauren. And Wrathion expounds on the fact that both he and Abyssian are very out of place on the Isles. And this is where you can bring in the Eternal Vow. He's like, other dragons and Alexstrasza tried to like say it was okay, you know, you'll find a home here. But I've just literally seen from Alexstrasza telling me in a moment of like a bit of anger because Alexstrasza's a little bit ruffled by being attacked by Razageth. Alexstrasza in that moment of like tenseness says to Wrathion that other dragons still don't trust the Black Dragonflight. So at the moment, it's a tense moment. It's like all that stuff that she was saying in the Eternal Vow. Yeah, this is his home. But Wrathion's immediately finding resistance. He isn't at home because this was never his home to begin with. He's not a dragon who's like naturally born. He's not a dragon who's been around other dragons. He doesn't have that familial connection. He shares this with Abyssian, so he sort of trusts in Abyssian a bit, but he feels very alone. He feels very isolated. So he's acting very rash because he wants to impress. He wants to impress his Black Talon who look up to him. This is his time to really show them what an amazing leader he is and how deserving he is to lead them in a sense and how they were right in putting their trust in him because they may die, and that upsets Wrathion. Wrathion's like, shit, I can't let these people down. I can't let them down. I can't let them down. I need to become Aspect. I need to do what they all look up to me, you know. Thing is too, even in this moment, he can note that, I mean, Abyssian could also be a good Aspect, you know, like do it in a Wrathion kind of way, like kind of a little bit like half, like kind of smarmy, like, yeah, Abyssian could be Aspect too, but I think I suit it a lot more. But you can tell that he's like sort of using it as like a kind of a joke. Wrathion plays off Abyssian becoming Aspect as kind of jokingly, but also kind of serious. He respects Abyssian, and he notes that just from that bit before how Abyssian calmed him down after running into Alexstrasza, he's like, I'm glad to have Abyssian here as support. It feels good. Anyway, so here comes Sibelian. Sibelian comes in, and Sibelian's story in Dragonflight, right, should be his connection to the dragons, but also redefining what it is to be a black dragon who's uncorrupted, but still bears that weight of things that have occurred for the Black Dragonflight, right? So we also have that entanglement. It's not because he's old and he's more experienced and shit like that. It's because he knows draconic culture. He knows draconic culture much more than Wrathion. He knows draconic culture a lot more than Abyssian. So he comes in there and he immediately, again, thinks he's going to be Aspect, right? They're all at the top of the Obsidian Citadel. Much like the original cutscenes, it'd be them sort of like butting heads and Abyssian like being like, Wrathion and I don't really truly know you. Can we trust you? And Sibelian's like, of course you can trust me. You know, we're all black dragons. But as I am the one who has brought my flight and I have the forces, I'm not too sure why you two are even here and I'm not too sure who you are, but I am, as Neltharion's son and, you know, carer of the flight because all the black dragons are with me, I need to be Aspect. Abyssian and Wrathion are both kind of rolling their eyes like, oh, here we go, who's this guy, right? But they work together, and instead of it cutting straight to like the Oathstone, there's a few little quests to get to know each black dragon. First of all, we go with Sibelian, and we learn something about the dragons who are with him. They think he's a tough taskmaster. He's a stick in the mud. He's grumpy at him. He tells them off. But we get to a point where one of the dragons gets into a bit of deep shit, basically. Like, they're in a lot of trouble. Like, they're actually worried. It's either Jaredin corners them or something. And down comes Sibelian, and Sibelian fucks this Jaredin up. And he says, don't you dare touch anyone in my flight. I am their guardian, and I protected these dragons. They're like my children, essentially. And you see some big Papa Bear vibes come out. Like, you're like, holy shit, Sibelian. He's serious. He is very, very, very serious about protecting his flight.
Papa Bear Sibelian is my favorite headcanon for him.
Yeah, play it off like this was one of the dragons who was kind of like saying, oh no, not Sibelian. He always ruins, not Varaxian, the other one, the one who's the blood elf on the other side. They could be like, oh yeah, you know, he's such a stick in the mud. Those two get into trouble and they're like, shit, we're gonna die. Like, something really bad happens. Like, it's either we get trapped in a cave and it's 5 or 6 Jaredin, and then the flavor text could be like, you hear a roaring outside of the cave, you hear a thundering, the thundering is getting louder, it sounds like there's a cataclysm itself arriving at the cave's front entrance, and it's fucking Sibelian, and he is pissed. He's a big dragon, and he's a powerful fucking dragon, and he picks up those Jaredin and he throws them around like Barbie dolls. The Jaredin haven't run into a dragon like that in a while, and it is Sibelian, and he's like, it's okay now, come with me, and he tells them off. He's like, what the hell were you doing out here? Like, we don't know this place well enough. What have I always told you about, you know, be alert, not alarmed. Very, very military sort, you know, rigorous. Anyway, and these two dragons basically go up to Sibelian. They sort of like cower under his wings. They were calling him, but they're still essentially like Sibelian's adult children, and you can see how they immediately run to his coattails to be protected. And that ends Sibelian's story, and we go back and we found the artifact that we were looking for, and Sibelian's happy, but he's still mad. We get to a moment and he's like, I'm gonna put both of you on hunting duty or something really boring, nest making duty, and they're like, sir, that's so, we're not going around gathering sticks and stones. And he's like, you are going to go around collecting sticks and stones, because I'm saying that you're going to go around and collect sticks and stones so everyone's nice and comfy, or whatever dragons want a roost in. Anyway, so we get like a funny ending to it. Sibelian comes and protects them, but then makes them do, I don't know, latrine duty. So we finish that quest. Then we do Wrathion's quest, and Wrathion's quest is, let me think of something good here. Wrathion's quest is all about the Black Talon again, and much like Sibelian's quest, the Black Talon are off by themselves, and in this case it can be kind of like an opposite to Sibelian's little story. The Black Talon prove themselves to be quite proficient, but it shows that Wrathion still worries about them because they're mortal. And he even notes at the end of the quest, mortals' lives are, you know, incredibly fragile. And they're kind of wonderful because, you know, mortals have to live a very, very intense, beautiful life in such a short time. And he's like, I'm worried that making these people act as my troops is maybe denying them from a life that possibly they would want to leave elsewhere. And it can be with left and right in this quest. And we can learn a little bit about Wrathion and what he's been doing over all these years. You can bring up an Anduin sort of cameo in a sense of like mentioning him and being like, the boss has been kind of miserable in some aspects of his life for like the past few years, but he's been doing the best of it. You know, he's been back to Karazhan and he's been doing this and that. Anyway, left and right really show their own, right? And Wrathion at the end of the quest could be incredibly worried about them, and it shows you that mortals are a lot fucking tougher than we seem. And Wrathion still shows us in a sense of like, he's a very good leader because he's actually he's got a very good heart, and he worries about the people around him, and he wants the best for the people around him too. That is incredibly important for him because he himself has not been given that chance, so he would like to return that chance to others. And he knows it's a difficult life being a Black Talon, and you know, like they're all like leading up to his great plans and stuff, but he's like, after a little bit I'd like peace and quiet for people, you know. And then they can sort of tease him like, oh, you sound like someone that you used to, you know, you sound a little bit like someone, Wrathion, wanting peace for so many people. And he's like, shut up, don't mention his name. Mention his name in my moment of weakness. And turns to Wrathion, and Wrathion's mascara's going everywhere, something along those lines. And it can also tie in like with left and right, they find out some very like draconic heritage, or it could be finding out something about Nyxandra, his mother, like going down into the vaults and finding out a book, and it actually mentions Nyxandra's name, and Wrathion's a little bit taken aback. He's never had any chart of his family before, and then he gets something like that, you know, that would kind of like blow his mind. It's like, hey, I know that's me. That's, you know, like that's my mom. That's me and stuff. Seeing that Wrathion with left and right and the Black Talon are their own family. Dumb. Okay, so that's Wrathion's quest out the way. Flicks to Abyssion's quest, and Abyssion's like, man, watching Wrathion and Sibelian get up to the shenanigans is kind of like herding cats, but he's amused by it. Change Abyssion's observations of Sibelian and Wrathion to not always be cruel, but also be a little bit amused sometimes. He's like meeting other black dragons, and we're all, you know, unique individuals and stuff. And Abyssion's quest could be much more tied to is Tauren, I'm gonna say it, Tauren heritage. Abyssion has Tauren heritage. Abyssion's quest I'd actually link a lot more to earth warding, and Abyssion realizing he has very, very, very strong powers connected to the earth, even stronger than he himself believed it to be. And this can be done like down in the depths of the Obsidian Citadel, that there's actually something like there's either a cave in and some Draconoid get stuck, and Abyssion shows his care to those related to the Black Dragonflight, even if they may not be black dragons themselves. He protects them with earth wards, and he basically reshifts an entire section inside of the Obsidian Citadel. You can do this sneakily by like put Abyssion on the other side of the door and just have the text coming through the door and be like, you know, help us. Oh my god, that black dragon's changing, like he's holding up the walls. Then the doors open and it's a cave, and it's like all full of crystals, or really weirdly like someone's been shifting it, like a pair of giant hands have come in and shifted it, and it's all through Abyssion's power. And Abyssion's actually quite shocked. He's like, I just felt so connected to the earth here, like this was easy almost, like the earth really responded to me. What the fuck? Abyssion's finding out stuff about himself. He's like, wow. And the Draconoid are like, you know, you risk your life to come and save us. And Abyssion's like, of course, why wouldn't I? And the Draconoid are like, what? And Abyssion's like, yeah. And then like, it's basically Abyssion leading these guys to safety, like really showing off his powers, showing off his ability to lead.
Yeah, taking like an active role in the story.
Yeah, and like have one of the Draconoid be like, we're not going to trust some random ass dragon. Us black Draconoid have been surviving all these years without a dragon. And Abyssion understanding that not everyone will want to trust him, but that's okay. Not everyone's going to like him. That's okay. But he still wants to provide a safety for them, which is a sign of a good leader. Even when people may not like you, doing the best for them that you can, very much a leadership quality. They don't need to get along. They don't even need to listen to your advice. But you, by damn, you know the rules of a cowboy. Be rooting, be shooting. But by God, most of all, be kind. Abyssion, you know, like he's fucking rooting, he's shooting, he's like sorting out this cavern, he's leading these Draconoid to safety. It could be like, you know, the cultist ones too. He could save some of the cultists. He even changes the minds of the cultist black dragons over there. They're like, oh my God, it's Neltharion. And Abyssion's like, no, I'm not Neltharion. They're like, it's Neltharion, because of his abilities that he has with the earth. And they're like, wow, he's just like Neltharion. Like when we can remember like, this idealized version of Neltharion that still rests in their mind. So they each have this own experience, and it does leave some doubts. Abyssion is worried that, am I like Neltharion? You know, Wrathion's still like, am I even like a dragon, or am I still more like immortal? Like I have this record of my mother, but I still feel very isolated. And Sibelian is like big dick swinging. No, Sibelian's like, I still worry about how much my brood may trust me in a position of leadership. I'm good at telling them off, but am I too harsh? Am I too deeply entwined with my peoples to be a good leader? Like he can't see anything other than, he doesn't really, he's like, well, the Black Dragonflight should be first and foremost. And he's like, I understand that an aspect must work with the other flights, but I know we've always been so rejected, and like we've been out on the outline and we've always protected ourselves. How do we reconcile the fact of coming back to other dragons? We have this really nice lead in. Take note. This is how you crush someone's heart. They fix the Oathstone. Just like the quest that we did. It's a bit of shenanigans. Wrathion tries to beat Sibelian. Sibelian beats him out. Abyssion's like, guys, focus, we're fixing the thing. They all work together and they come together. You know, there can be a few harsh words from Sibelian. It can be like, Wrathion, you mortal fucker. Wrathion's like, it was one time. They're still butting heads a lot, but they're not untrusting of each other, but they just don't like each other in a sense. Like Abyssion and Wrathion are working together, but they don't really trust Sibelian, and none of Sibelian's troops kind of trust Abyssion or Wrathion yet. They come to the Oathstone and they fix it, and they're like, all right, this is going to mean, and this is the thing I change about Dragonflight. You don't elect a dragon to become aspect. The Oathstone picks them.
Yeah, that was kind of how I had thought of the position of aspect before. It's not something that the dragons pick, or, you know, any being on Azeroth picks. It's something that's chosen by some kind of supernatural force, be that Azeroth herself or some kind of Titan, something supernatural. You know, it's not, you're not electing a leader.
Yeah, exactly. So actually have that bit of like you said, not an elected leader, have that sort of Titan influence there. the stone picks, the oath stone picks, who will continue that oath. Anyway, this is how you break everyone's heart. The oath stone is fixed, it picks no one. It doesn't light up. The oath of the Black Dragonflight has been broken, it's broken forever. And then you have a cutscene of Wrathion's face, Abyssinian's face, and Sibelian's face. It has denied them all. There will be no more Black Dragonflight aspect. And they're there and they're just crushed because they're not even a flight anymore. They don't know what to do. Sibelian is in denial. Sibelian's like, no, we just need to fix it some more. Abyssinian is like, Sibelian, I don't think it's picking anyone. Wrathion just walks off. Wrathion just is speechless. He just walks off. You have a quest where you go after Wrathion and Wrathion says, we've come all this way and we've even been rejected by the essence of dragons itself. What is there to us? All this trauma, all this time, all this hurt. We're not even going to have an aspect. We're not even a flight anymore. Wrathion's just off on a cliff and you have to go talk to him and you can see the absolute hurt and upset and like he doesn't really know what to do. Abyssinian is trying his best. Abyssinian's like, okay, there must be a way around this. It must just be broken, you know, like Sibelian's more in that way. Sibelian's like, I'll stay here and I'll try and fix it. It must just be broken. Abyssinian's like, I don't think staying here will fix it. There must be a reason why the Oathstone isn't lighting up for us that we ourselves can't see at this moment. We need to go and ask the other flights. So he goes over to Wrathion. He's like, don't despair, Wrathion. There will be a legacy for us. And Wrathion's like, just a bit like, you sure? And Abyssinian's like, I'm not sure. I can't give you my word on that, but best we can do is try. Don't give up hope yet. It's still early days. Come on, let's go. And Wrathion's like, go where? And Abyssinian says, let your Black Talon stay with Sibelian and keep an eye on him for us. And he can do his research here at the Obsidian Citadel. You and I, we're going to go off and ask for the other flight's input on this. We're going to find out what the other flights need help with. We're going to go on a diplomatic sort of like trip around Dragonflight at the moment and see how everyone else is going with their oath stones. We're going to find out what they are doing differently to us, what is going on, because we've not been talking to the other flights and the other flights haven't talked to us yet. We're going to find out a bit more about them. That's how you change Dragonflight. And Wrathion and Abyssinian would take Khadgar roles for each one of the zones. You would go with either Wrathion or Abyssinian for each zone area, and you go and talk and interact with the other dragonflights. The green dragonflight zone would move a little bit away from the centaurs and give Marithra a bit of character, as in she feels overshadowed by her mother, not in a way like Deathwing is by evil, but by how good Ysera is. Imagine having a mother who's so perfect, who is so loved, so wonderful in every way, a martyr. She's sacrificed herself for like one of the Night Elves' greatest champions, Malfurion. She is such a beacon of love and hope. And then there's you. Who knows who you are, right? Your own flight is just like, yeah, you're Sarah's daughter. You wonder if they even know your name sometimes. You're nothing compared to your mother. You'll never be as loved as your mother is. How does that make Marithra feel? And I think that Wrathion would have been a very good sort of quest guider in that zone, talking with Marithra. You'd still have the centaur bits. Wrathion having to go along with the centaur and be like, where are the green dragons? I'm going to fly around. But he has to basically take you, the champion who can't fly. So you're going to explore all the zone together and you get Wrathion's input about the centaur, about the green dragonflight, Marithra as her own person, how she feels overshadowed by her mother. Wrathion feels like he can relate how he feels overshadowed by Neltharion's legacy. And he's like, I can sort of relate that. And they have a bit of a headbutt themselves. Like actually show Marithra getting mad and Wrathion getting mad. Like, you'll never understand my point. You have it good, you know, like at least you can just hate your father. And Wrathion's like, well, at least your mother was a shining beacon. She didn't destroy your flight, you know, blah, blah, blah. That's the green dragonflight zone. Blue dragonflight zone would be Abyssinian with Caligos. And it'd be Abyssinian really strongly relating to the Little Walrus people that I always forget, the Tuscar, because he sees the Tauren in them a little bit. The connection to family, the, you know, sort of isolation, you know, high mountain to like that little end part in the Asher Span. He feels like he's home, but he sees how important it is to find that place and protect your people. And he learns a lot from the chieftain. And alongside him, Caligos is learning too. They both learn that very important thing about finding that home and finding that family and leading and being a good leader. That chieftain of the Tuscar is a good leader. She cares about her people. Is it the lady for the Tuscar? Yeah, I think it is. She leads her people. There's a good sort of unity between each leader of the Tuscar. There's a real good connection, a real good strong sort of like build on that story. Then for the final zone, Valdrakken, both Wrathion and Abyssinian are together again for that story. They're like, we learned a lot in our zones. We learned to reconcile stuff and like learn about one's lineage and one's legacy, and also the importance of leading and being a good leader in a group and family. And then they come together for Valdrakken, and you know, like they learn about the things that are troubling Nostromo, and you help Nostromo, and Wrathion and and Abyssian are like, can you help us with a stone? And Nozdrom's, it's just one of those things that relates to Titan energies. You know, the Titans set this up. And the big plot point of this is the Oath Stones relate to Titan energy. And the Black Dragonflight haven't been in touch with the Titans for ages. The most is Wrathion, but only a Titan mechanism helped build him. But he has too much corruption, essentially. Like, they're corrupted without knowing it, but not in a bad way corruption. They're just free of Titan influence. They're free of Titan, like, water, free of Titan brainwashing. The Black Dragonflight's Oathstone doesn't respond to them because it doesn't have that Titan influence. None of them have the spark of the Titans left in them. They're their own people. Bit spooky. The other dragons have been, like, still having, like, very strong families, and, like, even the Blue Flight, with as many as people has died, they've not been, like, directly corrupted. So their still responds to them. But a flight that has been corrupted with old god energy, the shadow, it doesn't respond to them because it isn't enough balance with the Titan energy. But it prefers more Titan energy than shadow energy. But it's not corruption that is bad. It's just the essence of Azeroth herself. The Black Dragonflight no longer have that Titan influence. They just have Azeroth's influence. Anyway, so that leads into a greater story in the actual expansion about, was Titan influence good or bad? And I'd actually end up with a Titan fight at the end of this expansion again. Whether it's the Titans coming back to recontrol the dragons, re-exert their influence, etc, etc. So there we go. So that's how I would rewrite Dragonflight. I mean, I could go into this a lot longer, but I don't have hours to wait. I actually have plans for, like, each one, the particular, like, interactions with the Titans and how they would interact with the Primalists, and how the Primalists are actually the force behind. They actually want what the Black Dragonflight has secretly, but they don't know it, and neither does the Black Dragonflight, and they work together on that. So there we go. They have to defeat, because the Primalists actually become, like, overly corrupted by something, or they become corrupted by Titanic energies, and they start having, like, the reverse curse of flesh sort of thing, and they can't start becoming more elemental than they are. Like, it's something weird happens like that or something. So anyway, that's my general thoughts there. We just had a short break there for any listeners. Just a tiny break. Just a wee itty bitty break. We died. But we got better though. We're calmer now. So you're like, I'm feeling calm about this. Me, I've got an extra grey hair after all of that. I wake up and I'm just pure white. Actually, no lies. No lies on stream here. My mother actually knew someone whose hair turned totally white after a terrible shock of trauma. So I'm guessing I'm going to be the next person she knows.
That would be incredible.
Ah, boy. Anyway, so after having a little break and thinking about it all, I think my general overall opinion about everything still holds up. And I was discussing about the rewrite, how you would fix Dragonflight. And I'll actually just say one extra thing on that. If someone's like, well, now you have to change all the plot of it, you know, with the Titans, you know, like brainwashing the dragons and stuff. Actually keep most of the other things pretty relatively the same. Like the Primalists / Incarnates come and cause a bit of kerfuffle. But to make the Incarnates a little bit more on even ground and make it so that, like, to actually made them without Titan influence, in a sense, use elemental influence. So that's why they're so inherently different from the main dragons and how they can't be, air quotes, aspects. Less of they're evil and they want to destroy stuff, as in they're more primal forces. Like, they're compelled by the elemental forces. And this is actually where I'd bring Thrall into the expansion too. I'd bring the Earthen Ring. I know that the devs have been a little bit shy introducing too many characters again. I think they're actually thinking that people didn't like that in Shadowlands. I think they think that, like, oh my god, well, we brought back this character and this character and this character, that people didn't like it. You have to understand that isn't the problem that people had with Shadowlands. If anything, I think that Shadowlands would have worked better if it was a little bit more like, bring back this guy and bring back Varian and bring back Tiffin and bring back Vol'jin and then bring back this guy. If they would have brought back so many big name characters just for minor quests, they don't need to be earth-shattering quests, as you've realized with a lot of things that have been written in Dragonflight. They can be very self-contained quests, the Blue Dragonflight quests. We should actually do a recording of the Blue Dragonflight quests in comparison, shouldn't we? Because I think the way our devs need to understand, it's okay. Here's the other thing. I'm actually pausing for a second here, trying to get my thoughts in order. The reason why this storyline with the Black Dragonflight, and I'm going to say this, and I've said a lot of things about it, like the storyline wasn't written with love, and like the storyline is like too many writers and too many ideas going on and not enough collaboration. I'm going to say this. The reason that all of this kind of is not great is not because so much that like we were talking, the individual parts often in these quests that we've gone through in the Black Dragonflight quest have been pretty fine some of the time. Like there's some stuff that we're like, oh my god, don't put that, and like some really awful characterization of Wrathion. But sometimes, like, you know, like there's some gems in there, right? The trouble is that the reason why this hits so hard and it sucks so much for us, how Wrathion is written for this would hit a lot less hard if Wrathion was in the game more. And this doesn't just apply to Wrathion, this applies to all characters. And this is where we talked a little bit about B-side quests.
Wait, did you say it would hit less hard if the characters were in the game more?
Yeah, now hear me out here. If Wrathion had a bit of bad writing now and then, but he also had a lot more quests and those were pretty well written, and he had some self-contained ones, and like it hadn't been a 5-year disappearance of his character in game, and you know, like the other time it was 7 years before that. If Wrathion had been a lot more in the game, and we have some bad writing for Wrathion, but we also have a lot of good writing for Wrathion, the bad writing would hit less, because the thing is that we'd be like, oh, that's a bit stupid, that writing, but like literally was written like this, the last quest, which wasn't that long ago. So yeah, the wins and the losses would tally out a lot more because just simply put, the character is there more. However, if the character is gone for ages and then he comes back and he's written poorly, that hurts a lot more because we don't have any like recent quests to be like, well, no, I like this quest more for this character, so I'm going to pay less attention to this because literally just 3 patches ago he was doing this and that was really cool. It sort of evens it out. Like I said, you're not always going to have a winner in the bag, you know, especially warehouse writing, but it makes it hurt less when there's more of that character. And I'm not talking A quests here, I'm talking B quests. Quests that actually like just engage the character on a more personal level. And I think that is the major difference there. It's like Anduin in Shadowlands. Let's take Anduin for a second. He's there a lot, but he has no time for cooldown. There's no funny bit. We don't get to do fun things with Anduin. We don't get to know what Anduin likes. We got to engage with this a lot more in Mr. Pandaria, right? But in Shadowlands, it was all A plot, and he was there, and when he was written, it was written poorly, right? It was written pretty unenjoyably. So it's like this character is here, but because we have no small quests where we can enjoy this character, it's been ages since Mr. Pandaren. And ironically enough, in BFA, he was pretty absent for most of that expansion, other than like cutscenes again, like A plot. We never got to do anything fun with Anduin. We never got to like engage Anduin in anything but like world altering events. There just wasn't, in a sense, ironically enough quests to balance out the good parts with the bad part. Maybe a bit too much work. Maybe this is me just being, you know, a wide-eyed idealist here. But I think it would hurt a lot less if we got more of like a lot of different characters, but just small side quests. They don't have to be world changing. They don't have to be like 17 quests long. They can be like 2 quests, like, you know, help Wrathion find a black dragon whelp. Help Anduin pick out, you know, Stormwind's regalia for the day, or help Anduin pick up a funny report from SI7 and it gives a silly toy or something, or just gives you a little bit of an insight into the character's day, you know. And this could be done for a lot of different characters. Thrall at the moment. When was the last time that Thrall was not an A plot character, but just like a minor plot character, and you could just be helping out with some shenanigans with him? You see, it's always like this character is like delegated to the A plot, where they appear on screen a lot, but ironically enough, their content is very sparse in a sense of helping establish their character. They have no humanizing moments. It's always like big guy deals with big world-changing event TM, you know? Or they just disappear for ages. And that's Wrathion in this case. Wrathion has, like, for example, in BFA, he has some really good, like, personal moments, like the diary and the big cutscenes, you know, like more towards Nilothra and things like that. And it's really good. But then he disappears for another, like, how long between end of BFA and now? Like, my god, 3 years? Not getting a single quest with that character for 3 years, then you come back and you get quests like this and it's not great quests. Like, that hurts a lot more. I don't know, man, just give him like a smaller quest to like mediate on the meantime, like turn in this item to Wrathion and he thanks you and he gives you a little bit of like a world update of what's going on with Magni and stuff like that. Because then when you get to some major plot, I think it would hurt a bit less.
Yeah, it's like not as much as like writing on the times when he does appear. So if he's acting like a little out of character, you know, it's like, okay, but he'll be back and better written next time. But like with this, it's like, is this just how he's going to be from now on?
Exactly. Like, we're looking at this, and I know probably the writers for the game are rolling their eyes and like, oh my god, we do have more planned with him. I know you have more planned with him, but when is that?
I'm not entirely sure that they have more planned with him. I'm still not sure about that, but...
Uh-oh. So it zooms in on my face. Uh-oh. Anyway, but yeah, maybe I'm just talking arse here, but I was thinking about it, and like, they could definitely pick a few characters where they're like, okay, we're going to give these characters like a whole bunch of little quests and stuff like that. Nothing like dramatic or anything, but like turn-in quests. You pick up an item in the world and you can turn it into that character, and they give a comment on it, or they give an update to what they're doing. At the moment, Sibelian and Wrathion are just sitting up there with Abyssian, and they have no new actual text at all. And actually, you know, while we're having our little break, I logged into the PTR, the next PTR, and I was like, they've got to have some new text now, right? No. Wrathion's like, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. How can I help you? And then, what do you want? Again. So we have another weeks and weeks and weeks of that with no change in dialogue. And again, this would hurt less if it was like, and I don't, they should be compared, but I don't like comparing them because of the construction of the stories. The reason why playing Final Fantasy XIV story feels so satisfying is that the whole storyline is finished within the release of the game. That is one whole story. There's no wait times. There's no wondering what's going to happen to this character. You know, like there's no things that are left hanging. There's no plot lines that are kind of forgotten about. And ironically enough, like something in a recent quest in AR had a very, very minor thing that was back in recently in a quest in Endwalker in Final Fantasy XIV. They made mention to something that was AR, which was Final Fantasy XIV's first expansion. And this was just a very minor thing in AR. It was like pretty much missable. It was like, oh, okay. No one was really wondering what happened to that quest line. However, they still link it back into the most recent quest in Endwalker, and it works. It explains a lot too. It's kind of amazing how tightly sort of knit that story is for Final Fantasy XIV, but like with WoW, everything's so, like I said, so floppy. Characters are forgotten. I prefer at the moment how much they're doing of those small side stories, like they're doing Banes, you know, they're doing, I really wish there was for one for like, get Jaina in here. What's Jaina up to? What's Moira up to? You know, like some minor, I'm saying minor, Jaina's a major character, but just even a major character, let me know what's going on with them. Like, it doesn't have to be like the whole A plot, we're gonna have a major world changing event, but give us some hints, you know, like.
I'm really surprised they still haven't done anything with Mila, considering how prominent Abyssian has been in this expansion, and she was even in Valdrakken for a bit.
Yeah, nothing really about her. And like the Blue Dragonflight questline, not a mention to Valtoire with Stellagosa being there too. Like, do they know that we want them to get?
I know, right?
Do they know? But yeah, like, it's okay. No one's gonna explode if you just do like a very minor quest with the character. If anything, it gets people salivating. Like, to have Jaina on a boat outside of like in one of the sea areas and stuff, and Jaina's like, I'm just coming past looking for someone. It can be just like an inkling. It could just make people be frothing at the mouth, but it gives us an update, you know, and it's like, okay, that's characters there, and you don't have to worry. They'll be back and be, you know, written in some time. With Wrathion, the importance that people place on Wrathion's story being good and his characterization being good is we have had to wait very long times. The wait between Mr. Pandaria to BFA, like I said, was almost about 7 years, I think, and then 3 years from the end of BFA to Dragonflight. Just a quest.
Yeah, it's a really long time to wait.
And then for that quest to arrive and it's not good, they could have been doing minor quests with this character in the meantime, and people would have been lapping that shit up. For example, take the beginning of Dragonflight, Wrathion turning up at Stormwind.
Oh, I love that. I was so excited when that happened, just having him hanging around on the docks with Khadgar.
Yeah, and like, why didn't Abyssian or Wrathion sort of hang out there in, just have a minor quest in Shadowlands? That expansion was so strange. Everything was so self-contained. I'm not even sure what impact expansion had. But you know what I mean? Like, just adding in, like I said, doesn't need to be like 15 quests long or something. Just make it 3 quests. Like, Wrathion turns up at Stormwind and it's like an unusual guest, you know, and then it goes to Shaw and Shaw's like, well, Enwin isn't here, you know, and Shaw has that funny moment with Wrathion. It's also a little bit sad because it's clear that Enwin is looking to find out what's happened to Enwin and stuff, but they're being mum about it. So it sort of like ends with Wrathion being like, well, I'll be checking in again soon, and then that's it. It gets people salivating for your story, and it's like, okay, we're seeing this character, you know, this character is doing things, they're alive in this world, they're not just dropped off the face of the planet. So I don't know. And then that sort of leads me around to my thing is, if they had a more consistent main character group, right, maybe a new bit of fresh blood, Wrathion and a fair few other characters. Me, where the fuck is Lily? Where the fuck is Lily? Anyway, but if they got in fresh blood and they had a focus on these characters and gave them just a few more quests and just like quest of doing things in the world, doesn't have to be anything important. It can just be going and picking up an item for him. Wrathion asks for like a new bolt of silk and you have to go on a little adventure to find out where he usually buys these materials, or if he makes them himself, or if it's like a totally illegal black market with like silk made of like these giant fucking silkworms. Who knows?
Black market Joanne fabrics.
Black market spotlight for all the Australians out there. Anyway, yeah, something like that. Maybe I'm just talking out my arse. Maybe this would be too complicated to keep a track of. But I think that if you're going to lead up to a character reoccurring, you either need to nail it or be prepared to be like, no. If it kind of sucks and no one enjoyed it, be prepared to give this character more quests, because you need to even out the things that suck with some good things. There's my other thing. And with my general rewrite of Dragonflight, like I said, I keep most of the things the same, except for the Black Dragonflight being the catalyst by the end of the expansion of the dragons. If you want to focus on the ideas of legacy, destiny, and breaking a cycle, if those are your three focus points of an expansion, right, you could base each sort of like, they're probably going to do this, they're probably like, no, we are doing like this sort of thing for each patch. But the thing is that if the first patch was about legacy, right, and they wanted to include the Black Dragonflight, like I was going on, so you go through all the quests on the base sort of Dragonflight expansion, with Abyssian and Wrathion being your kind of Khadgars for each area. They join along for quests, give it insight. They're here to make amends with other Dragonflights and to see whether other Dragonflights will give them information or help them in regards to reigniting their Oathstone, or at least finding out what's going on. Meanwhile, by the way, during all of this, Sibelian is actually the weekly giver back here at Obsidian Citadel, and you find out little tidbits about Sibelian. You find out who may be his actual children, like his actual children. You find out what he was doing for those dragons. You find out he's like kind of like learned his likes, his dislikes, his hopes, his dreams, his connection to the other dragons. Wrathion and Abyssian, you find out more like as a personal story going through each one of those zones. So Wrathion's would be Anaran Plains and Thaldraszus. I know that people would really like Wrathion and Caligos to have some like, you know, talky thing. I actually wouldn't do that if it was my sort of chance of doing this, because Wrathion's a stronger character and Caligos is a stronger character, so I'm pairing weaker characterized characters with them to help build their characterization faster. So Marithra doesn't have as much characterization, and Abyssian doesn't have as much characterization, so you make Abyssian go with Caligos to help Abyssian's character grow really fast, and also get Khadgar in there. You get the whole gang.
Yeah, what's Khadgar been doing?
Yeah, you get the whole gang in there. You'd still have Khadgar along for these quests too, and it's like Khadgar asking about Wrathion, so you learn that Abyssian's quite close with Wrathion. You learn that Abyssian's quite not a mage himself, but provides like sort of like a shamaness backup for Khadgar and Caligos. Both Khadgar and Caligos run into the Tuscar, and they try and make a good impression, but they kind of embarrass themselves at first because they live in quite different family units in a sense. But then it comes to Abyssian, and Abyssian connects with them instantaneously. He's like, oh, they remind me of my home, you know, like up in High Mount. These guys are pretty isolated. They live within very small community sort of systems. This chieftain, etc., etc. Let me talk with her. I can get us like a bit of good rapport with them, and that's what happens in the Asher Flight Zone. And like I was saying, the Anaran Plains bit would be Wrathion running into the Centaur. Centaur's like, get this fool, and like Wrathion's kind of like, I feel a little bit out of my element here. Come with me, champion. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna learn. And that's the thing, the more slower paced story for Wrathion, like it shows that, yeah, Wrathion can be a little bit impatient sometimes, but it shows his growth in regards to his patience, because you see him like move with the caravan and he's talking with the caravan. And it's not just you as the player character either. And Wrathion's there talking, and the Centaur's actually finding rather funny with these like, you know, very swanky sort of ways, and the Centaur are quite down to earth, but they have a very strong connection to their own identity. The Centaur have a very vivid history, which Wrathion is kind of lacking, and they're like, okay, so what's your family like, Wrathion? And Wrathion's like, well, I don't have a family. And the Centaur are like, oh, you know, they all gather around him, all gently stroking him in dragon form. He's like, Wrathion's standing there kind of awkwardly like, oh god. But like going through that, Wrathion sees basically how they work as a family, you know, and stuff like that, but also the idea of legacy in a sense of like, I think it was very focused in the Centaur, like the passing down of the oath. I think it was through mothers to daughters. So the Centaur helped Wrathion trot along and find the green Dragonflight zone, and then you run into Marithra. And Marithra, Wrathion thinks, I think, would run into it. And this is how I would write Marithra. I think Marithra is she's quite a navel gazer, not a killjoy, but almost morose in a way. Like she's quite outwardly like, she's like holding the green Dragonflight together, but she's a little bit, I'd say she's a little bit sappy. She's always grousing like, I'll never be as perfect as my mother was. Wrathion actually gives her a telling off, like, oh my goodness gracious woman, pull it together, you know, like that. Pull it together, man. And he's like, I've had to live in the shadow of my father. And then Marithra would get quite angry in a sense, like, well, you can just, you know, remove yourself from that. The black Dragonflight, I mean, of course, you can just forget about your father with how horrible he was. You don't have to be anchored to that, but I'm anchored to trying to live up to my mother's reputation. And Wrathion's rather straightforward nature, I think, would sort of snap Marithra into a bit more action. Marithra's had her children, but she's never been in a leadership kind of role. She's always been a little bit passive. She's always been the wallflower compared to her mother. While Wrathion is a larger-than-life character. He's had to be, because he has to gain the respect of people. He has to be larger than life. He needs to work hard to make people like him. And like you said, Sil, no one's out there praising him. He has to work hard. Marithra's praise comes because of her connection to her mother. And I think that would make a really interesting dynamic between Marithra and Wrathion writing them. Anyway, so then it would all come up to the thing where they have to fight the Primalist. Wrathion and Marithra have been butting heads a bit, and Wrathion's like, I think you need to forge your own sort of path here. I've been doing it since I bust out the egg, and I think you need to get over this issue you have with your mother always being perfect. You can do your own thing in your own way. You don't have to be like the peacemaker that Sarah was. And Marithra's like, all right, fuck it, I'm not gonna be them. And Marithra goes full Hamo mode. Like she fucking beats the crap out of the Primalist. And actually seeing Marithra go from a bit of a wallflower to a bit of a green dragon that shows off a green dragon's abilities. She sprays acid. She is powerful. If she needs to be a nightmare, she will. She's the sweet dream, but she is a nightmare to her foes.
That would be really cool to see.
Yeah. Give her that edge. Do not make her like Sarah. Make her a little bit like, you know what? I've been in my mother's shadow, but that isn't me. Actually have Wrathion push her and push her and push her till she goes, fucking fine. You know what? I'm nothing like my mother. I am nothing like my mother. I've always tried to be like her, and I'm nothing like her. I need to take fucking control of this situation. I need to start beating ass. And Wrathion's like, oh, damn, okay. But Marithra in kind, that doesn't make her any less of a kind soul in a sense. It just makes her a person who's like, I'm not going to take any shit anymore, and I'm not going to be like, oh, I gotta be the perfect person like my mother. And she also has a few wise words to Wrathion, and she's like, don't be afraid to do a bit of navel gazing, to think, you know, like, don't always try and put on a front. It's okay to be, you know, vulnerable once in a while, Wrathion. Like, you've seen me vulnerable. I think you can be vulnerable too. And Wrathion's like, what? What? My constant bravado is a mask? What? No. Wrathion's slightly watery-eyed. And anyway, so it sort of like ends up with Marithra almost being like a big sister sort of vibe to Wrathion. You know, like they butt heads, but they actually kind of really like each other in a sense of like how they pushed each other. And Marisha's like, I actually have a lot of children, but I don't have many siblings. My mother had a few, but it's mostly like, just even say like mostly lady dragons. I don't have a little brother or anything. And Wrathion's like, what? You know, like have a really like nice moment. And then give Marithra that sort of take no shit big sister personality that really none of the other dragons have. You got Alex Strauser, who's like a jokingly big mom energy. Give Marithra that I'm taking no shit. I'm actually, green dragons are quite like spraying acid at you. Like they're fucking hardcore, like no shit. Like make them the sort of allies that the night elves were impressed to be. You know, the night elves, warriors of the forest, fucking 8-foot fucking Amazonian warriors with fangs and claws. They look at these dragons like, we ain't fucking with those guys. Make Marithra that dragon. But she also has that sort of kindness in a sense that she has been a kind of a mother herself, but also sort of like takes Wrathion under her wing, and they both realize they've been putting up sort of mess to the people around them. Wrathion with his bravado and like confidence, Marithra with her humbleness, and I'm just trying to be like my mother. Give them that personality. And then, like I said, meanwhile in the Asher span, Abyssian is showing his real goddamn good skills at kind of being a leader, in a sense of like being able to go to a people he does not know and work with them so well. The Tuskar are actually called to arms through Kalagos's like kindness, but Abyssian's sort of ability to understand their situation and connect with them. This is how I build Abyssian to the aspect. Actually give him some points like he respects the Tuskar's funeral ceremonies, while Kalagos is a bit clueless. He's a bit like, what? Do we do very different things? Like dragons do this and this. And Abyssian's like, I never knew that about dragons. And it shows then that's how you connect Abyssian and Kalagos together. Kalagos actually knows a fair bit about dragons still. The blue dragonflight is a bit section, but then Kalagos kind of goes, I'll tell you about dragons, Abyssian, because Kalagos isn't a very outgoing, friendly kind of dragon. He's not the best in the sense of taking control and getting out of his comfort zone. As we've seen many times, he tends to retreat away from things that make him uncomfortable. So Abyssian, though, has no sort of hang-up. Abyssian is ironically a little bit naive, but that goes to his sort of skill. Like, he isn't afraid to reach out to other peoples. If he can see a glimmer of reflection, Abyssian is very good at empathizing. He's a little bit judgy, like a funny thing that you could get Kalagos, Khadgar, and Abyssian to do. Abyssian could be judgy, unlike Khadgar and Kalagos, and be like, well, you guys are actually quite young compared to me. And Kalagos is like, but I've had a lot of life experiences though. And Abyssian has to like hold his tongue and be like, shit, I think he's actually right. And that's the thing, that sort of maturity that all the High Mountain have always treated Abyssian with doesn't hold up when Abyssian's with other dragons. So that's how I'd kind of do it. I'd be like, Abyssian has to have a little bit of humble pie, because while he's wise and, you know, a good mediator of the High Mountain, when he's with other dragons and with Khadgar, especially Kalagos and Khadgar, who have seen a lot of shit in their lives, they've had to see a lot of shit and do a lot of shit. Kalagos is often like sort of withdrawn from a little bit, but now he's having to take a little bit of like proactive movement and learn, you know, to how to bring the blue dragonflight together. And Abyssian sees that and he's like, maybe that's what we need for the black dragonflight. We need to bring ourselves together and combine over the things that unite us. And so Abyssian isn't being judgy to Sibelian or Wrathion's faces. He's learning. He's learning from the people around him, i.e. Kalagos and Khadgar and, you know, the Tuskar and stuff like that. And you see these characters all grow together. They do some dumb shit. They say some dumb shit to each other. But in the end, they sort of go, okay, you know what? Despite our differences, we've learned a lot today. This is kind of cool. And, you know, it's nice to actually feel like I've got allies, you know, that Kalagos, Khadgar and Abyssian, we're all getting out our comfort zone today. We're all getting out our comfort zone. Teamwork today, gang. Teamwork today. So that all conglomerates then into, like I said, the Thaldraszus zone, which is a lot more touching on what was the Titans' plans for the dragons. Did Tyr just make the aspects for a fucking laugh? So then you'd go into a lot more about like Loken and Odin and stuff like that, and like the bronze dragonflight, and discussing maybe in the idea of like, can certain things change in the timelines? Is destiny set? And you see this also brings in, so we're touching on legacy, and then we hit the bronze dragonflight, and it's destiny. So there's kind of interlinking ideas here, you know, like getting it all together. Then we get to the bronze flight zone. Chromie and Wrathion see each other and they go, oh my god, thank god I'm not the only gay here. Oh, Abyssian and Wrathion kind of have like a little chat, and they're like, okay, so what did you learn? And Abyssian's like, well, the blue dragonflight's Oathstone woke up and like they had to fight the Primalist a bit, but the Primalists were very eager on stopping them, you know, but it did respond to Kalagos. Khadgar's going to look into any records that he can find about reactivating an Oathstone and see what we can do. Just leave it at that. And Wrathion's like, cool. I saw the Oathstone activate with the green dragonflight, and it was when the green dragonflight made the oath again. However, like, according to the centaur, like, there needs to be a certain like dedication to one's goal, and I wonder if that's why the Oathstone isn't responding to us. It's because it's been so long since the black dragonflight forgot their charge, stuff like that. The green dragonflight are going to look into it though. They have a knowledge of like the unusual places of Azeroth, so they're going to just like go and check and see if they can find anything, or whether their Oathstone sort of is affected by like Sarah's corruption, or just double check anything like that. So they're like, okay, cool. So we have some open plans. And also the other thing that's touched on is like, will maybe other dragonflights fulfilling some extra oaths start making the black dragonflight's Oathstone a little bit more open to picking a dragon? So Wrathion notes that the green dragonflight are in control of the world seed and stuff like that. And basically Wrathion and Abyssian have a nice bit, and they're like, oh, so the earth seed's going to be taking root in Azeroth's earth. That's kind of nice. I know that the green dragonflight care for for the world tree, but, you know, it'd be nice if the black dragonflight would be there to see a new world tree grow from the earth. A nice little touch like that. Then they get to Theldrassus, they talk with Chromie, see Nostromo's sort of like Doomer saying like he's definitely going to become Muzaron. Definitely keep that personal moment between Chromie and Nostromo, just to keep that going there. But also like have a funny bit between Chromie and the many deaths of Chromie and how Wrathion. It's like, what were we doing in there? What are we? Chromie's like, nothing. Chromie and Wrathion have a good laugh about it. They're like, remember those fun times when we were being silly billies, of course. But it's also a lot to do with like looking into the Titans, and I'd actually put Abyssian into more of the looking at what's going on with the Titans as well as Wrathion, right? Actually, no. Wrathion would be delegated to the Titan research, while Abyssian would actually be for the renegade, kind of the renegade Draconoid, and helping Alexstrasza out with them, because I think Abyssian would be like, okay, these people feel like they're being used and they don't have the same sort of standing as a dragon. And he's like, look, as a dragon who's been around mortals for a while, maybe I can sort of relate to them more. Give Abyssian that and essentially give the Draconoids more voice, as in saying that maybe they don't want to be a part of the flight and we shouldn't control them and make them a part of the flight. I spent many all these years being a part of Tauran culture. We should allow Draconoids to pick their own choice. If they want to go off and explore Azeroth, so be it. If they want to be like a part of the Kirin Tor, so be it. We shouldn't have to control them, Alexstrasza. And Alexstrasza sort of listens to Abyssian and she's like, you know what? You remind me of Hohenheim Mountain a little bit. I know that Neltharion's your father, and she's like, I have excellent memories of Neltharion before he was corrupted. But you remind me a little bit of Horn too, because remember, Alexstrasza fought beside Horn, I believe, in War of the Ancients, or at least Alexstrasza's consort fought aside Horn. So I have that really nice connection between Abyssian and Alexstrasza. Come on, and like Abyssian sort of say, I know that the rest of Black Dragonflight have not had a great, like, we still are a bit like troublesome in our like sort of connection, and like what you did to Wrathion, I must tell you off for that. And Alexstrasza's like, what? But yeah, have something like that. And then it all conglomerates to the end of the story, then the first patch, Embers and Neltharion, where we go back to Sibelian, and Sibelian's found some ancient research down here talking about a certain like hidden laboratory. Anyway, and it turns out that one of the Drakthir who was here with Sibelian is actually one of the Sundered Flame. Meanwhile, we're all trying to stop Razageth from waking up the other Primalist and stuff, because Razageth is still being a bit of trouble, but have it a little bit more unusual. Like, I would actually say probably still keep the story they have at the moment. I have Alexstrasza almost a little bit embarrassed to talk about Razageth. He's like, well, she's a lot more elemental and like a lot more furious than us, and you know, have like the other dragons kind of call her out. Like, they're still dragons too, even if they've been blessed with the elements rather than Titan energies, you know, like the essential Titan energies of Azeroth. Shouldn't we at least treat them with respect? And Razageth's like, it's too fucking late, you locked us away, Alexstrasza, and you need to pay for this. Make it really personal. Make it like, fuck you, Alexstrasza. You knew we were different and you tried to lock us away, and Alexstrasza was like, no, you were too powerful, your elemental energies had threatened us all, you know, like that, etc, etc. Like, kind of make it a bit of a cop-out excuse, and Alexstrasza knows it's a bit of a cop-out excuse, but she's like, what else could I do? Man, look, you're judging me, but what else can I fucking do? That actually made Alexstrasza actually go, fine, yeah, what I did was wrong, but what else could I do? It was either we do this or everyone gets blasted by great elemental forces, like, you know, the Tide Sage and like Therazane and everyone like that wanted power more than what the Titans were offering them. They wanted to be the warders of Azeroth, and instead they made some like Titan imbued dragons and said, these are the new warders of Azeroth because we can control them with our Titan juices. Anyway, and everyone's starting to get a bit suspicious of this, right? Like, all this talk about the dragons supposedly going to be the wardens of Azeroth. Well, we're like looking at these primals, like I said, Therazane, Neptunian, Ragnaros, all of those guys, and it's like, okay, but these guys are making up like the elemental essences of Azeroth. Why weren't they picked as wardens of Azeroth? So then it turns out, big reveal, that the dragons were supposed to be picked by the Titans to be easily controlled by the Titans. Tur found this out I was like, fuck no. Make like, not Loken the bad guy, because I'm actually quite fond of Loken. Maybe a bit of Loken, maybe a bit of Odin, a whole bunch of them being kind of dickheads. And they're like, you know what? If we make our own Wardens of Azeroth, we can easily control them. We can make sure that they do what is best that we think for Azeroth, because that's kind of what the Titans do sometimes. They try and like meddle a bit too much. Tur, who was becoming quite fond of all of his little dragon experiments, was like, really? You know, like that sort of response. And you can see that Tur is hesitating. So while they have the Titan water to make them more susceptible to the forces of order, air quotes, are you going upstairs still? You're like, I gotta go upstairs. I gotta see the boys.
I want to see if they're still hanging out up there.
Of course. Anyway, so Tur tries to put like a little fail safe into the dragons that like when they get to a certain point, when the titanic energies in them reduce, they start becoming a bit, yeah, they're still here. Big Slappy is still here. Wrathion throwing it all back here. Wait a fucking second. Is this Return of Big Wrathion? Look at the size of Sibelian and look at the size of Wrathion.
Uh-oh.
Big Wrathion's back.
Tiny Sibelian.
Tiny Sibelian time, Big Wrathion time. Anyway, so that's how I would rewrite Dragonflight, and I think it would create a more cohesive narrative for the themes, as in Destiny, relinquishing control, Legacy. So Legacy, Destiny, relinquishing control. And I think that would probably maybe be a nice sort of lead into whatever you wanted the themes to be for the next expansion. And the thing is, you don't have to fight any titans, like any major titans in this expansion. It can all be like titanic creations that you need to fight at the end, or like things that are corrupted, bring back the old gods. The Black Empire wasn't that bad still. It was pretty alright. You know, a bit of more public community benches and stuff, some more parks, but otherwise it was fine.
The Black Empire Parks and Rec department.
Exactly. But you see what I mean? Just involving these characters for those initial questing zones creates a nice sort of cohesive narrative, and then you can believe it a bit more when it gets to Zaralek Cavern. If they wanted to make him act like weird, Wrathion realizes that all this time that he spent on the Dragon Isles is a slow corruption, and he's like, I didn't even notice and I haven't prepared. No, like the frog in a hot pot of water. Wrathion actually didn't realize, and he's been spending so much time here in Dragon Isles, and he's slowly getting more corrupted. And by corrupted, I mean the loosest term of corruption. The Black Dragonflight, even though they have a lingering corruption in them, they're not totally corrupted. They've just hit that sort of perfect element between corruption but not enough Titan juice, that they're breaking free of the cycle to start anew. But they don't even know that dragons were supposed to be the fighting force for the Titans and stuff, and the Titan juice was supposed to keep them very, you know, always follow the path of order, maybe even to detriment. Nostromo being a bit defeatist and being like, well, I guess that's how it is when it comes to his own corruption, rather than being like, you know what, no, fuck that, I'm not going to do that. I don't care. If I have to abandon my post, so be it. If I have to abandon being an aspect. And that's how the expansion would end. There'd be no aspects. That's how I'd end it. And it's like, well, there's no aspects again, just like Cataclysm. No, there'd be leaders of the Black Dragonflight. It'd sort of explain it better than Wrathion's explanation in the raid just before, like, I'll be a leader to my people, just not as an aspect. The aspect is a titanic role placed upon them. They don't need that. They need to do it for other dragons, and they will do it for the mortals of Azeroth, not for whatever grand scheme the Titans had for them. They will pick their own role within Azeroth. Anyway, I'm just waffling here. What did we think after my big explanation of how I'd rewrite Dragonflight that may suck in delivery? But you know what? It's fun making up these, so there we go.
It's fun just like
considering what could happen.
Yeah, hypothetically. AUs.
Whether there's going to be a light or dark expansion, or maybe a South Seas pirate expansion, a remake expansion hitting 20 years for World of Warcraft next year. Give it a bit of a brush up. The things that I liked about Cataclysm was they did have high hopes for the zones. It may have not all panned out. I really hate the writing from a lot of Cataclysm. Cataclysm was one of the expansions I had to quit midway because I was like, I cannot stand anymore. Questing experience in Cat was miserable. The only zone that I kind of liked was Mount Hyjal, and the water zone that everyone else hated, but I was like, it's pretty good. I also like Tolbarad. I did like doing PvP back in the day. Concluding on this though, first of all, do we think that Wrathion or the Black Dragonflight are going to get any quests except for maybe the last patch after this? Personal quest.
I'm leaning towards no. I think this is the conclusion of their individual story, and that if any Black Dragons show up at all, it'll be as part of okay, we're all coming together to fight this thing, be that Mercerond or whatever they're doing with Tyr. I think this is going to be it. I don't think any more quests with the Black Dragons that don't involve like all of the other Black Dragons. And I think that's mostly going to involve Abyssian. I think Sibelian and Wrathion are going to have very minimal
reduced roles,
like cameos, if anything, from this point on.
I kind of agree with that. I know people have been very hopeful about that, but from past experience, I don't have my hopes very high for that. I do agree completely with you there. I was expecting Wrathion to be the legendary quest giver, but that's all mostly just RNG to make the power glove again, reforge the power glove. I think there may be like one small patch with Adamantia, maybe, but I think that might even be more Abyssian. I'm just going to say this. I can see the reason why the writers didn't want Wrathion to become Aspect, other than writing quests that did not do his character any justice. They do want to use him for things in the future.
I'm doubtful about that. I've seen people talking about that. Like, now he's free to do other things in the plot. I still think that's a very big leap to assume that A, they're even going to bring him back, and then B, if they bring him back, that they're not also going to carry forward this quality of writing.
Two can play at that game. What treasures have you brought me? What are you looking at me for? If you need me, champion, seek me over there.
I think those are just two very big assumptions to make. I'm being very pessimistic there. I'm a little pessimistic after all of this.
I've got muck in my boots.
Okay, so like my point with that is, why would they suddenly, like, now is the time to do something cool and interesting and well thought out and thoughtful with him. This was it. He's been searching for the Dragon Isles. His life's aspiration was to become Aspect. If not now, then when? It's not going to happen during some C-plot where he's helping Khadgar fight some big bad that's like annoying Stormwind. You know what I mean? I'm very doubtful that the reason why they're doing this is because they want him as like a pocket character to pull out for other side quests and stuff like that. But that's just my personal.
Yeah, no. I see where you're coming from with that. I'm seesawing between it's fucking over and let's fucking Joe. My two pictures of Joe Biden. I do think they're going to do more with Wrathion, but they never want him to be a... How can I explain this? If you ask me whether Wrathion will ever become a character like Jaina, I'll say no. To be in like big roles and to have cool roles and to fly around on a ship and blast people and stuff. I don't think Wrathion will ever be a character like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Within Dragonflight, I do think there'll be one extra quest line after Adamantia. We all know what Adamantia is going to be. She's going to become Abyssian's consort. Maybe there'll be a funny little like Black Dragonflight quest in the future, gathering a family together and a little bit more family orientated. I'm being very hopeful. Huffing the hopium here, huffing itself. Will there be a bit at the end of this expansion where the characters who are going to continue on being directly involved with the storyline? Abyssian will stay on this island and Sibelian will too, looking after the clutch and things, and Wrathion's like, I gotta go off. I gotta go do my own journey. If I wanted to be a doomer, say that no, this is basically it. This will be the Black Dragonflight story, other than we're all combining our powers.
Oh, but wait, Thane has to come back to get punched at some point, right? That's happening in the Bronze Fleet.
Hey everyone, it's Silvervin. So coming up, there are going to be a few times where Sam and I refer to Wrathion being punched in upcoming content in World of Warcraft Dragonflight. What we were referring to is, at the time of this recording, an action item had been data mined that heavily implied that the player character was going to have an opportunity to punch Wrathion at the encouragement of Bartender Bob, the kindly bartender from Hearthstone, at some point in patch 10.1.5.
Enough! Make it stop!
Since then, the punch action has been removed and the quest itself is now live and playable. If you would like more context, I also have a recording of the entire quest, which I will link to below.
Do not jinx us. Me pointing a finger at you. Do not jinx us. If I wanted to be hopeful, I'd be like, Wrathion's back is still unridden. My words of hope here. Why waste such a good character? I mean,
to be fair, we just went through almost 2.5 patches of them wasting his character.
I wasn't even involved in that incident in the caldera.
I'm in denial, still. It's a very long river and I can't swim.
What are you looking at me for?
I'm staring at a lot of waste here. I'm just pointing that out. Like, why would they waste a good character?
Let's go!
Well, they just did. I don't know what to say.
I want to say that the reason why they wasted these characters is because they never set out to tell Wrathion's story. It was always going to be Abyssian's story, but they didn't know how to sell Abyssian to the players. So they just pretended it was going to be Wrathion's story, but then they just wanted to tell Abyssian's story, and that fucked it up for them.
That's one of my larger complaints with the Dragonflight narrative, is that, okay, so they're trying to tell a story about Abyssian, then why is he not more of a character? He has no skin in the game here. He's not doing anything except supporting Emberthal.
Will you help me, Abyssian?
We will help each other.
Which is good, but, he's not taking the lead on stuff. He doesn't want to touch Aberrus.
Those two must face this without me.
He doesn't want to deal with the Black Dragonflight's history or their past.
I hope, in their pursuit, they will finally see that Neltharion's legacy is death and nothing more.
Which is a big problem with this. You have a lot of stuff with Sibelian and Wrathion, and then just suddenly at the end, they're just like, oh, we give up. We don't want to be aspect anymore. That was kind of what that cutscene was.
I thought my destiny was to guide our flight to its future. And I shall. But simply as myself. Not as an aspect.
Nor shall I seek that mantle.
And then it just fell to Abyssian because he was the only one left.
It would seem your days of hiding are over for good.
I am humbled. May your trust and faith in me guide my every step.
Once Sibelian and Wrathion were like, no thank you, but Abyssian didn't really do anything to kind of step up and take that role. He didn't help kill Sarkareth. He didn't help tame or take control of the laboratory. Even the Drakthir's involvement was kind of minimal, just in the grand scheme of things. Like the entire Black Dragonflight storyline wasn't about we need to do better for these remnants of Neltharion.
I'm just worried too now that seeing all the poor reception for this storyline will make the writers go, people don't like the Black Dragonflight, so we don't need to touch on their story. And I'm like, no, the reason why people are saying it's bad is because you didn't use them to the fullest potential. You could easily go, like, after all the Red Dragonflight and Green Dragonflight stuff in the next patch, I'd give the Black Dragonflight another chance to just be like, okay, this is the Black Dragonflight's journey, talk about the Black Dragonflight as a culture, give the Black Dragonflight closure. How's Varaxian and, I forget the Red Dragon's name. Veristraz. Don't just do their story. Include the whole Black Dragonflight. Let Veristraz meet everyone.
Yeah, that is another problem with the Black Dragonflight storyline is you've got Wrathion, Sibelian, and Abyssian who feel very isolated from the rest of the Black Dragons. Like we have Sibelian's flight from Outland and they've barely been in the main storyline at all. We don't see Wrathion trying to curry favor with them. We don't see the relationship that Sibelian has to them, how they are, how their culture is. And you don't see, most importantly, Abyssian trying to forge a relationship with these other Black Dragons, because he's going to be, he is leading them now, right? How do they feel about that? Like, do they see him as a good leader?
That is only for blue dragons, so.
Only for blue dragons, right?
Only blue dragons can communicate and talk as a family.
Part of this is just me wanting like dumb family stuff with Sibelian and his flight. I want to see him interacting with whelps. I want to see him checking in on the brood mothers and checking in on his soldiers. I want to see the relationships he has with the other dragons in his flight. And I would like to see Wrathion and Abyssian developing those relationships or not. Maybe in Wrathion's case, he's still very much an outcast, but that would be interesting to see as well. It would kind of
compound on that feeling that Wrathion has more story to come. If he's not feeling right at home.
Yeah, and he's the outsider.
His Black Talon will always be there to help the Black Dragonflight, but he himself, has a long way to go. He has more story to come.
Yeah, I think looking back on it, given the stuff that was in the last chapter and the last cinematic, this conflict where Wrathion is treated differently because of the way he was created.
Do I disgust you as well?
Should have definitely been set up earlier and been more of a pain point from 10.0. And I know that would have thrown the balance off between Wrathion and Sibelian a bit, because it definitely would have put Sibelian as like way more of a villainous character.
Yes, that is precisely what you are.
If he and his flight treated Wrathion that way from the get-go, like, oh, you're an abomination.
Ugh, disgusting creatures. Unnatural aberrations.
You were created by the Red Dragons, like you're not one of us and stuff like that. But that was kind of what his emotional arc ended in, was him being accepted by Sibelian as a dragon.
We have not known each other long, but I can see that you are every bit the dragon I am.
Well, thank you, Sibelian. invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
But I don't feel like that became like a pain point between them until that Slitherdrake cutscene. Like I said, up until then, I just assumed that Sibelian had accepted him. I didn't think that was a problem for him at all.
Were you expecting to defeat this entire army on your own, little brother? Whelps these days.
So I was surprised to learn that. I forgot where I was going, why I started talking about that. Oh yeah, Wrathion being an outsider in the Black Dragonflight.
Again, it was an issue with pacing. A lot of the stuff that was covered later in that quest should have been covered a lot earlier as a setup for actual good conflict within their story. Not just, oh, it's the Whispers making them act like this. Enough of that. Give them actual real reasoning to not get along with each other.
Yeah, and honestly, saying that, oh, it's the Whispers that are causing Sibelian to act like this, that cheapens the emotional impact so much. It's such a the word
cop out.
Yeah, it's a cop out. I don't know, I don't like stuff like that because it just kind of muddles the actual like emotional core of what's going on between these two characters. Like, is Sibelian judgmental in that way?
They are my father's failed experiments, nothing more. Disgusting creatures.
And then it's like that the resolution isn't, oh, I'm sorry, Wrathion, I was out of my mind, I didn't know what I was saying, I of course don't see you that way. They treat the emotional resolution as Sibelian accepting Wrathion as a dragon as if he inherently thought that. So it's like you can't say that the Whispers were causing him to act that way.
That is precisely what you are.
When that's not the resolution. The resolution isn't, oh, the Whispers were affecting me, they're not affecting me now, with a clear head, Wrathion, I'm sorry. And Wrathion being like, oh, like, I understand, you know, you were in your right mind. That's not the resolution. The resolution is, I see you as a human now. You know, am I making sense?
I can see that you are every bit the dragon I am. If I have ever made you feel otherwise, I am truly sorry.
Like, if you're gonna be like, okay, the Whispers are causing them to act this way.
We are the Black Dragonflight. That means something.
Going to terrify them? Make them reevaluate their life choices?
You have to carry that through and be like, okay, now the Whispers are not affecting them. They've overcome that.
Before you go, I feel I must apologize. My temper got the best of me a moment ago.
Our behavior back there was out of line. You both have my apologies.
So how are they acting while they're not under the influence? You know, it muddies their characters a lot, and they just don't do a good job of clarifying, explaining it, being like, okay, this is Whispers.
Yes, that is precisely what you are.
This is not Whispers.
I am truly sorry.
And you kind of need to be clear about that if you're gonna do that.
Less so for a narrative, like with an actual book, because you can keep an element of mystery. But that was not what the writers were going for here. It's not a mystery, you know, like they're not trying to set up a mystery, or they're not trying to set up a point of, oh, intrigue. This is just straightforward. It's like, are they treating each other like shit because the Whispers, or are they not? Come on.
And you honestly don't need that. Like, that it would be a very interesting narrative, you know, if Sibelian just treats Wrathion terribly because he doesn't see him as a genuine black dragon, you know, if he sees him as an abomination. Like, that is an interesting dynamic. That's an interesting story for Wrathion. That's an interesting story for Sibelian, you know, their relationship, how that evolves, things like that. Sibelian changing to accept Wrathion. Saying like, oh, Sibelian is acting like this because of the Whispers just kind of cheapens that emotional journey that they're taking. I mean, if it's like, oh, well, Sibelian didn't really mean that, and it's like, well, like, what? Well, then, okay, like, he didn't mean it, so all the emotional stakes are gone.
It's difficult in a sense of like, okay, how can we walk this back to create that same sort of narrative weight or like engagement in the story again now after that has been done? And it's like, they're so used to deleting Wrathion's quest. Hey, they could delete this one. Me being wicked. Yeah, you see, they just started this quest on feet of sand and they never ever repaired it, I think. So they just were sliding down the sandy hill with this one, like, oh, well, we need to push the plot forward. We need to push the plot forward. You didn't need to push the plot forward. I don't even know what the fucking plot was by the end of that, other than make Abyssian aspect, which he could have done in a lot more engaging way, in a sense of Abyssian uplifting his brothers.
The plot was about Emberthal and Sarkareth.
You defied his voice inside you, chose compassion over violence.
But it was clearly in conflict with what they were trying to do with Wrathion and Sibelian.
May the worthiest dragon win.
I do feel like, in retrospect, those two plot lines do kind of feel like they're fighting each other in this. Is you have Wrathion and Sibelian's aspirations to become Aspect and their relationship, and that's kind of struggling for priority and importance in the narrative, alongside Amberthal's journey and her losing Sarkareth and Abyssian helping them.
I feel like this would have been a lot better if they divided these two quests up into two different things, like the whole Emberthal, Sarkareth thing and the whole Black Dragon aspect part. The comparisons between Sarkareth wanting power and Sibelian and Wrathion wanting power, it was so weird. It didn't work.
It definitely did not. I did not see a parallel between Wrathion and Sibelian wanting to become Aspect and to take care of their flights. I think they really tried to force that, like, oh, Wrathion and Sibelian want to inherit like all of Neltharion's legacy.
You need to not know Wrathion's background to accept that.
Such madness.
And as I haven't the least desire to share that fate, I've been studying how to avoid it.
I want his story to match that previous build on his other ones.
Spoken like a true child of the aspects, always seeking to change the world.
It is one thing to change the world, but quite another to do what is right. You are stronger than your father, young prince. You have friends. Your champion did not allow you to fall.
Rise, son of Deathwing. I will give you my blessing, for you need it more than any I have ever met.
And that isn't ridiculous for me as someone who wants to enjoy this piece of media. I would like consistency in my characters, and I'd like a satisfying narrative resolution for this character.
Know that from this day forth, the Black Dragonflight will honor its ancient charge and stand in defense of our world.
Especially having this on, like I said, next to the Blue Dragonflight's quest, which is very self-contained, very fulfilling, wraps up really nicely. And then you see a story like this, which is not being able to maintain its narrative weight. Any sort of hard-hitting points are quickly undermined because it feels like too many people are writing each section of the story. They're not balancing out each chapter. The crisscross of wanting to tell Emberthal's story and then like, oh, but we know that people don't like Abyssian as much, so we have to bring down Wrathion and Sibelian. 10.0 was a huge waste. It was the old Blizzard bait and switch, and it's proven again unsatisfying when you put it next to good storytelling. And Blizzard really needs to let go of that. They need to actually fucking take an L here and go, okay, maybe people don't like the old bait and switch stories or be like, oh, what's gonna happen, guys? People prefer just to have a nice, tightly written, insular story. This would have been a lot better if Wrathion and Abyssian had been built up before this quest and Sibelian had been doing, you know, a bit of research. I imagine them all setting up a plan to go find out what's this thing about Neltharion's laboratory. It has something to do with the Drakthir. And Abyssian's like, oh, I promised to help the Drakthir, you know, and Wrathion's like, I promised to help them too, so we should go and have a little bit of a nosy about it. And then Sarkareth realizing that this is a chance maybe for him as a Drakthir to be fully recognized and realized as something more than just a soldier or just a tool. I think that may have been a better story. It's already pretty much picked that Abyssian's going to be Aspect. Like, Wrathion and Sibelian could have a few funny moments where they're a bit like, well, I could be Aspect though. It's kind of already picked that it's Abyssian, but it doesn't cause any damage to their characters. It shows, you know, all that arguing, all the headbutting. And if you wanted to include the whispers, have some really like, oh shit, why are they acting like this moments? Really stun us, like scare us a bit, because we've seen them all getting along and then all of a sudden they're underground and then they're just biting people. That would be shocking. You know, if you want to have that bit of, oh, there's old gods down here, you didn't know that, holy shit. Woo. But then again, that undermines Wrathion's character as a planner and him not being prepared for something like this, especially on the Dragon Isles that's been hidden for so long. I mean, who knows what's under the ground. They wanted Aberrus to be that sort of story. I think they should have dealt with the whole Aspect thing beforehand, or done Aberrus first and done a much longer quest line for the next patch about picking Aspect. You know, make 10.15 the Black Dragonflight picking the Aspect sort of patch. Oh, well, that's less stakes in our raid. Maybe that would work better, because this didn't work. This didn't work because it didn't treat these characters. It didn't give them, like you said, narrative weight. There was no risk. Nothing was lost. Barely anyone had a character arc except for maybe like Sibelian.
I don't think they really took Wrathion seriously until Aberrus onward.
I am an incalculable advantage. It was a team effort. Perhaps the others will see reason now. Why? I'll have you know, I am quite the outdoorsman. I've got muck in my boots.
Just a note of flap sweat underneath.
Let's go!
I'm really glad we got those moments that we did for him in the last chapter, but that was just like, it was such a long time coming.
Make them reevaluate their life choices?
No one would have been mad if it would have been Wrathion doing his real goddamn best, but just realizing if I become aspect, how will I be with mortals again? I even had that weight like one of the other dragon aspects saying, well, being an aspect, you'll have to remain on the Dragon Isles for most of the time. Your duty comes to your flight first, and you need to be prepared to like be a dragon and fulfill these draconic roles. And Wrathion's like, just have something to pull him away, or something in Aberrus could have really upset him. Maybe other dragons being made like he was, and then he feels like, well, I'll never seeing things like this. Like, I can never sort of reconcile being an aspect. Just the sheer chance of me ever being corrupted, I just could never bear the weight of that. I'm scared of that still. Those sorts of things.
I think personally, like, I see him as someone who understands the burdens of that position and what he'd have to do.
Know that from this day forth, the Black Dragonflight will honor its ancient charge and stand in defense of our world.
I do see it as something he would be willing to do, so I feel like slightly differently about that, but I think a story for him realizing that he is not in fact the best person for the job would have been better, realizing that Sibelian has better strengths, Abyssian, you know, whoever, something like that. I think that would have been a better story for him. I feel like there's a way that you could have told that would have been really interesting and compelling for his character and would make up for the disappointment of, oh, this character is not going to be aspect after setting him up to be one for the decade or whatever since he's been introduced in the game.
Yeah. Like I said, it's just all that setup. Then the team are like, oh, whoa, we pulled a fast one on you. It's actually
I know, to do it in this way is such a letdown, you know, to have him just be like this.
Again, I want to reiterate that we are like, no, it's fine if they wanted someone else as the aspect. They needed to use Wrathion as sort of like a selling point. That's why he's in all the art books. I realised, because no one would be interested if it was Abyssian, right? Because no one really, so you were like literally one of the very few people who have written about Abyssian at length in things. They needed Wrathion to sell it. But doing this disservice to his character, like, what? Even if they go later, oh no, wait, we have a really great plot line coming up for Wrathion. I'm like, after that, I'm worried about you handling it. What are you gonna do? Like, see the upcoming punch in some sort of material? Like, I think it's gonna be a timey-wimey bit of nonsense where you can, I don't know, fucking punch baby whelpling Wrathion, you know, like if we can't also punch him as an adult, we might as well be punching babies. Who fucking knows? If it continues this sort of tone of writing for him, I don't really want it. I can feel almost a slight disdain for Wrathion.
What have you all done? I leave you alone for a moment and...
Wrathion, not now. Let everyone recover.
Don't you two pin this on me. I wasn't even involved in that incident in the caldera.
Wrathion, we must tell the aspects the news on behalf of our flight.
What has she done?
That's what I feel like from those other ones. They just didn't either care about his character or a slight disdain, or they just don't really give two fucks. They think, oh, it's funny because he's a comedy character.
I've got muck in my boots. I'll have you know, I am quite the outdoorsman. Disgusting.
Yeah, that's kind of, I think, what also leaves a bad taste in my mouth with a lot of the stuff that was in 10.0 and 10.1 is that at the end of the day, it does feel like some of the stuff was just kind of mean towards him.
Mean-spirited.
Mean-spirited, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the word I'm looking for. It's just, it kind of has that vibe to it. And I think we did get that spark for him in the raid and definitely in the last chapter. Like, I feel like it was finally there.
Your report? Sibelian, something dark saps my strength within these halls. Can you feel it? There is no denying its strength. Be on your guard. You were never leading us to Sarkareth.
Always the clever one, Wrathion.
A trait you admired? They had no choice or agency in their creation. Neither did I. I never knew Neltharion. Only Deathwing. Invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was. You wish to see our kind thrive, not dominate. It is an admirable pursuit. Do I disgust you as well? Well then, let us get this over with. Thank you, Kavya.
And also in some smaller moments like the Slither Drake interaction.
Easy, little one. We won't hurt you.
They are not creatures, Sibelian. They are our kin.
And I think that small quest where he is interested in the ashes.
We only want to examine that pile of ash, friend. No harm intended.
There's like little moments.
Young man, would you help an elder carry this ton of meat to her wagon?
It would be my pleasure. Are these deep flayers what your people normally eat?
But overall, there's just this kind of, especially in 10.0, I think there were way fewer moments in 10.0 where I don't even think I can think of a single one in 10.0, honestly, that I liked for his character.
Yeah, they were all... The trouble is with 10.0, it always came with like a little disclaimer. It's like, okay, Wrathion's going to do this cool thing, but then he's going to be sassy about it, or he's going to be arrogant about it. It's like, okay, sure, fine. Okay, so when's he getting a bit more... Because you remember me when I saw 10.0's writing, I was like, I don't like this. You remember ages ago, I was like...
I do. I was trying to tolerate it. I was really trying to make excuses for it. I was trying my best.
No, you weren't making excuses for it at all. You were like, yeah, I don't really like it either, but let's see where it's going. You were a little bit like, yeah, it's not the best. Maybe it's just the opening, you know. And I remember you saying so. You're like, they're probably having to just walk his character back a bit to like try and give him maybe the same sort of arc again. And they literally have, by the way, but in a terrible way. It's like they've literally done BFA's art, but with no focus on Wrathion and worse. It's like, oof. Anyway, so we're talking about hopes and dreams for these characters. Of course, I want to see more of my favorite character, but the thing is, not like that. Not written like this. I'd rather avoid it if it's written like that. I'd rather not have that and let Wrathion just do some B-plot quests where you can actually treat him nicely or kindly, or at least give him some humorous bits, or show off like his funny nature without us laughing at him, more laughing with him. No more fucking punches. That joke died years ago. The only people keeping it alive are people with barely 2 brain cells to rub together. Get real. Come on. There's way funnier jokes in WoW. Threw a bell on that gay boy. That's a funny fucking joke. Threw a bell on that young gay boy. Light years ahead. So yeah, I feel like if the person who was writing him in the actual raid wanted to do a little quest line for him, I would be happy with that. Someone who's like actually kind of like this character. I know he's smart. I know how he'd sort of react to these situations. I wouldn't mind that. I'm hopeful, but I'm not hopeful at the same time. I know how they've treated Wrathion before. I suppose I'm in cringe mode, I guess. I'm like, oh, okay, sure. So I think I'm just going to be like a little bit gritting my teeth till the next time we get any updates, if the Black Dragonflight is going to get any quests. I think these lads are going to be stuck in this position for at least another 2 patches, so good for them. Even with Adamanthia, by the way, in the next patch, it's literally only Abyssian who takes you there. And yes, Abyssian and Emberthal, by the way, again. And also the Whelp quest has no mention of Sibelian or Wrathion either.
That makes me sad. I wanted to see them doing stuff with Whelps.
You don't need these characters who are going to disappear within the expansion doing these quests. You need the characters that you want to have longevity doing these quests. Take a leaf out of Final Fantasy XIV's book. Either you have bazillions of quests and you cover so many different characters doing so many different things that people get excited because it's like, man, another quest for this character? Heck yeah. Or you write them well and you give them very specific parts. So either or. My hopefulness is Wrathion's back is still unwritten, and that also leads into Anduin being written as a good character too, and Anduin's had his fucking own troubles too with his poor fucking writing. Oh Anduin, they want you to be the moral compass of the world, and that means just white liberal the white liberal takes the world up. I like when people write Anduin as a little bit of a freak. I've talked about this before. I like when Anduin is written a little bit like a weirdo.
Yeah.
Nothing better than writing Anduin as a little bit of a weirdo.
He would be kind of a weirdo.
The man has no friends. He only has adults around him dictating every second of his life. I'm glad he's not king anymore. Oh my god, Return to the King will be so good when Anduin returns in a blaze of glory and he has a beard. Enough. Just fucking let him have B plots. If you introduce Anduin back as an A plot character, just doing the exact same thing again and being like, oh, I'm gruff and rugged now and I've done some things that people may find morally great. Everyone's going to hate him. You need to take a very particular approach with Anduin. It's getting him into small quest and building him up from the ground up again. And I think that's what they need to do a little bit with Wrathion. Like, they need to go back to the BFA a bit. They need to forget about this chapter a little bit. Be like, Abyssian became Aspect. Ta-da! Just remember it like that. some shenanigans happened and Abyssian became Aspect. Forget all that stupid whisper shit. Who gives a shit? Like, there's a huge hole in the ground.
It would be nice if they gave him his intelligence back, if he was less impatient, if he had better relationships with his Black Talon, things like that. I think that would be really good for him. I think with the Black Dragonflight in general, having like some slice of life quests would really help a lot. It's too bad that none of the major lore characters are going to be involved in the Whelp quest, because I feel like that kind of storyline is like important, especially for the Black Dragonflight. Sibelian maybe being like overprotective father, teaching how important it is to take care of dragon babies, something like that. That would be very humanizing for him. Maybe have Wrathion be like awkward and like, oh, I'm not good around kids. That could be funny, you know, and also humanizing for him in a way that doesn't put him down, you know, and have Abyssian stepping up into the role as like patriarch, something like that. That would be good, but I guess we're not going to get something like that. Oh well.
Come on, hop on. We're going to turn that frown upside down. Don't you worry. Like I said, there will be some. I just hope it's more fun stuff. That was not written well. Just straight up, like, my God.
There is one thing that I wanted to talk about that I haven't had a chance to bring up yet.
Go ahead.
It's probably one of my biggest irks in this Black Dragonflight narrative, and it's how they're dealing with Black Dragons and corruption. So they've established that killing the corrupted Black Dragons during Kata was bad. I'm on the same page as that. They were not in their right mind. Killing them was a very desperate move, but it was ultimately bad. Should not have done that. Wrathion was bad for killing Black Dragons in Kata. Like, I agree. He did a bad thing. That was bad.
This is the final culling.
He killed them by having someone else assassinate them. That's been brought up multiple times. It was brought up in the 10.0 quests with Sibelian's flight, calling him out on that.
Even that pretentious prince chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
I think Sibelian himself has also called him out on that. It was brought up in the Vow Eternal. There was like a line with him not quite expressing regret, but just admitting that that was something he did, that he resorted to killing his own kin rather than saving them from the corruption or something like that. So that's come up a lot with Wrathion in particular. Like, Wrathion was bad for doing this in particular. So my question is, why was the climax of this plotline us also killing someone who succumbed to corruption?
Well,
Abyssian, even in that last cinematic, he says it. Unfortunately, we had to resort to this.
Sadly, not before Sarkareth succumbed to corruption and had to be struck down.
And it's like, well, what was Wrathion doing? What was Alexstrasza doing? That was the same thing. It was the last resort. They were desperate. It was not the best solution.
Was it like this when you hatched? Were the others truly so far gone?
Worse. They weren't haunted echoes he'd left behind. They were devoted followers of the bleak future he'd led them to.
It frustrates me in particular because I feel like this is just a long-running issue with Wrathion and holding him up to a higher standard than anyone else in the cast.
Sarkareth succumbed to corruption and had to be struck down.
A heavy price to pay, but a reminder of the cost of seeking power.
It is also frustrating to me on another level because it's like, okay, you want to bring this up as a negative for him and his character, which, okay, fine, do that. But then also have us doing the exact same thing.
Our father calls to us, Emberthal. Can you not hear Neltharion drawing us to Aberrus?
You are not well, Sarkareth.
Us also resorting to killing someone who succumbed to corruption and not having that be really examined. You know, Abyssian doesn't dirty his hands with doing that. Emberthal does not. She even kind of like washes her hands of it. She's like, oh, you've made your choice. It's that line in particular that sticks with me, like her looking at him flying off into Aberrus and being like, then you have made your choice.
You will not stop me. Aberrus is mine! I will heed his call!
Then you have made your choice.
Like, no, he didn't make a choice there. He's corrupted. He's not in his right mind. Why are you saying that? And then you don't even have the guts to put him out of his misery.
He is lost. And I grow weary of fighting my own kin.
Like, you have to leave the dirty work up to Sibelian and Wrathion.
You will not pursue him.
I know he will face justice.
So that doesn't sit well with me. And then the third level to this is that doesn't come up in an emotional way. Like, we're not dealing with the emotional fallout. That's not like a chord that resonates with the Black Dragonflight storyline. We're not, mourning the ones who are lost. We're not building memorials to the dead. So we don't get that. That doesn't come up. Abyssian doesn't. He just doesn't want to think about it. I think Civilian sort of, they do that like a little bit with him. I can't think of any specific lines, but just the fact that he brings that up, or that his flight brings that up, it's a sign that it's something they think about.
Sibelian rallied us on Outland, not only saving us from death, but from the corruption that befell our kin. All the rest, the other flights, glory-starved mortals, even that pretentious prince, chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
We've lost all of these dragons to corruption. This is like a tragedy that's hanging over us. I just really do not like how that is constantly brought up as a negative for Wrathion without all of the rest of it. It's like, okay, if you're gonna hold that against him, why are you not also holding that against Alexstrasza? Why are we not holding that against ourselves for killing Sarkareth? Why is that not like a bigger, why is it just a throwaway, oh, unfortunately we had to resort to doing this, and that's it.
Can you not hear Neltharion drawing us to Aberrus?
You are not well, Sarkareth.
Sarkareth succumbed to corruption and had to be struck down.
All the rest chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
I can tell you, it's racism.
Well, yeah, okay, that's like what I'm not saying. Like, I know on some level, I know it's just very frustrating me. Like, how I was joking about, like, this is something that actually makes me Hulk out, is just having to deal with the double standard and the hypocrisy with discussing morality in this game and how it applies to different characters differently. It's just very frustrating to me. Like, okay, yes, Wrathion did it bad. He was a bad boy. He should not have done that. But why are you only holding that against him and not us for doing literally the exact same thing?
You are not well, Sarkareth.
My favorite war criminals in World of Warcraft, all of them. Everyone is a war criminal, including you. War criminal simulator.
Right. So that is, I think, the thing that really sticks in my craw the most about this storyline is all of that together. It's like, all right, you guys really didn't think this through. In general, I'm frustrated that that's not more of a core part of the Black Dragonflight storyline. Discussing the tragedy that happened, revisiting what the flight was like before corruption struck, dealing with that as a tragedy head on. So it's something that I feel like is glaringly missing from more than like anything else, I think. Not like looking at Wrathion in isolation, like he has his own problems, but just like what in general is wrong with how they approach the Black Dragonflight storyline in this expansion.
No, I totally agree. I think you hit the nail on the head there, and I think it needed to alleviate Wrathion of some of that guilt he would be feeling and make people understand when you put a child in situations with great power, they're gonna do dumb shit. Wrathion's choices aren't bizarre. It's the choices of, someone who's a child. Like I've said before, Enwin made bad decisions because he's like, no, I can convince Garrosh. Yeah, you know what? As someone who's worked in law in my life, sometimes you just got to realize some people are evil. I'm not even kidding. Well, I need to work out why nope, they're just horrible, horrible people. And they will continue to be horrible people. And it's a rough fact of life, but exists. Enwin and Wrathion are supposed to be like foils to each other in that, but they're supposed to be very similar. They're both children who made bad choices in that situation. However, Enwin will never be criticized by people because of a certain thing. Right. And Wrathion always will be criticized because supposedly he killed Varian with his bare hands. He just choked Varian out. So.
Oh yeah, I remember that cutscene. He was such a big character in Legion after all.
Oh my God. I want to be hopeful, but I don't have my hopes up. And I think I went into this expansion with a little bit of hope, It's like the Bart Simpson with the cake. You tried, and he throws the "you tried" cake in the bin. The whole writing for that plot just feels like they wanted it out the way. And that means that they didn't think too hard about Wrathion's past, nor the ramifications of Wrathion's past, nor the ramifications of the Black Dragonflight.
I do feel like there were some scattered things that I enjoyed. To be fair to the last chapter, it did deliver some good moments for Wrathion. Finally, I'm kind of excited to go through them and look through them again to do the dialogue again.
Like I said, it was pretty good.
I really like that moment where Sibelian put his hand on Wrathion's shoulder and called him his brother.
I never knew Neltharion. Only Deathwing. invading my nightmares, reveling in the certainty that I would become as twisted as he was.
That is not who you are, my brother.
We got a found family story after all.
I would have liked Wrathion sometime in the quest to have called Sibelian brother, but Sibelian ignored him. Then Sibelian returns that at the end. I think that would have hit much harder.
That would have been really good, yeah.
And then it's kind of like Wrathion sort of takes his hand away and just sort of looks embarrassed. But then, like, in that last bit, Sibelian returns the favor.
Yeah, like he finally gives him that validation.
Agreed, though. And you know what? I'm actually going to tell you something. Wrathion's book, the untranslated Obsidian Tome.
Okay, before we did the raid in this last chapter, I was seriously like looking at that thing like this is going to be some awful joke. I was just like holding it at a distance, like, oh my God, what is this thing? Like it's a time bomb or something like that.
The unwritten back and this book are my hopiums.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
that they might have like a little something planned for him.
Yes. I think there is something for Wrathion still.
All right, I will latch on to your hopium there.
Yes, come on, we got hopium. Hopium.
They did pull through. They did do some serious stuff with him in the end there, so...
Yeah, it was just everything else, not Sibelians. I think that was... I feel like that was actually planned a lot earlier in those quests and they just took it out and then put it at the end there.
What was planned?
Sibelian's cruel words to Wrathion during the slip.
Oh, okay.
I think if that would have been in the first chapter, I would have liked it a lot more. It's not bad dialogue. They just needed that, and instead of the reconciliation being in the raid, I think it should have been in the chapter after, because what would have been really good if Abyssian said, Sibelian, you can't treat Wrathion like that. And Sibelian's like, I'm sorry, I just was so mad. And Abyssian's like, you can't do that to Wrathion. You know he's sensitive about that, Kim Kardashian. You know when it really hurts and they don't really understand how much it hurts, but you have to be like, it doesn't hurt you anyway, but it really does. Oh my God. Anyway, so hopium. If it had no mention of Wrathion's name on that book item, I'd be a little bit like, because you got to follow up with Wrathion in the end of this anyway, right? You get this book from Wrathion, he gives it to you, and he's like, could you pursue its mysteries? A normal person would be like, okay, this would end up going back to Wrathion and explaining what it was. Maybe it's to do with Adamanthia, maybe it's someone else. There is still time for other characters to arrive on the Dragon Isles, and I'm going to just say this, if Anduin comes back and he's A-plot immediately again, me to Anduin, they're going to be beating your ass in the quote retweets, Anduin. No one really wanted you here. I'm sorry. Public opinion of you is down, especially after saying, oh, you just fixed all the Defias problems off screen. Man, they didn't like that one. They were quote retweeting you on that one, my dude. You know what I mean though, so like there is still chances.
Okay, here, this is where I have to put my foot down. I'm not going down that path. They're not going to have Anduin and Wrathion in the same expansion again. They're going to be passing each other like ships in the night constantly. They're not going to have them on the same screen again. They can't do it. It's just too volatile. Too much chemistry for this game. No, I really don't think Anduin's going to show up in this expansion. I know people are gunning for it, but I don't think it's going to happen. They're not going to have a little moment between them. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. Sorry. I'm going to be the naysayer there. I'm
going to agree with you. However, if we're wrong, I will literally eat something bizarre on stream. I will literally stream myself eating, I don't know, fucking... What's a food, black dragonfly? I will stream myself eating a whole black forest cake on stream if anyone does turn up in Dragonflight. Like a whole cake in setting.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to this.
You can record this. If anyone turns up in Dragonflight, I will apologize to the devs. So here we go. I'll apologize for being a little fucking bleep me out. I will not apologize for pointing out the racism, but I will apologize for being such a little... I will apologize and say that Dragonflight is the best story ever, and it's better than Mr. Pandaro, and I could never hate it in a million years. I'd eat the entire cake on stream, and then I'll do the mech arena. And there we go. So they'd have my apology, they'd see me stuffing my face, and then they'd see me doing a stupid little dance, and I'd put a little stupid hat on for it too, by the way, if Anduin turns up in this expansion. But like I said, I don't think he is. I have no doubt he is not going to. I won't renege on the racism in the game, but I will say that Dragonflight is the best ever. ever and sincerely name apology to every single dev who works on it.
All right, we're recording this. We have that on record now.
I will sincerely apologize. I will deeply apologize if they put Anduin in this game and he has a nice time with Wrathion, a genuinely nice time, and they have a good time and they're friends again. I will literally take back all my mean words. And you know what? And I won't criticize again.
No, don't go that far. No, I'm pulling you away from that ledge.
True. I got a bitch and moan when they marry off Anduin to a...
And he has like 10 kids.
Yeah, 10 kids. We can name them. Can name one Wonder Bread and one Dry Oatmeal. Me being mean aside, I would be nice for a very extended period of time, and I will say I enjoyed Dragonflight horrendously. My only criticisms then will be the racist bits, but otherwise from that I'll be like, oh, this was the best expansion ever. No complaints. 10 out of 10 game. I'll buy them out off the store. So there we go.
For me personally, what I need a memorial to the deceased Black Dragons somewhere in this game, preferably made with the Brothers Earth powers. And there needs to be a grave that you can click on that has the name Nixandra, and there needs to be a little bouquet of flowers near the grave with a heavy implication of who left them there. That is what I demand to make up for all of this.
Actually, yeah, we're putting out on demand. So me, if Anduin turns up and has a nice time with Wrathion, and Wrathion isn't mocked or ridiculed for the rest of this expansion,
or hit in the face,
I will personally apologize to the devs, and I will mean it sincerely. Like I said, not for the racism bits, but I will apologize for being a hater and a huge that's what I will apologize for.
I'm gonna go one step further. I'm crossing my arms on this. Someone needs to give him a tender kiss on the cheek. Doesn't need to be Anduin, needs to be someone.
Doesn't need to be Anduin. Me scratching my chin. Who to give him a tender kiss on the cheek? Of course, Wellington. We need Wellington to like give him sloppy licks.
Yeah.
Really embarrassing, and you just see Wrathion screaming in the background as this giant frog just leaps on him, and everyone's like, quick, pull him off of him. I'm gonna pet Wellington. I would like sloppy kisses from you, Wellington, because you're a cutie pie. Yes, you are. You're the best boy. So yeah, we need just those minor things, or else we'll continue to be haters, Blizzard. Keep that in mind. I will continue to draw pictures of Anduin and Wrathion kissing to the end of the days. You will never be free of me, and I will just continue to keep on posting that art. I will just get nastier. Then I'm gonna post it on main too. You're gonna see Anduin's, and I'm gonna show him in Wrathion, and I will not stop. I will haunt you for all eternity until that game goes to Warcraft 2.
Warcraft 2.
Warcraft 2. I will never ever rest. So you either put in our demands of Wrathion having a nice time and a grave to Wrathion's mother, or else I draw Anduin's. I show Anduin engaging in homosexual activities.
He needs to have tea with a kindly character. I better see that sitting pose being used for him to see him at a tea table somewhere.
We better see the big slappy pose used elsewhere, Blizzard. Keep that in mind. That's another thing.
At least he's not throwing rocks. Again, he's not sitting there throwing rocks off the side of the tower. You know, honestly, if they'd kept the core of his character intact, I probably wouldn't be as irritated by like the tiny things. Like, okay, have him sitting there chucking rocks, whatever. If he's acting like competently, but they tried to have it both ways. They tried to have him acting like an idiot and goofy all the time, and then they just like included all these little things like, oh, have him chucking rocks, have him punching bones.
One thing I'm at least appreciative, it was the humble finish. I don't even want to say humble because it made no fucking sense, but at least Wrathion didn't throw a fit.
I'm so grateful for that. At least he didn't throw a fit and fly off, and some kind of like parody reference to that scene in Mop.
Next time, I will leave nothing to chance.
That's a win.
Me looking at you, Silverbuck, sweating and crying, tears leaking out of our eyes. It's a win, I guess.
Battered and bruised coming out of it. Like, well, we didn't break this bone.
Pained, agonized, just barely holding on.
You know what's another thing that's kind of weird about all of this is that Blizzard, do you know that there was already a group of people who loved Abyssian and enjoyed his character and were rooting for him and doing things like including him in fanfic and fan art?
Is their name Sil?
No.
You are my brother, the only one I have.
Wrathion fans were already fans of Abyssian, so the decision to pit him and Wrathion against each other in this way, someone miscalculated there.
People who are fans of Wrathion are fans of Abyssian. People liked Abyssian if they like Wrathion. I think that sort of concludes our general takes on this. I feel like we could go on for this for hours, and I think we could really, really break it down and stuff, but I think our complaints really come down to this. Abyssian was uplifted to Wrathion and Sibelian being reduced in their roles, especially especially Wrathion. Wrathion was the major fallout from uplifting Abyssian, because a lot of Wrathion's traits were given to Abyssian, and then we're like, oh, Abyssian's this and Abyssian's that. And I'm like, yeah, but Wrathion's already done that in BFA, and we're expected to forget that. Sibelian was, I think, probably my favorite character out of that storyline, but again, there was a little bit of dissonance, which fell down to our other major critical complaint, the segmentation of the story. The story didn't flow very well between chapters.
I don't know what happened with his emotional arc there, with seeing Wrathion as not a person, dragon, however you want to phrase it, but for the most part, he was a very good character.
No, the mistake is yours. Whelps these days. Titans, give me patience. We are the Black Dragonflight. That means something. He was concerned. He speaks. Hush. Save your strength. It is my turn to tend to your wounds. Wrathion, I did not mean. In truth, I reminded myself of my father in that moment. You expect me to... I will not. Neltharion was my teacher, my father, and my commander. I aspired to lead the flight as he would have, unable, or perhaps unwilling, to acknowledge the true malignancy of his vision.
I also like him a lot. I think he is probably my favorite character too. I'm glad we got him out of this expansion. I'm happy to welcome him into the fold. Another brother for Wrathion. Very happy to accept him.
We'll discuss this later.
I'm actually already tempted to do a comic where Wrathion coming in and being like, it's a really nice day, isn't it, Sibelian? Things are good. Things are good in life. I feel good. The world is beautiful. And Sibelian's just instantaneously like, Spend the night with that human boy. And Wrathion's like, what? No. What are you fucking talking about? How dare you, Sibelian? How dare you? You don't know me. You don't know my life. And it's in the background. Anduin's like going towards like one of the Black Talons and asking for a coffee and thanking him, and then just like going back into Wrathion's room in the background. And Wrathion's still like this with Sibelian. How dare you, Sibelian? You don't know me. You don't know what I'm experiencing in life. You think you know me? You think you're so smart? You think you're so cool? Sibelian? And Sibelian's just there with like a pair of half-moon glasses on, looking up from like morning report. And Wrathion's, you don't know what my life is. You don't know what I'm getting up to in my free time. How dare you? How dare you say that I fraternize with humans? Especially blonde humans, like even light blondes or anything. Like, sure, Sibelian's not saying a word, but he's just looking at Wrathion.
He's like,
Tell whoever that is getting the coffee behind you to have a good day too, okay? Both of you have fun. Bloody hell.
Yeah, so Wrathion got another older brother out of this, so at least we have that.
Easy, Sibelian. You may heal quickly, but the injury you sustained was rather significant.
I will be fine.
I will speak to Sibelian about the outburst in my own time. Things are never simple with him.
That is not who you are, my brother.
Indeed, my brother.
That's a win. You got the Slither Drakes.
Easy, little one. We won't hurt you.
Sibelian, I think, only suffered from pacing issues, the tone of certain remarks.
I mean, he really only had that one line during the Slither Drake cutscene that I think was very jarring.
So I just still love how you do not use glide as a Drakthir. You're like, fuck no, I'm not gliding. I've never glided in my life.
Listen.
What do you take me for? I fall in the most manliest of manners. That's right. Fucking taking this on my knees.
I'm very sturdy.
Just sturdy as fuck. Anyway, so then we go to Abyssian, and I actually think Abyssian's character was treated quite poorly in all of this. And all of his character was used for berating Wrathion and Sibelian. And I think that is a very poor use of Abyssian, who could be a very interesting character, a very horde-aligned character, a very much a character who could bring some unique experiences, because he could bring the perspective of Paul High Mountain, who is essentially his father. He was the one who gave him another chance to life, a chance away from corruption, and made sure he was safe. Bring in that shamanistic Tauran belief lore and have it apply to a dragon, and have him saying, I know Azeroth, I know its people, I know her people, and her people are some of the first people who are there, like the Tauran. That would be cool. Abyssian has the ability to do that, and they did not do that with Abyssian, which makes me really fucking sad. It's like, come on, you have all this chance to do this with this character and you do them this injustice. And I think that's my best way of explaining what they did to Abyssian, is they did not do this character justice. They sort of like let him meander as the air quotes moral center of this story, and it didn't work out very well.
Yeah, I agree. They didn't give him like a foundation. They just did kind of have him as, well, he's the better option than Sibelian and Wrathion, but they didn't really explore what that meant. If you take out Sibelian and Wrathion from the story, what does Abyssian have? What is his character?
Wrathion in that end cutscene says kindness and compassion, but I didn't really see that except for anyone with
Emberthal,
because he didn't provide kindness and compassion to Sibelian and Wrathion. He undermined them a lot of the time.
I mean, he did to Sibelian. They had that.
My well-being is of no concern right now. Feroc is the only thing you should...
You are my brother. I will not trade your life for Feroc's, nor for anything.
Oh, yeah, true. Sibelian did it in equal turn, though.
Yes.
Hush. Save your strength. It is my turn to tend to your wounds. I would give everything I have to save you, brother.
I need to clear my bags. Don't look at me.
We got to sort you out one of these days.
I need help.
We have a whole guild bank now for you to put stuff in.
Stop!
An entire guild bank.
You don't know my life.
We need to Marie Kondo your bags. Does it spark joy or is it relevant to the current patch?
I need help. I need severe help. Hold on. I need to actually sell some things here because I can't let go of things.
I am going to hold on to the Earth Warders, thanks. Oh, wish it was from Wrathion. I'll hold on to that.
I ate mine.
You ate yours?
Yeah, I was like,
no, I'm holding on to that. I have my little row of keepsakes that I'm keeping.
Yeah, Black Dragon keepsakes.
Yeah, I don't need that 2,500 reputation.
With the low Niffin.
It's funny that it's for the Niffin.
Yeah, fucking Niffin. So I think they did an injustice to Abyssian's character. I think they handled Sibelian the best, except for that one weird off-kilter line, which I think would have worked really well if done early in that patch. And apologize, like, see Wrathion's reaction, make Sibelian apologize, but make Wrathion sort of not accept his apologies, show the kind of hurt that caused.
Or have that be super early and then have him progress from there. And I feel like those are your two options for that. It was definitely misplaced at the very least. But apart from that one line, he was amazing.
I would have changed Wrathion to have much more of a role. I don't think Wrathion got barely anything. I think that's the other really upsetting thing. Wrathion got barely anything in those quests except towards the end one. He was basically the non-character for that.
It was weird because he had less to do over time. He was at least doing stuff in 10.0. You know, he was taking on the Obsidian Citadel. He rescued Alexstrasza. He was kind of present at the Seat of the Aspects when they were talking about Razagath. And then 10.1, he just suddenly stopped having things to do. He was just like wandering around Zerlet Cavern.
Yeah, it's like wandering around. I'm doing things. He was not doing things. Look at Elle. And then Emberthal. I didn't like Emberthal. Emberthal probably had the best overarching plot, but I think that it was unfortunately reduced because Emberthal was given so much weight and her story so much, you know, like, oh my god, gravity. And it came at the detriment of these long-standing characters. And if you ask me, is Emberthal going to be in the next expansion? Fuck no, she isn't. She's going to be in the next expansion. They always make a new character, give that character everything, and then we never fucking see him again. Real shit. Oh, it's so annoying. Emberthal's story has probably done the best. She had a arc. I do think that her and Saraketh should have had a more intensely close bond, whether it be romantic or like siblings. They could have been siblings and we never found out until like the end, or
just closer. I feel like that emotional bond should have been set up. I would like to go back and do the Drakthir starting quest again because I can't even remember if Sarkareth.
He was immediately on the offensive, and I feel like that's why he never really hit home as a character that I was interested in. It was more like, oh, okay, so he's certainly mad about this, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, okay, don't really care too much about that. If they would have had him quite a close character and in the initial Drakthir starting zone, like be really torn going away from the other flights, I think I would have liked him more. And then not so much evil mustache twirling, we're going to get Neltharion's power, ha 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 ha. More that they may have been searching for Neltharion's power to be respected as much as the dragons are, and like that fear of the dragons just like using them again, I think would have been a much better build as a story. Like they don't want the Black Dragonflight to use them like Neltharion did, so he's willing to do anything he can to release them from those shackles, and actually have all the Drakthir that are loyal to him are actually quite loyal, and he isn't mustache twirling or anything. But we see the corruption when he starts getting to Zaralek. He starts attacking like the people loyal to him but not understanding what he's doing, something like that. I think that's our overall for that story. So like, I didn't enjoy it. There are things to love in there, but I think the overall experience is something that I did not enjoy, and we both did not enjoy. And it is because of those reasons: the pacing, the characterization, and just the general sense of storytelling was lacking, because it's like, okay, all this is done to make Abyssian aspect, but okay, you want to have a mirror with Sarkareth and Wrathion and Sibelian, but you have to forget all of Wrathion's past to do that. It's such a weak plot, and I feel like it would have been better if we resolved the aspect part first, and then we went on to Saraketh and Emberthor, and then it gives Abyssian a chance to shine as maybe aspect, and maybe gives Wrathion and Sibelian time to have their own little stories, and Wrathion and Sibelian come together in the raid. Either Abyssian gets attacked by Sarkareth, and then Emberthor stays behind to look after Abyssian, and Sibelian and Wrathion are like, well, I guess it's our time to shine. They go into the raid, do all the shenanigans. Sibelian apologizes once more for treating Wrathion like how he did. Wrathion sort of like goes, I forgive you for that. And he's like, look, I've not been the easiest person to get along with. I've been very standoffish. I've been rude to you, Sibelian. But Sibelian goes, no, I should have never said that to you. I'm really, really sorry about that. Do something along those lines. And then like maybe in like the end boss, like Sarkareth is like gaining the upper hand, and in comes Abyssian, and then all three of them with their powers combined. I know it's cheesy. I think it would have worked well though. I mean, I was teasing about it, but actually I think after what we saw, I think that would have been pretty cool. Then in comes Emberthor, and she is there for Sarkareth's final breath in a real like intense way, being like, no, Sarkareth, and he's like, Emberthor, I'm sorry, something like that. Something just in the chapter beforehand, pick your aspect, and then like have the final chapter of them all coming out as Zaralek Kevin, let the other dragons know that that's the aspect that they picked, tell them all the adventures they had, done. I think that would have worked slightly better. So there's my final thoughts. So I'm disappointed. I feel like that's my major thing. I'm not even angry. I'm just disappointed because it's boring in the end. I didn't do much with my characters that I really liked. At least it did a little bit good by Sibelian. I like the last chapters the best. I like the raid. That is pretty good. And I like the last chapter, but not the cutscenes. I think that's a pretty fair summation. I like chapter 3. I like the raid, and I like the last quest chapter, but not the cutscene, because I think the cutscene, it just comes out of fucking nowhere, and they're like, you're supposed to accept this now. And it's like, why though? So real shit.
This is definitely a difficult story to love as much as I try.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to love. We love parts of it. There are parts that we love, but I feel like it's overtaken by the bad part. And the bad parts sometimes ain't even that egregious. It's just because they're boring. They're not exciting. It doesn't engage me on the Black Dragonflight. They're just simply, go help this Niffin lady. Why? Why did they introduce the most annoying creature race? I'm sorry, Niffin. Real shit. Why did they introduce the most annoying creature race when it comes to Black Dragon story?
I don't think I minded that too much, because it was like pretty humanizing Sibelian and him and Abyssian rescuing the Niffins. I didn't mind that so much, apart from the smells.
I feel like no other flight would get that. No other flight would have to like share their story with a whole group.
Well, you had Caligos and the Tuskar.
But then he gets another quest though. This man's quest ain't ending. He gets to be in the raid with Khadgar. He gets to be beside Dilf Khadgar.
True.
I mean, come on. This man's getting everything. He gets the Dilfs. He gets the cooler beast creature peoples. He gets the fucking I love my family and we're all cool people. He gets the funny meme. He gets everything. This man is treated far too well for saying to Jaina, get your shit together, Jaina. I can't believe you got trauma. And Jaina's like, yeah, you know what, Caligos? I do have trauma. I do have trauma. Thank you. Justice for the Black Dragonflight.
They definitely deserved a better story, one that dealt more with their flight on its own without the shadow of Neltharion completely hanging over them. Would have been nice to have some exploration of who Neltharion was before the corruption and who the Black Dragonflight were before Gold God stuff happened.
I hate that they give like good quests to side characters that we're not going to see again. Give it to your main characters. I want to see Wrathion do some stuff. I want to see a Sibelian and Abyssian do some stuff. I'd rather Wrathion 5,000 times over engaging in that quest than Varaxian. I know I'm being mean here, but it's true. It's true when we get in quests like this. This is how it makes me feel. Anyway, but yeah, I'm just going to settle with the hopium and be like, okay, we still got Wrathion's book.
We did have that really nice interaction between Wrathion and Kavya, which I really liked.
Sirs.
Your report?
We're holding against the Jarden, but it is still heavily contested.
Thank you, Kavya.
So we finally got to see him interacting with his Black Talon in a nice way.
After 5,000 years.
There was a lot to like in that last chapter.
As am I, but we must stop Sarkareth. Be on your guard. They weren't haunted echoes he'd left behind. They were devoted followers, of the bleak future he'd led them to. They had no choice or agency in their creation. Neither did I. You wish to see our kind thrive, not dominate. It is an admirable pursuit. Do I disgust you as well? Well then, let us get this over with.
I have to admit, it did do some lifting, but oh man, was that difficult to wait for.
Let's go!
And he's a completely different character in the raid and in that last chapter.
It feels as though it is somewhere beyond, teeming with raw, dark energy.
He's BFA Wrathion in the chapter in the raid.
Yeah.
In N'Zoth's raid, he was very proficient at stuff. He was not fearful. He was a little bit like middle finger at N'Zoth and like a little bit like, I'm worried champions, I'm going to get corrupted if I go in there again. Wrathion being aware of corruption and where to go and where not to go. But yeah, I feel like in the raid and that last chapter is a little bit more BFA Wrathion. Just a bit.
But we had like a patch and 3/4 of a patch where he was just acting bizarre. So it doesn't, I don't think it makes up.
Balances out,
yeah. I don't want to say too little too late, but it's very close to that.
I'd say, because I use this term, I'm like, the damage is already done.
The damage is done, yeah.
I'm just going to have to like settle with it, essentially. You know, I'm just going to have to like grit my fucking teeth and be like, okay, that's how you wrote my favorite character. Okay, fine. Even though this sort of story would write itself. I'm not mad. I'm not fucking mad. I'm not fucking mad.
Yeah, I don't know why they saved all of those themes for like the last chapter, why that wasn't threaded into more of his story from the start. Because it was set up in the Vow Eternal. I don't understand why that was just dropped. And then it suddenly came back in again at the end. But there was a lot that we had to slog through to get there.
Again, it's just a different writer. You can feel the writing differences. You're like, okay, this is definitely written by someone different. I'm not even fucking around anymore. That last chapter, you know, as a different person.
I have no idea. I can't speculate on like who wrote what or whatever, but there was definitely a spark.
I'm gonna speculate.
You can speculate. You can do that. I'll leave that up to you. All I can say is there was definitely a spark in the raid and in that last chapter that I feel was weirdly absent for the majority of Wrathion stuff in Dragonflight so far.
I'm just hoping that last chapter continues on to his next interactions, or at least they are aware of what people's feedback was for those chapters. Anyway, so still got the Wrathion book.
We still have our mysterious tome. Tentatively excited to see where that leads, if anywhere.
Untranslated obsidian tone. So hopefully that's the Black Dragonflight sort of shenanigans. And even when you right click it, this tome, gifted to you by Wrathion, is covered in ancient half-faded draconic script. Also, by the way, destroy it if you want to laugh and he'll post you a new one.
Oh no, I don't want to destroy it.
You're like, I don't want to do. You're in a terrible tone, so you're like, I can't.
No, I'm not. Oh my
God.
I believe you.
I'll try and find the actual text then. If you lose this, air quotes, you can get it again from Untranslated Obsidian Tome at the same place at the top of the Seath of the Aspects, blah, blah, blah. And someone said, annoyingly, after Symbol of Hope, so the last quest, Sibelian stands right on top of the tome, making it very difficult to click.
Jerk.
Jerk ass, you fucker. Oh, here we go. This is the text you get. This is the exact text you get from Wrathion. Here we go. If you destroy it, this is what Wrathion leaves for you.
Champion, while on my travels, I stumbled upon the tome I gifted you. Be a dear and try not to lose it again. Always watching, Wrathion. Okay, I'm no longer thinking.
You're like, all right. I'm cheered up again.
I'm no longer suspicious of this tome. That was good. Okay, that made me smile.
Wrathion grabbing you by the collar. Don't you lose it again. Don't you lose it.
Be a dear and try not to lose it again.
Oh boy. Oh, holy moly.
Okay, I love that. All right, sorry. I'm such a sap. That got me. That was fun.
Yeah, and that's the bits I don't mind them writing Wrathion like, by the way. Don't you lose again.
See, that's funny. That is like good humor for him.
Yeah, that's good. I like that. Fucking props to whoever wrote that. It's pretty good. So, it was pretty good. Actually, the bit that made me laugh the most, I actually do love that a lot, by the way. It's perfectly in Wrathion's voice, by the way. Perfectly. Yeah, dear, I don't lose it again. We don't like them writing Wrathion as a moron. I think that's the major quibble that everyone had. They're not using Wrathion's strengths. They had to give him the idiot ball to make this all work, basically, and to get him out of the plot. They had to give this man the idiot ball to just even remove him because he was got too many fucking skills, rather than give him an actual like involved dilemma for his character. They had to like sort of wimp out on it and just be like, well, he's stupid now. It's like, really? That's the best you can do? He's stupid now? Come on, man. No, my God.
Yeah, I think I said that in like the first recording that we did, was like, I really was not prepared for them to make him incompetent. That wasn't what I put on my bingo card for what was going to happen this expansion. I couldn't even imagine it. And now, unfortunately, I can imagine it very well.
For upcoming stuff, again, like I said, don't be punching Wrathion. That joke is sailed.
If they do put that in, I hope it's optional. Like, I hope there's like you don't have to do it to progress with the quest, or else I'm going to be very irritated. Like, oh yeah. Okay.
One might say I might be a little bit discheesed, so, and I'm going to be very loud about it on Twitter. So there we go.
I will have some words to say about this, because it's just like, okay, you put Wrathion in the pin set, you put him in the loading screen, you put him on like the art book, you know, you made him prominent, and then we get in here and you gave him this lukewarm story where he's acting like a fool, and then you're having us punch him. Like, what?
Wrapping up, I'm hoping for better things in the future for Wrathion than this quest line has given him. However, there was a few shining jewels in there. There's a few things that we really enjoyed. However, unfortunately, the undermining of his character is the thing that sort of makes me go, didn't enjoy that. And I think the overall enjoyment was quite low for that. I think a lot of people gave their feedback, at least. A lot of things were unfun in that quest line, I'd say. And especially seeing it next to the Blue Dragonflight quest. It's like, oh, really? Really? Gonna do us like this? Gonna do us dirty in front of our moms? Yes, they are. So yeah, for future stuff, more kindness to Wrathion. I actually hope that Black Dragonflight get an extra bit of story, more than just the invoker.
You know what can fix this? What will make everything better? Just whelps. Have them taking care of whelps. Abyssian, Sibelian, and Wrathion do like a goofy little whelp thing. You know, or not, or just have whelps near them.
I will note still too, the start of the whelp quest for next patch, right, where there's the actual whelp quest. They do say there's an overabundance of eggs, and that includes the Black Dragonflight. So I'll leave this in your brain. Sibelian's been fucking.
Oh, we knew that. I knew that.
That man's got game. Just someone sees that handsome porno stash and they're like, oh, my knee's weak. Wrathion in the background. Until Sibelian, like I said, catches him. He's like, what's put you in such a good mood, Wrathion? And Wrathion's like, nothing, Sibelian. Just enjoying the world today. A beautiful, beautiful sky outside. World is beautiful. I feel good. And Sibelian's just like, the human boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Worst case scenario, they add quest in and he's written terribly. Middling case scenario, they maybe add just one extra Black Dragonflight at the end of this expansion, like Wrathion has some part in the end of the expansion, but he doesn't really have any other roles, and that I'd feel kind of like, oh, okay, you know, for the rest of this expansion, because it's like, I'm not going to play WoW if all my faves aren't there, you know, like, so real. I mean, like it or lump it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, maybe he'll get a little cameo, maybe he won't. In the meantime, we'll enjoy the Bronze Flight story and the Blue Dragonflight story. There's more to enjoy, so.
You know that they're going to do another Blue Dragonflight story. They're going to be like, oh.
Yes. In the meantime, fan fiction.
Well, we got some plans. We got some fucking plans.
Yes.
And like I said, I still want to do a proper, more of a comic on Dragonflight.
Yeah, we have some good inspiration, so there's that too.
Yes, exactly. I think that's it. I think probably the best outcome is that tome leads into a Wrathion quest. We get some more Wrathion, Abyssian, Sibelian content with Adamantia.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with her. I was really interested in those quests that they set up for her in, what was it, 10.0.7?
She's in the next patch, by the way, for you. Not for me, only for invokers.
Oh, okay.
You get your new spec time.
Oh, cool. Okay, so that's something to look forward to.
Yeah. And like I said, it's actually quite a nice little lead in, but it's like, okay, so what are you going to do with Adamantia now? You know, like, you go, come on, guys. Can't just be that for the Black Dragonflight. Come on, guys. But we know she's going to become Abyssian's consort. I'll eat another cake if she don't become Abyssian's consort.
Ow, chicka, wow.
Sure.
Careless Whisper starts playing for Abyssian.
And then Abyss and Civilian are going to be like this to Wrathion. When are you going to settle down? You know, like really awkward family members. And Wrathion's just looking around them, looking for Chromie. Like, please let there be another gay person here. Please let there be another gay person. I'm so scared. Chromie, come pick me up. I'm scared. So yeah, I think that's probably going to happen with that. Greenflight are going to be very Night Elf involved. Who knows what the next dungeon is going to be? They've baffled me for that. My ideas have flown out the window. Red Dragonflight, I think, going to be directly linked to the Titans with Tyr. Well, we'll see. We'll see about the rest, hey? Like I said, I feel like the Black Dragonflight story just ended very abruptly, though. I mean, look, I say all this, though. There's still a fucking void portal down in the bottom of Aberrus, and no one's like, maybe we should do something about that.
Oh, yeah. We have that just hanging out there now.
No one mentions it. It's just there, and no one gives a shit. They're like, well, that sucks. Anyway, let's go back to Valdrakken. Alex Strauss is like, did you find anything in Aberrus? And they're like, nah, man, nothing. It's normal.
No, nothing in Aberrus. Please don't look down there.
And they've got like this really shoddy ass rug over the top of it, and they're like, that will do. No one will know. No one will know it's here.
That will muffle the screams from beyond. Sure.
We have either two options for the next expansion. People are saying pirate expansion. I'm still sticking with my light and dark expansion, but that could be on the high seas for all we know. Void pirate time.
Maybe we'll see Flynn again.
Happy Pride, everyone. We're closing this off with Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Let's get Wrathion and Enwin both in this. Hold on. Happy Pride. The boys are in there. The boys are in there. Hold on. Do I have any pet toys? Hold on. Yeah, and I'll use my rainbow generator. Let's squish the boys together. Here we go. Squishing the boys together. Let's do it. Oh, I need to put down the dummy, though.
I put up Wrathion's cloak wardrobe as well. Why not?
Yes, fuck yeah. Okay, cool. Hearthstone board. Yes. Okay, cool.
Nice.
Cool. We're feeling this. We're feeling it. You know what? Stop it. Okay, rainbow generator. Fuck yeah. Happy Pride, everyone.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Let's get the boys in there. Yes, look at this. Going from Wrathion to Finduin here, surrounded by whelps. Look at them go.
This is what Dragonflight is all about.
This is what Dragonflight should be about. Real shit. Quick, attack the fucking sturdy little fool. Dragons.
That would be really funny if they just like didn't set that on fire at all.
I don't think they can. They're blasting ours, but I don't think they can target like...
I think they just target player characters.
Yeah, just so they won't get pets and stuff. So, to conclude... Thank you everyone for listening. If you got this bloody far, actually we were right. We did descend into madness. We did see some things.
We succumbed to the whispers.
And now we've entered a realm of madness. And you know what? We'll just have to deal with it until the next fucking patch. And like I said, who knows? We could be incredibly wrong, but we'll see. Ow, I'm being blasted. Help everyone. The main plot is where characters go to die, I think.
I think you're correct in that.
It happened to Anduin, happened to Sylvanas, happened to fucking Varian literally died.
He literally
died. Literally that man died. I'm done. I'm out. Bye everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thanks for listening. See you later.
Oh, nice.
Oh no, it fell off.
What's the cooldown?
1 minute cooldown, 30 seconds to go.
You're like, that's right, I'm fucking getting ready to do this again.
Dragon on the run.
I bet you can macro that to like your speed boost as a Dracthea.
Whee!
Are you still going?